Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Hello, America. Happy Friday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, as always, hosting here in Washington, D.C. And tonight, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to jump off that breaking news train that we've been on for the last month. Chronically, it's been so much big news, and I want to go back to a deep dive that we started a month ago. The issue of agro-terrorism. We are closer to an enemy-induced famine than most Americans realized. The Trump administration realized it. Since our last special at the end of June, the Trump administration rolled out one of the most extraordinary agro-terrorism and food security plans the country has ever seen. It's a start. It's a down payment on a much larger investment that we're going to have to make sure that our food supply, our water supply is protected from enemies like China. But we got a good start. And some of the issues that we brought to light last month when we had that whistleblowing Chinese doctor and others on the show, they're getting addressed now. And I feel really lucky about that. And tonight I'm going to be rejoined by a guy. Every time I work with him, good things happen. He is another great host on this Real America's Voice network. He has the 3 o'clock show. I'm lucky to sometimes be on there. Steve Gruber's joining us tonight. Steve, so much happened in the last 3 weeks since we did this special. Real action, concrete things. I don't think we could have expected that much action so quickly.
Well, you mentioned something off the top, all this breaking news for a month or 2 or 3, and you lose track of other very important issues, this being one of them, of course, agricultural terrorism. And China, with its fingers deep into universities across this country, into the National Institutes of Health, a lot of concerns out there. And as you mentioned, John, a lot of it addressed in the big, beautiful bill. Because, look, if America's agricultural and food supply systems get attacked by China by way of a pathogen, like we saw happen in Michigan when University of Michigan students were bringing in fungus that could damage our corn, our wheat, our beans, well, the ramifications could be global, because some of the first people that would pay the price, if we had a failed crop in America, it wouldn't necessarily be America that pays the price first. It could be sub-Saharan Africa. They rely heavily on the exports of wheat and other grains that we put out of America. So protecting the American food supply is not just an American issue, it's a global issue, John.
Yeah, we are the breadbasket for so much of the rest of the world, not only our own people. We're a gracious farming industry here. I think now we see the outlines of where the Trump administration is going to go. They're going to start making it harder for foreign enemies to buy land. They're cracking down on foreign scientists coming in and getting access to our bio technology. Still a lot more to be done. Congress will be an important part of codifying this long term. What are the big things on your checklist right now?
Well, interestingly enough, our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, when she was still governor of South Dakota, was one of the first to step up and say, look, we cannot have China owning agricultural ground in America, and certainly not near military bases or other sensitive facilities. She was one of the first to step up. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida recently following suit. I think that's one of the things that people hear about all the time. Why does China own all this land in America? Why do they have access to all these different places? Plus, the scientists at National Institutes of Health, the students that are working in studying pathogens here in the United States and then taking that information back to China. These are all areas of concern, and I think the big, beautiful bill put us on the right path.
It sure did, and we're lucky to kick off tonight's show with someone who came from the farm industry and today presides over it. All right, joining us now, the Cabinet Secretary who quarterbacked that historic counteroffensive against agro-terrorism threats in America, the United States Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Madam Secretary, great to have you on the show.
Good morning. Great to be here with you guys. Thanks so much.
It's a great honor to have you on. This is an extraordinary plan that you and the other cabinet secretaries put together. How serious was the threat? When you get in office, what did you learn about the agro-terrorism threat, and how much did it surprise you?
Well, there were a lot of things that were pretty surprising, John. The first thing was how just overall, how a lot of people, most people, didn't really consider that farm security and food security is paramount to national security. I was sort of a little stunned. I mean, you've kind of seen the narrative, and I think you've even talked about, maybe you were even one of the first ones to talk about, John, on this show, was the China, buying up all of our farmland around military bases. And then, of course, we had Doge come in, which was amazing, and help us think through all these contracts and researchers the U.S. government didn't even really know, in a lot of ways, who they were, contracting with and spending money with. And so President Trump had raised the alarm on that. But no one had really thought about it from a full kind of 360-degree view before. And so when I started digging in, and we had some bioterrorism over here, we had some mineral, supply chain issues over there, the fact that the Secretary of Ag, no matter who it is, was not on CFIUS, which is the Treasury Committee that approves the foreign purchase of business and land, etc. I mean, it was sort of one thing after another, and kind of with my team, I thought, why isn't anyone talking about this? Like, this is actually really significant threat to our national security and to America. So that's where it all came from. Started talking to Attorney General Bondi. Of course, she's got the DOJ side of things, talking to Pete Hegseth on the defense of the homeland. Obviously, I'm talking to Kristi Noem. So I said, would you guys partner with me on this? I mean, I think this is one of the magic things of President Trump's cabinet, is we all know and love each other, and we all work so closely together. And all of them said, Brooke, we are all in. Just tell us, what you want to do and how you want to do it. So that's kind of how it started. Then thinking about, and John, we've worked together for so long, that the states are the guardians at the gate. I've always believed that, and ensuring that the governors have the tools that they need. So then they came in as really important partners in this. And of course, so many champions on the Hill on the issue too. So that's really how it all came together.
Extraordinary.
Madam Secretary, let me ask you this. Obviously, the Chinese students have infiltrated American universities across the country. And when you hear about the University of Michigan having students trying to sneak in different pathogens, fungus in this case, that could potentially destroy half the corn crop, rice, wheat, everything else, how do you go ahead and control? You've got thousands, literally tens of thousands of Chinese students working in agricultural studies across this country, whether it's Michigan State, the University of Michigan, Texas A&M. Pick your university that does serious agricultural studies, and you have a big problem to try to corral and put a leash on. How do you do that?
Well, there is no doubt, and really we're just peeling the layers of the onion back right now. I mean, as part of the announcement, when we announced this big plan a couple of weeks ago, we canceled fired 70 different contractors that were from foreign nations that are adversarial, including China, but including Iran and some other nations as well. This is unbelievable that U.S. taxpayer dollars for so many years went to fund people and contracts. And let me be clear, other than what we found with those students in Michigan, we have not seen anything else nefarious. But the fact that we even have opened up these opportunities for citizens of foreign adversarial nations to be part of our university systems, to be part of our research system, that's what we have to get our arms around. And that's what President Trump has tasked us with. I think that's what the people of America voted on November 5th of last year when they put him back into the White House, was to ensure that we're keeping America and Americans safe. So we're on it. We've been canceling contracts, firing people, ensuring that we have only those with America's best interests at heart working. But this is not going to happen overnight. That's why I think this plan was so important. It puts us on a path to ensure that we are being absolutely 100% Johnny on the spot to make sure that we're doing what we need to protect America.
One of my favorite parts of the press conference that you did with the cabinet secretaries and the governors was educating the American public that farms are increasingly at risk of cybersecurity attacks. We know the Dole plant that got struck in 2023, but as farms use more smart technology, they become more and more vulnerable to cyber hackers. How big is the threat? And tell us about the great solutions you've put in place.
Well, the cybersecurity threats are real, and we certainly know that. I think we all probably have our own stories, of something getting hacked, or my old organization, America First Policy, certainly faced it. Now as a cabinet secretary, the team is now have heightened awareness. I have had some personal things happen as well. I mean, I think it's certainly, it's affected every American. But when you think about for our farmers who are producing our food supply, what they are facing every day, and as we are moving toward, as we should, more automation, more AI, understanding, that the technology is incredible. Silicon Valley and a lot of those geniuses out there have turned their efforts to agriculture and how we can basically better help support our farmers and our ranchers. But to your point, that opens up a whole new level of potential attacks from the bad guys. So we have put in place, again, more with Kristi Noem and Department of Homeland Security. She's got a great cybersecurity unit. Defense does as well. Across the government, I'm even here at the White House. We're spending a lot of time on that. The team's here. But ensuring that, again, agriculture is at the table, that those who are working on this realize that that is paramount to everything we're doing to protecting America, to making sure that our farmers and our ranchers and certainly our agriculture is protected in every way that we can, and putting in place those procedures and those policies and those plans to protect from the cyber part of this as well. We had a 7-point plan. I know that we announced this, John, what you're referring to, the cyber piece of that was a really important piece that a lot of people have not focused on, but we are hyper focused on that as well.
Yeah, important.
I'd like to stay with cyber. I'm going to stay with cybersecurity just for a bit longer at the universities, because with all of these students, they have access to all of this research and so forth, no matter which university it is. And I have to sit here and wonder, how do you protect each laptop, each bit? I mean, obviously, China has no qualms about stealing intellectual property or research for their own benefit and to the detriment of our country. It seems that that's a pretty big task as well. All those individual researchers, all those students that have links back to Beijing, that's a big task too, isn't it?
It's a really, really big task. And listen, the research by our land-grant universities is second to none. I mean, the reason that America does feed and fuel and provide fiber, not just for our own country, but for the world. And of course, now another conversation for another time, John and Steve, but what the president has done realigning the world economy around American products with the tariff-free negotiations. I mean, none of that is possible without the president leading the way and opening up these markets. And a lot of that is fueled and powered by this incredible research from all of these great American universities. But the president has talked nonstop since I was with him in the first term, since he first came down the escalator, of these real threats that are happening from people that are coming into our country, coming into our universities, being our students on the taxpayer dime, and then taking that, whatever it may be, the intellectual property, the whatever it may be, taking those back home and then potentially using them against us. These are real threats. And I think that just beginning to understand that, again, especially from my lane on the agriculture side in the last 6 months and previous to that, but now building on it to ensure that we're protecting is of key importance here.
Madam Secretary, before we let you go, you've talked a lot about the importance of making the farm economy more resilient, and there have been some major, major victories. Just in the last month, the Big Beautiful Bill and the changes to the estate tax allows families to hand down to another generation their farm without having to pay all their taxes. And then these big deals, Japan, you mentioned, in Indonesia, these are massive markets that have been closed off. How much do you think the farm economy gets an injection of resilience through these deals?
I think that we truly are moving toward a golden age for agriculture. And I'll never forget, John, I was voted and approved by the Senate on February 13th earlier this year, on my way to getting sworn in by Justice Clarence Thomas, which of course was incredible. And in that 5-minute, the drive from the Capitol to the Supreme Court, my phone rings and it's President Trump. Of course, he was watching. He's everywhere and knows everything seemingly. And he called and he said, "You tell those farmers that we are about to embark," and he used the words, "on a golden age of unprecedented prosperity," and understanding that they have been suffering for so long. We've lost so many family farms over the last 4 or 5 years. The Joe Biden years, an increase in a 30% cost of inputs for our farmers. We went from a trade surplus under Trump 1 to a $50 billion trade deficit for our ag community under Biden. I mean, these are real challenges. These farmers are having to choose between farming houses, basically, right, selling their farms for development, or trying to keep them. And whether it's President Trump realignment on tariffs, whether it is our work to bring inflation down, the cost of inputs down, but the big beautiful bill, I'm so happy, John, that you brought that up. I don't know, it was such a big and such a beautiful bill. I don't know that a lot of people realize how good it was for our farmers and ranchers. And again, talking about national security, ensuring that they have the sustainable and resilient ability to pass these farms down to their children and their children's children. But what normally would be in a farm bill, which the Biden team could not get passed in the last administration, a lot of that got passed in the bill, whether it's the inheritance tax, the death tax basically now being taken off of 2 million of our family farms, a $10 billion tax cut for our farmers and our ranchers, reference prices, which is probably, most people don't understand what that means, but for our row croppers especially, they're the ones who've been the most hurt over the last 4 years under the Biden team. All of that, 100% deductions, expense deductions, 45Z for our corn farmers. I mean, it is one win after another. And that's thanks. I mean, I've been sort of, yelling it from the rooftop, or anyone that will listen to me. But honestly, it's President Trump. His heart, his focus, his passion for the American people. But from my world, especially for the American farmer, there's nothing that's been like this, at least in my lifetime, and perhaps back to Abraham Lincoln, who started the U.S. Department of Agriculture as the People's Department, and to support our farmers and ranchers. I don't know that there will have been a president since Abraham Lincoln, and before that, since George Washington, that has been so focused on prosperity and making sure that every American has a real shot at the American dream, but making sure that our farmers and ranchers have what they need to feed our country and to feed the world.
I was at a farmer's market, and the farmer said to me, the last 6 months have been the most consequential time in farming and agriculture history in generations. You've been the quarterback of that. It's a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks so much,
John. Thank you. That's the greatest blessing to hear that. So thank you so much. And y'all do such great work. I'd love to come back on anytime. Thank y'all for having me.
Let's do it. Great honor to have you on. Secretary Rollins, thanks so much for joining us today. Folks, Steve and I have a lot more for you ahead right after these messages.
Hello, friends. As we celebrate America's birthday, it's a great time to reflect on the facts. And here's one that really matters. The freedoms that we enjoy today didn't happen by accident. They were built on the foundation of faith, family, hard work, and individual liberty. But those values don't protect themselves. They need people like you and me to stand up for them. And that's why I want to encourage you to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is working every day to defend the principles that made this country great. And right now, in honor of Independence Day, you can get 5 full years of AMAC membership for just $35. It's an incredible opportunity to stay informed with their magazine, access exclusive discounts, free resources, and most importantly, stand with millions of other Americans who believe in protecting this nation's future. So go to amac.us/justnews right now and join. This July, give America the gift of more patriots standing up for her.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
And welcome back to this special edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm Steve Gruber, co-hosting tonight with Just the News editor-in-chief John Solomon. This is part 2 of our deep dive into the threat of agricultural terrorism here in America. We know the Trump administration is taking a close look at the issue, and joining us just a short while ago to discuss was Deputy Assistant to the President, as well as Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, Dr. Seb Gorka. We have to focus on what's happening with China. We see these students coming in with pathogens to the University of Michigan and elsewhere. It could threaten as much as half of the wheat, corn, rice. It's a huge concern. What is being done about it at the White House?
Well, we can actually tell you that we understood this threat and took it very, very seriously 8 years ago. If you go back in time to the first Trump administration that I was honored to serve in as well, you just have to go online and you can find a court case that we specifically declassified all the relevant documents for, of a Chinese national found stealing U.S. corn in the middle of a cornfield in the Midwest. Why? Because of the blight resistance that we have managed to achieve with our crops here in the United States. So this isn't just terrorism, this is espionage coming out of the biggest communist nation in the world today. The good news is President Trump takes it very, very seriously, and with the likes of Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe running the CIA, Pam Bondi as AG, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, the FBI, we will not allow this to occur, and we will make sure that the national security of America includes our agriculture as well.
Yeah, it's so important, and I know the Ag Secretary, Brooke Rollins, has done a lot. I want to turn to what happened in the 4 years after the vigilance.
Sorry. I got to say, John, God bless you for mentioning her, because she is part of this team, very forward-leaning as well, so good for you.
That's a great team, and of course you too. I mean, you have made this a priority for a long time. We used to talk about it on your radio show and your TV show. I want to turn to something that happened. So there's the vigilance of the first Trump administration, then there's 4 years of Joe Biden, where it looks like more than 1,000 Chinese scientists got into the federal government, at the NIH, at FDA, and at USDA, and they all seem to be interested in pathogens and bioterrorism and bio capabilities. Was this a concerted effort by China to try to embed and find our vulnerabilities and learn our strengths?
So let me answer it for you in a very personal way, John. You know I'm a counterterrorism guy, and I've spent a quarter of a century doing this, and now I've got my dream job running counterterrorism for the most historic president of the modern age. However, and I'm going to say this on your show, even as a CT guy who has to deal with the likes of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, once you get the clearances, your TSSCI, once you're reading the President's daily briefing, you understand instantly that we will deal with all the terrorists. We will deal with Russia, with Iran, with little Kim in North Korea. But there is one strategic level threat we face as a peer or near peer competitor, and that is communist China. Period. End of story. And if you want to know the threat, you don't even need our clearances. You go online and you read the book by two former senior PLA colonels, Unrestricted Warfare. You look at what the One Belt, One Road initiative is doing. To be at war with us right now, you don't need bombs and bullets to be at war with America. You can do it with espionage, with information warfare, with economic warfare. Why is the president so driven when it comes to rare earth minerals? Because China is trying to scoop them up everywhere and make it impossible for us to maintain our security, whether it's from operating your tablet at home or the incredible weapons we recently used in Operation Midnight Hammer. All of those require rare earth minerals, and we don't want them in the hands of a communist dictatorship.
So well said.
Doctor, one of the things that is clear and has been in the front headlines recently is the ownership of farmland in America. And it's not just farmland, it's farmland that is strategically located near military bases and elsewhere. It is of great concern to many people. Some states have now outlawed China owning farmland in America. Is it time for the federal government to make that same move to make sure that Chinese nationals don't have access to our farm fields of corn, wheat, rice, whatever it may be, and easy access to the heartland of America? Should we stop this?
Food security is national security. And let's be very clear, this isn't just about land that is being used to grow crops to feed Americans. It's about suspicious purchases of huge tracts of land close to sensitive sites, whether it's military sites, whether it's signals intelligence sites, whether it's nuclear power stations. These are all national security issues. And remember, we don't have to go back very far in time when a certain man in the building behind me, called Joe Biden, the alleged president, allowed a Chinese surveillance balloon to traverse the whole of the United States, including over very sensitive sites. That is a national security threat. So you're absolutely right. We take this super seriously, and the real president right now understands the threat from China, whether it's economic, agriculture, espionage, or anything else.
Yeah, and in the last few months, you guys have taken the most sweeping actions of any president, any administration in history to start to address this. Now, executive orders and executive actions can always be reversed by someone who doesn't have the vigilance of this administration. What can Congress do to codify and make sure that future administrations can't drop the ball, look the other way, turn a blind eye, and put us at risk? For instance, should farmland purchases by foreign countries maybe be part of the CFIUS review process?
I love that. I absolutely think that's a great idea. I don't know if you've been taking calls from President Trump. I know he's very fond of you, John. I don't see why not. CFIUS doesn't fall under my mandate as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, but these are national security issues, from the grid to food security, all of them. So even if you haven't whispered in the president's ear, I may take that idea to him personally with your permission.
By all means, yeah. Thank you.
Doctor, let me ask you about this, because here's something else that comes up frequently. Where I live in Michigan, it's an agricultural state, and our concern is that these University of Michigan students that were caught at Camp Grayling photographing the Taiwanese American military exercises a few months ago, disguising themselves as journalists, and more recently, these Chinese students bringing in these pathogens, these fungus, into the United States from China. The concern is that there's no severe penalties. What about the penalties for these Chinese students? And what about anybody on this side, an American that helps them achieve their goals? We believe the penalties might need to be a lot more severe. What say you?
Well, look, my immediate boss, acting National Security Advisor, Secretary Marco Rubio, has recently, in a related issue, made me acting chair of the Federal Counter-Drone Task Force. And that's exactly what we're going to do there as well. Far too long, federal government has not taken seriously the threats that these actors, including drone operators, represent, and they often got away with a slap on the wrist or a misdemeanor. We've changed that with the June 6 EO the president has signed. So if you're a malefactor, if you're a malicious actor, whether you're bringing, deadly fungi into the United States, stealing samples of our blight-resistant agricultural crops, or flying drones close to sensitive sites, you're not going to get away with a fine or a misdemeanor slap on the wrist. We're going to use the full extent of the law against you, because these are all national security issues. You cross that line and we will come down on you like the hammers of hell, because you are endangering American citizens.
and a lot more straight ahead. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back, America. We're going to continue on this special discussion about the threats of agro-terrorism and all that's being done in the last few months in Washington. I'm joined tonight, a special guest as my host, the one and only Steve Gruber. And now we're going to be joined by a member of the House Agriculture Committee who has really been on the front lines of advocating for farmers and particularly digging down on this issue. We heard from Brooke Rollins what the Trump administration did. You're going to be surprised how much Congress has gotten done in the last few weeks on this issue and the farmers in general. Joining us now from the great state of North Carolina, one of our favorite guests, Congressman Mark Harris. Congressman, good to have you back on the show.
John, it's great to be with you and with Steve as well. And thank you both for the work you're doing in getting this information out and on the forefront of what we're trying to do.
It's exciting. It's something that has been lingering as a concern for a long time, and it probably didn't get the attention needed. Now it's got attention on steroids, which is great. The big, beautiful bill did some pretty amazing things for agro-terrorism, biosafety in the Farm Bill. Because there's so much in it, it might have got lost. Tell us what you managed to get in there and what it does for the farmers and the food safety of this country.
Well, as you know, we recognize that we've got this serious issue that's going on with China that is almost issuing a sort of multi-front attack on America right under our noses. And we recognize that, and we recognize that we've got to do something. This administration, as we've said, Brooke Rollins has been really a champion in leading this. And even in that cabinet meeting a few weeks ago, When she was asked about the things that were front and center on her plate, she held up that map that showed the farmland that Chinese owned across our country and in many of our states. And so that certainly has called a great attention to the problem that we've got. But Congress has sought to respond, and I'm very excited that there were several things that were part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, one of them being the fact that it provides $1.5 billion over the next decade to livestock biosecurity. And I think this is extremely important to all of our farmers and to the whole food safety issue here in our country. So we're excited about that. We're also excited that the One Big Beautiful Bill invests $125 million per year for the Agriculture Research Facilities Act. And this is going to help our universities that focus on agriculture to be able to really have the latest and be able to lead the world when it comes to security, when it comes to innovation. We're going to be there leading at the forefront. And so Congress wants to respond. We want to get the right things where they need to be for our agriculture industry in this country and for our farmers. And this is leading edge stuff.
Huge. It sure is.
Of agricultural land in America, because it's not just agricultural land that is of concern, it's where they buy it in close proximity to military bases. I've seen a couple of states, South Dakota and Florida, come to mind where they have basically outlawed the idea that China and Chinese citizens can own land. Why can we not do that at the federal level, or can we do that? Can we get legislation passed, bipartisan legislation, to ban the ownership, maybe not just of China, but of other foreign countries? We can't go to China and buy land. I can't go to Mexico and buy land. Why do we allow that here?
Well, I agree with you, Steve. I think it's something we've got to take a long, hard look at and look at outlawing it. To your point, my home state of North Carolina has been looking at this issue. They've actually had a bill introduced that says that if you're within 75 miles of a military base in North Carolina, you cannot, China cannot own land around that base. I think that's important not only for China, but for any of our adversaries to not be able to own the land. And to your point, and I think this president understands it with his whole reciprocal pieces in his trade agreements, we can't go over to China and buy land. So why in the world should they be allowed to come in here and purchase it as well? So you raise a great point. I think there are issues that we've got to begin to look at and take action on because this is important for our security.
Yeah, there's no doubt. One of the things that we've highlighted over the last few months, Congressman, here at Just the News and Real America's Voice, is the large number of scientists that came from countries of concern, predominantly China, but also Iran, that were getting embedded in the NIH and the USDA. Since we started that reporting, NIH has looked at over 1,000 scientists, and they're doing extreme vetting, and they're going to start to pull the visas. Brooke Rollins announced on the top of the show she's already pulled the visas for 70 such contractors and scientists there at USDA. Is it something that Congress may need to put tighter rules on the NIH and these scientific organizations to make sure they don't let enemy scientists come into our country?
Oh, I think that would be a very wise move. And I think, frankly, when we continue to look at this whole immigration issue, there are more and more things just like that we've got to be pinpointing and taking the necessary steps and looking at it. There's so many different ways with legal immigration to come into this country, but we've got to be very careful with who is coming into our border. We saw that with the whole bioterrorism issue just recently with the folks coming in Michigan with the fungus that they were going to bring in, and how dangerous that was going to be to the agriculture industry. And there's certainly some history to that from 1984 when there was an international salmonella contamination by just a religious group there in the Dulles, Oregon, that affected over 750 people. So I think when you see some of the things that have happened historically, it's something that we've got to keep in mind and be far more careful in who we're allowing into this country.
Yeah, I think we need to be leery of those college kids. I agree with that. I live in Michigan, so it hits close to home. I do want to ask you about something else, though, that I think is important when it comes to the food supply in America. That's the Chinese ownership of Smithfield, for example. That's one of the biggest packing plants in America. China today in America owns something like 25 or 30% of all the hogs alive in America today are actually Chinese owned because they're owned by Smithfield. So by extension, you have that. You also have Syngenta one of the biggest seed producers in the world, owned by the Chinese. I see that would be a considerable risk worthy of consideration as well. What would you say?
Well, I think it certainly is something we consider. Now, we have Smithfield here in North Carolina. I've had the opportunity to go and tour their packing plant there and see what is done, a number of jobs there in eastern North Carolina. But you certainly raise a great point, because we just went through a thing just a few years ago where the whole hog farm situation was being turned upside down here in North Carolina by big attorney firms that were coming in and creating havoc. But I think ownership of those companies that are part of our food supply is something that certainly is game and needs to be on the table. And we need to be having those conversations.
Sir, one of the ways that our farms can be made more resilient against this competition and sometimes very serious agro-terrorism threat is just making the farm economy more resilient. You did that a lot with the Big Beautiful Bill. There are just so many provisions in there, including a change in the inheritance tax that keeps farms in families for a long time. But the next big one coming up is going to be the Farm Bill. Tell us how important it is and what sort of momentum you may have to achieve some more stuff in that bill.
Well, John, you're exactly right. The Farm Bill is something that really should have been approved back in 2024. Congress was unable to get it passed. And so here we are facing it once again. The chairman of the Agriculture Committee, G.T. Thompson, has done a really good job, I think, in strategically planning how we are moving the Farm Bill forward. As part of the Big Beautiful Bill, while we had that opportunity in front of us to do reconciliation, we took care of a large part of the Farm Bill, not only dealing with SNAP, which oftentimes becomes a real sticking point when we're trying to do the things we need to do for our farms across this country. And by taking care of that in the One Big Beautiful Bill and reconciliation, we now are facing things that I think really do have momentum, really should have bipartisan support, so that we can make sure that we get what Chairman is calling kind of the skinny Farm Bill, or a 2.0 passed later this year. So I'm confident that we're going to be able to get there. We've been working hard over these last couple of weeks. We've been having hearings and getting ready for that. So I feel like there's a lot of momentum, and looking forward, hopefully, to seeing that get over the finish line for all of our farmers. They need to know that we're there. We need to know that support is there. But again, as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, we took a big chunk, or a down payment, if you will, on finishing the Farm Bill before the end of the year.
It's most impressive, getting things done. Perhaps some of the most improvements in over a generation of American farm policy. Some pretty big stuff. Congressman, as always, we love having you on the show. Thanks for giving us such an important update. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We got another good one right around the corner. One of the best China experts this country has ever produced. Gordon Schenkel joined us. I'll delve into more about what China's plans to replace the U.S. as the world's global food superpower are. They'll tell you what they really plan to do with us. That's next, right after these messages.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Mama, look.
It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much? American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
And welcome back, everyone, to this special edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm Steve Gorka, co-hosting with my good friend John Solomon tonight. We are doing part 2 into our deep dive around agricultural terrorism and the concerns that they pose for us. As we've already discussed, we know China is behind a lot of the plots around hurting American agriculture. And we know why. Because it hurts America's food supply. What better way to make your adversary weaker than by making them hard to find food? It's a terrifying concern that could become a reality. Another terrifying reality is what would happen for the rest of the world if there was famine in America. Joining me now to discuss this is China expert and the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, Gordon G. Chang. You can find him on X at Gordon G. Chang. Gordon, nice to see you again. Thank you for spending time with us here tonight. Let's jump right into this. If America had a famine, because we've seen the Chinese and their tentacles reach into the agricultural sector, and one of their objectives would be to damage American agriculture. If that happened, if we lost 30% of our crop, half our crop, what would it mean, not just for us, but for the rest of the world?
This would be a shock that would reverberate everywhere. We have to just look at something which was small, which was the start of the war in Ukraine. That shocked agriculture around the world for 2 reasons. First of all, wheat prices tripled. And second of all, fertilizer prices increased as well because Ukraine produces urea, a main component for much of the world's fertilizer. So we saw what happened there. And the United States, which is a much bigger agricultural player, the effect would be so much greater. So we already have an example of what could happen, and we can just multiply that.
Yeah, great point. Gordon, I want to ask a little bit about what's happened since the last time we had a conversation about this. Obviously, 5 cabinet secretaries got together. They announced a pretty sweeping plan, everything from cybersecurity to farm land purchase reviews for foreigners. What's your assessment of that plan, what Trump rolled out, and where are the gaps where Congress and the administration still need to fill in to better fortify our food supply?
Well, first of all, it's really important for the federal government to realize this is an issue. So the National Farm Security Action Plan that Brooke Rollins announced was really important because it's getting people to think about these things. In terms of the gaps, I believe that no Chinese national should own farm or ranch land in the United States, whether it's near a military facility or not. And there are a lot of reasons for that. So far, the United States hasn't gone that far because we're talking about expropriation of land for sales. But that's something that I think that we absolutely need to do because we know of malign Chinese activities on farm and ranch land. And it doesn't take too much imagination to think what the Chinese could do when they give the go signal to their agents, their operatives, and their soldiers in their networks already in this country.
Wow.
Gordon, let me dive into this part of it because what we saw that really raised a red flag for a lot of us were University of Michigan students caught with pathogens with fungus in their possession coming back into the United States from China with the idea of exploring what these funguses could do. That's the concern. But my concern goes to cybersecurity. What about all these students? What about all these college students who are invested in Chinese agriculture and so forth? How easy are their computers hacked? We know China will steal intellectual property at will. They don't care. They'll do it. And if they could break into computers that have research in it, that's another weak point in the chain, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. And we just saw this with the revelation that Microsoft was using engineers in China to work on Defense Department programs. And those engineers in China were basically unsupervised. They had what's called digital escorts, but those digital escorts really didn't know what the Chinese engineers were doing in many cases. You know, Microsoft software is used across the United States. Just a couple days ago, there were hacks on about 400 networks in our country, and including in the Department of Energy. This is Department of Energy. It's not just oil and gas wells. It's also nuclear weapons. And in fact, the agency inside the Department of Agency responsible for our nukes was in fact hacked. So clearly, when you talk about agriculture, you talk about anything else, the Chinese basically have their run of our networks until we can eliminate these back doors that have been put in because we have been completely oblivious.
Yeah, that's the problem. Ignorance has been one of our greatest weaknesses, Gordon. One of the things we talked about earlier in the show with Seb Gorka, the counterterrorism director, is the idea that maybe long-term something like CFIUS being required to review any foreign land transaction, whether it's agriculture or near a military base. Is that a path to take? What are some of the ideas to make sure that these land purchases aren't part of a strategic non-kinetic war against us?
We know that the CFIUS process was broken. And we know that because, for instance, the Chinese food processor, Fufeng, was able to purchase land within 12 miles of Grand Forks Air Force Base, which is important because Grand Forks has satellite uplinks and also links to drones. And Grand Forks was not on a list of sensitive military bases that gave CFIUS jurisdiction. So they didn't have any jurisdiction over that really critical purchase. Now, that is being remedied, but nonetheless, we need blanket rules.
Gordon G. Chang here with us. The urgency needs to be ramped up here. We need to take this very seriously. Gordon, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Yeah, good to have you.
Well, thank you so much, guys.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Welcome back, America, to this special edition of Just the News, No Noise. We've been diving deep for a second month now into the very serious issue of agro-terrorism and food safety. A lot has happened in the month since we began this conversation. And a lot happened on this show today. I want to bring in my amazing co-host for the night, Steve Gruber, whose idea it was to do this collaboration. I'm so grateful for it. Steve, we heard from the Agriculture Secretary. We got a sense of what Congress was going to do. But I thought some big ideas came out in the conversation. The idea that maybe we treat farmland and farm technology like a special asset that has to be reviewed by CFIUS, maybe banning outright China's ability to buy farmland. There are some big ideas put on the table tonight.
There certainly were. I'll go back to Seb Gorka. The idea, and you said it, John, we need to vet these people. We need to vet the students that are coming in. University of Michigan, obviously, at the forefront with those students trying to bring in that fungus and potentially damage the food supply here because it could take out half the corn, wheat, beans, rice, and how devastating would that be, not just here, but around the world? Yeah. And I think that's incredibly important. And you point out those 1,000 scientists floating around that are Chinese nationals, Chinese citizens of places like the National Institutes of Health. And I say, what are we thinking? We now know that China had access to computer systems in America dating back many years now by way of Bill Gates and Microsoft having access. And you just have to wonder, China has no qualms about stealing intellectual property. They have no qualms about taking what they learn here. And if they went back to China and made crops that were resistant to fungus or other pathogens, and then let those pathogens go here in America or in Argentina or Ukraine or some of the other places that produce tremendous amounts of food in this world, I mean, the effects could be devastating. So I really like what you and Seb Gorka were talking about. Let's vet these people. We can't just let them come in, oh, I'm a student. We need to do better. We need to do better.
Yeah, we do. And I think there's a down payment now on a real strategy that Brooke Rollins and the other cabinet secretaries, Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth unveiled early this month, about a couple weeks after our special, but much more still needs to be done. One area that I wasn't thinking about until today was the vulnerability of our farming industry to hackers and cybersecurity. Our farming industry is becoming automated. AI is going to make it even more automated, whether it's automated dairy machines or automated tractors in the field. They're vulnerable just like all of our other connected devices in the world. Brooke Rollins really seemed to have her finger on that pulse and making sure that we get ahead of that before that becomes a crisis.
Well, I've had the privilege, John. I don't know the last time you were in the cab of a big John Deere tractor. And first of all, they're as big as a battleship. Some of these tractors, they're gigantic. And they can plug in everything. You've got your geo-tracking systems, you got your AI. You can do these giant fields in Illinois and Iowa and all over this country. And basically, you're there as it's completely automated. The machine's moving, and yes, there's a human being in it. But because of that, it's connected to satellites, it's connected to the cloud, it's connected to all these computer systems. And if the Chinese or anybody else can figure out, well, they're planting this at this rate with this seed, and some of these seeds, as I mentioned, Syngenta providing the seed, there's a lot of place in there for some monkey business, for lack of a better term, where they could play with how we plant things, how we don't plant things, what fertilizer gets used, what seeds get used, and they can all get and extract this information. And that high-tech system, we love it, it helps us, but it also has some vulnerabilities, clearly.
It seemed like today we got a good sense that Congress isn't sure what it's going to do yet. We got to get a better focus on it. Where do you think Congress goes? It's a really important piece of legislation. Normally it was automatic. Last year we whiffed on it.
Well, we've had some good years and bad years for the Farm Bill. Debbie Stabenow, the former senator of my state, usually was at the forefront there. She's retired, of course. I just hope we can, and excuse me for this, I hope we can plant the seeds for security in our agricultural sector going forward. It's important. It feeds the world, not just America, but the world. We have to be sensitive to that. We have to be mindful of that. We have to keep our eye on the ball, even with all these other things going on. And boy, it's been a busy news cycle, but nothing more important than the food supply of this country for us and for everybody else.
All right, folks, that'll wrap up our special conversation today about agro-terrorism and food security. We'll have the weekend. We'll be back on Monday for regular programming.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. And here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're gonna take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Now go ahead, you tap that. That link's gonna take you to this deal right now. Now, see, these kits can last up to 25 years, they taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, it's buy one, get one free, so that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you'll get that second one absolutely free.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. So as we continue to break down the Russian collusion hoax, we now have clear evidence that Barack Obama served as the mastermind, as President Obama led the treasonous attempt to take down Donald Trump, both before and after Trump took office. So, of course, we want accountability. We may never get it. I've been telling you this. And especially we may never get it when it comes to Barack Obama. President Trump even acknowledged this. Presidential immunity is a very strong argument.
Probably helped him a lot, the immunity ruling. But it doesn't help the people around him at all. But it probably helped him a lot. He's done criminal acts. There's no question about it. But he has immunity, and it probably helped him a lot.
A great agreement you're looking to find, too.
He owes me big. Obama owes me big.
Obama owes me big, the president says. The reality is, though, if we don't get Obama, there are others who need to pay for their crimes. James Comey, John Brennan, Clapper, and so many more. But there are many others that are not being talked about. Men and women who I believe actually served as virtual double agents during President Trump's first term. These were individuals who were supposedly serving President Trump while actually undermining him. Now, remember this, folks. All of the documents that we're now getting from the CIA through Tulsi Gabbard, we could have seen 8 years ago, okay? Trump's first intel team could have exposed Obama's plot to steal America through the Russian collusion hoax, but didn't. So let's go through the list. The top of the list, who I really have serious questions about, is former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Remember, Pompeo was Trump's CIA director before his appointment to lead the State Department. He had access to John Brennan's notes about Obama ordering a new fake intel assessment that would damage Trump. He had access to every CIA file, files we are only just now seeing. Why? And yet no one is asking Pompeo to explain himself. Why didn't he declassify the Russiagate files? Instead, nearly everyone is giving Pompeo a pass, even folks the mainstream media.
This narrative that somehow President Trump or Donald Trump was a Russian asset or connected to Putin or that Putin had some goods on him has always been false. It's always been known to be false, and yet was distributed by the mainstream media and by a White House that was determined to push back against the lost election.
So then that begs the question, why didn't you, sir, Mr. Secretary, counter that narrative you just spelled out when you led the CIA? Why didn't you declassify everything? Release everything then? You didn't do any of it. You didn't fight to release these documents that now prove Obama and company tried to orchestrate a coup. Instead, while President Trump's head of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, fought to keep all this information classified, secret, you would think the mainstream media would jump at the chance to hang one of President Trump's key figures in his administration out to dry. But instead, the media doesn't ask him any questions. In fact, it seems like it protects him. That's curious to me. See, I believe Mike Pompeo, a career Washington insider, I would also put him as a deep stater, was more concerned about protecting the CIA's image than he was about protecting Trump and exposing the widespread corruption inside the CIA. If people inside Trump's first administration would have done their jobs, we would never have had a Biden presidency. Remember that. So Ted Cruz, the senator from Texas, is right when he says this.
The criminal liability will start is with members of the Obama administration who went under oath before Congress and lied, flat out lied. We know Jim Clapper has lied repeatedly, and that will be the beginning of the investigation. Also fabricating evidence. That investigation needs to play out. This is a very important new trove of information.
All right, but Senator, let's also focus on Trump traitors that could have exposed all this a long time ago, like Pompeo. And like the woman who took over for Mike Pompeo at the CIA, Gina Haspel, we've talked about her. She was Pompeo's right hand. And oh, by the way, she was the CIA station chief in England where the now debunked Steele dossier originated. Here's Kash Patel on Last Year with Gateway Pundit founder Jim Hoft.
And who are the players behind it? And I've always said Gina Haspel is one of the leading Russiagate architects who's remained behind the scenes. She would go on to become Trump's director of the Central Intelligence Agency. But if you rewind the clock back, and this is something I've told Schellenberg and Taibbi about and many others, in 2016, when Russiagate was launched in England, Gina Haspel was the CIA station chief for England, the #1 intel officer in the United Kingdom.
Folks, we know they're using Russiagate to sink President Trump. So who in the freaking world approves that woman to run the CIA? The reality is she had to have been on Team Obama. And she, too, never fought to have the Russian collusion case declassified. Why?
That not only were U.S. FBI and IC officials involved in bumping operations in England, but possibly other intel allies overseas. And none of that could have happened without Gina Haspel's authorization. So she's the one that helped launch Russiagate, and nobody's questioned her as to why.
Now she's leading the CIA for President Trump. How does a woman like Gina Haspel even get close to President Trump? It's because President Trump let too many wolves into the White House during his first term. Think about it. Trump's first chief of staff, John Kelly, also opposed declassification of these documents. He stopped any attempt to root out loyal Obama holdovers. He approved the hiring of the people inside the Trump administration that opposed the America First agenda. And don't forget Attorney General Jeff Sessions. He recused himself from the Russia investigation, giving the deep state total free rein. AG Sessions seemed to support his deputy AG, another Obama loyalist named, you ready for this, Rod Rosenstein. Yes, I'm sure you remember him. These are now Trump insiders who were all part of the D.C. elite class that hated Trump. Remember, Rosenstein signed off on the unconstitutional FISA warrant renewals against Trump allies, even after knowing the Steele dossier was junk. He allowed the DOJ to pursue the Russian collusion hoax long after it should have been shut down. All of these so-called Trump allies were nothing of the sort. So, yes, I want them held accountable as much as I do the main Obama players. And lastly, there is one more to talk about. H.R. McMaster, Trump's first-term national security advisor, a man who literally purged America First loyalists from the National Security Council. He, too, opposed any declassification of the Russia collusion hoax. And even worse, while working for Trump, he would never publicly denounce the Trump-Russia collusion narrative, even though he knew it was false. And by him not denouncing it, he gave it more power. These people are traitors, and there are more of them. And they, like the Obama co-conspirators, must be outed and exposed, and at the very least, prosecuted as well. I want to bring in now founder and editor of the Gateway Pundit. You just saw him there. Jim Hoft is with me. Jim, welcome to the program.
Great to be with you, Grant.
Well, Jim, it's great to have... Well, thank you, and great interview with Kash Patel. Your thoughts about Trump's first term, because it is curious, all the documents were there, sitting in CIA headquarters, that we're now receiving. What do you make of it all?
Well, I think it started with Jeff Sessions. I'm so glad you mentioned him. He gets into office, he gets sworn in, and the first thing he did was recuse himself from the Russia investigation. The very first thing. So we don't know what he did with his time, because that was the focus of everything in the whole country, in the media, in Washington, D.C. And he turned that over to these hacks who went after Trump. Jeff Sessions is guilty as sin. And then the gall of that guy to try to run for senator of Alabama again, that was disgusting. I'm so glad he's not around. You know, I also am glad you mentioned Rod Rosenstein. I recall when Rod Rosenstein went to testify in front of the Senate, Lindsey Graham had promised that he was going to call these different officials in. He finally called in Rod Rosenstein, and then they gave him a cakewalk, you know, through his testimony. It was absolutely disgusting. Rod Rosenstein, when President Trump went on a foreign trip over to Europe, he announced the arrest of some Russian, you know, people who worked in a Russian, internet building somewhere. It was nonsense. It was complete nonsense. And he did that to disrupt President Trump's foreign policy. These people are wicked. I'm so glad that you're pointing that out, and I do hope that we see justice.
Which then leads me to believe, Jim, that these people may have known what was at play when Obama, Clapper, and Comey were doing all of their misdeeds, and maybe they were covering for them while they were in the Trump administration from the inside.
I think you're absolutely right. I think he had, you know, the foxes were in the hen house, and Trump didn't know any better. And he trusted these people that were promoted, and that people had said you need to hire these, you know, these different characters. He trusted that his sources were giving him good, honest information, and they weren't. They were setting him up. We saw that throughout the first administration. And I do have to say, thank God, this time we're seeing something completely the opposite. We have a J.D. Vance, we have Tulsi Gabbard, we have Marco Rubio, who's just a wonderful surprise, and several others who are stepping up to the plate. Pete Hegseth, you could go on and on. It's a different crew. Trump learned a lot the first time, and it doesn't look like he's going to make the same mistakes this time.
Yeah, which is thankfully a very, very good thing. I want to ask you about Mike Pompeo, because that may be the most controversial one that I bring up. I think he's thinking about running for president in 2028. I've got my concerns. He was head of the CIA. He goes to state. He did a pretty decent job as Secretary of State. But I think he, too, knew the whole background and didn't help President Trump and really stayed quiet up until the very end before this past November when President Trump won.
Absolutely. You know, another thing that Mike Pompeo did recently was go to Ukraine and speak about and go directly against the President Trump, and push for more arms and to continue the war and to defeat Russia. This isn't President Trump's plan. That wasn't President Trump he was promoting. That was his own vision. And so I thought that was shocking that he went over there and did that. So I do think you're right. There were rumblings that he was going to run in 2024, and then Trump announced, and then now maybe 2028. Maybe he thinks he can win it in 2028. I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, Jim Hoft, it's always great to talk to you. You do such great work over at the Gateway Pundit. I'm honored to be affiliated with your website where my podcast airs. And thank you for coming on, as always, as we break down this ever-developing story.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely, Jim. Thank you. All right, folks, as we move on now, I want to give an update on this little feud between President Trump and Jerome Powell over how much money is being spent to rebuild the construction of the Federal Reserve. Watch.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
I don't know why, but I love that clip. And in fact, a little tease ahead. We're going to play it during the body language segment later on in the program today. But President Trump was right. Jerome Powell was trying to do a little misdirection there. That, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. President. This is President Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff correcting Jerome Powell and the mainstream media, by the way.
Who was responsible for giving the president accurate information about what the cost is? Because Fed Chair Jay Powell was correcting them on live.
No, he wasn't. What the president pulled out of his pocket. No, the president pulled out of his pocket a page from the FOIA request of the Fed's own internal documents that is available on their website.
So
it's available for
their third building. You're saying he's wrong?
No, what the president is saying is the entire construction project that's going on, which is a build and renovation project over the last number of years, is currently at $3.1 billion.
Do you hear? That was Caitlin Collins asking the question, who was the one responsible for giving the president inaccurate information? He didn't have any inaccurate information. The budget is posted on the Federal Reserve's website exactly backing up what President Trump says. And it actually gets even worse if you want to do what Powell does and break down building by building. Listen to this.
But these are the numbers that have come from the Fed, and they are entirely correct. This renovation, the combination of all of the headquarter buildings, is a $3 billion, and the overrun just for the two buildings, we want to talk about just those two, in the Chairman Powell, the overrun just for those two buildings is $1 billion. $1
billion. I told you. You could build Cowboys Stadium today for $1.9 billion, and that's like walking through a fancy hotel, and it's a football stadium. And yet the Federal Reserve needs $3.1 billion to build its complex out. Something is wrong in Washington, but I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. President Trump now is issuing a serious warning to Hamas, telling Israel that, hey, you know what? It's time to finish the job, that Hamas cannot be trusted, and he's fed up with them going back on their word.
Well, the Gaza situation, and I said this was going to happen when you get down to your last 10 or 20. We got a lot of hostages out. We took them out in numbers that nobody believed, a lot of them. And I said, when you get down to 10 or 20, I don't think Hamas is going to make a deal, because that means they have no protection. And basically, that's what happened. Hamas didn't want to make a deal.
How do you think that go down?
I think what's going to happen is they're going to be hunted down.
They're going to be hunted down, and nobody can do it like Israel can. Well, of course, the United States does it the best, but Israel's pretty darn good at it. Leftists claim that we're not getting aid to the Gazans. That's absolutely false. There's all kinds of aid going in there. It turns out, if you take a look at this video, this is footage of looting. If you can play that clip. This is footage of looting. Hamas literally beating up Gazans to get the aid that is coming in. But leftists, Democrats in the United States, don't want to tell you what's really going on here. The State Department spokesperson will.
We have been dedicated to getting those 90 million meals into Gaza in a way where it has not been looted by Hamas. We have been dedicated to getting aid into Gaza. It is something that the Secretary and the President have talked about, worked for. These discussions of getting more aid into Gaza have been part of that ceasefire we are hoping for. But again, the blame of this lies at the feet of Hamas, and that is the fact of the matter.
All right, I want to bring in now to discuss all of this Air Force retired Lieutenant Colonel. He's now a congressional candidate for Nevada. David Flippo is with us. Colonel, great to have you on the program.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So when President Trump says, hey, it's time to finish the job, how do you think this plays out?
Well, it is. It's actually, it's amazing Hamas still has the authority that they do in Gaza. The people of Gaza, it's probably time for them to rise up. There can't be too many of the Hamas left. But, we've already destroyed Hezbollah. The Houthis aren't doing a whole lot now. Obviously, they lost their Iranian backing. And, Hamas is on the tail end of their existence, in my opinion. And President Trump's exactly right. if they give up the rest of the hostages, what's to stop anything from happening? But I think at this point, with what's going on and what you just showed with the food aid coming through and how Hamas is taking that from the civilian population, is exactly the type of people they are. So, look, Hamas had 20 years to integrate with the rest of the world and into society and build Gaza up into something that could have competed on the international stage. But instead, they chose hatred. They chose to attack. And the October 7th thing is exactly the type of people they are. That's what happens after 20 years of education and hatred.
I think, Lieutenant, it's clear that jihadists literally, they will die for their cause. That's why they're called jihadists, I guess. President Trump made this clear as well. They don't want peace. They want their way or everyone else around them dead. Listen to President Trump here.
Yeah, Gaza, they pulled out of Gaza. They pulled out in terms of negotiating. It was too bad. Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die, and it's very, very bad.
Look, the strike on Iran severely debilitated many of those terrorist organizations that surround Israel. How bad did it debilitate Hamas? I mean, you think they can actually be destroyed, or is this just going to be a war we're going to be fighting for generations?
No, I think that we have to go in there, or the Israelis need to go in there and just rout out all of Hamas, right? It's going to take some effort. It's going to take some ground troops. But Hamas has to go away. For Gaza or any peace in Israel to happen, they need to elect a representative that's going to get them back into the international community. And Hamas is not that, because Hamas is supported by Iran. And luckily now that Iran does not have what they have, and they can't support the Hamas and Hezbollah and Houthis anymore, we're going to see a big change, and it's going to be drastic. But that's the only way we get back to peace in the Middle East. Yeah. Because, like I said, after 20 years, they've proven what they are. They've proven they don't want to be part of society. They don't want to be part of the international organization. They want it their way or no way.
Well, so very, very true. Lieutenant Colonel David Flippo, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Folks, let me just give you a quick little rundown of what the left talks about. They literally push false narratives about starving Gazans when it's Hamas that's basically starving them to death. Listen to this, cut 18.
As we gather here today, there is a man-made mass starvation taking place in Gaza. It is completely morally unacceptable. The United States must not be complicit. The Netanyahu government has denied from March to May any food.
All right, I can't take. I want to give you a little taste of that. When literally I showed you the video of Hamas looting the Gazans, when you have tons and tons and tons of aid coming in there, you've got trucks parked outside, Hamas will not let them in. This is why Hamas needs to be destroyed and be done with this once and for all. All right, folks, it's time now to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They fight for every single American, and they fight every single day to defend the values that built this nation: faith, family, freedom, and common sense. Right now, in honor of our nation's independence, AMAC is offering 5 full years of membership for just $35. You'll get their top-notch magazine, exclusive discounts, free resources, but most importantly, you'll be part of a movement to keep America strong. So do more than wave the flag. Stand up for it and go to amac.us/grant. Do what I did and join right now. All right, as Democrats defend criminal aliens, we talk about the countless children whose voices went literally unanswered, okay? We'll explain next.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Welcome back, everyone. I want you to take a quick look at this video. There is a Honduran illegal alien. You see what he's doing there? He is grabbing a woman that we are being told is a sex trafficking victim, and he is bringing that woman back into captivity as she tried to escape him. Well, that man, the Honduran illegal, apparently we are learning, has been protected by the Biden administration. They stopped him from being deported, okay? That's a big problem. So now the Trump administration wants him out of here. That's a good thing. We are also learning about the children that have been set free into the United States with no real proof of who they're with, whether they're parents. Many of them have totally disappeared. We were originally told the number was 320,000 minors let in to the United States and set free. We're now being told by Stephen Miller, close confidant of President Trump inside the White House, that that number is much higher. Listen.
Well, so here's another one for you, Sean. On top of all of that, we now believe the true number of missing children that Joe Biden trafficked into the country, the Democrats trafficked into the country, is 450,000. Not 320, wow. 450. The Democrats have committed crimes for which they can never be forgiven, Sean. And Donald Trump is cleaning it up. Donald Trump is cleaning it up right now.
Let me say it again. Stephen, they have blood on their hands. They'll have more blood.
Now, we were the first to tell you about this very troubling story, that as these children were come in, they were simply given a hotline number. Hey, if anything goes wrong, call the hotline. Well, thanks to the work of Eli Crane in a recent congressional hearing, we found out that 65,000 of those calls to the hotline went totally unanswered. Apparently, these kids were brought into the United States with no checks, no background checks, just trust that they would be handed over to somebody that would take care of them. That was a big mistake. 65,000 pleas for help go unanswered. How hard was it for someone to just take one of these kids? Listen to this.
Also said, Ms. Hopper, that according to your research, it was easier to adopt a pet or a dog than it was to get one of these children. Is that what you said?
I said that it was easier to get a child, yes, than to adopt a dog. You actually had to provide more paperwork to adopt a pet from a pet shelter than you did to sponsor a child.
So it's no wonder tens of thousands of calls come into the hotline, hoping the United States government will help these trafficked children. 65,000 calls go unanswered. You want to know who we failed? We failed this young child. Listen to this story.
One case where a child's call was reporting that grown men were coming into his room at night and they were touching him. Nothing happened with that call. That call went unanswered until this administration took office, went through those 65,000 calls, made follow-ups, conducted a welfare check, and now that child has been rescued and that sponsor has been arrested. These are the safeguards that were put in place, but accountability and oversight was not had.
And they call us and President Trump the racist ones. Literally, I believe, saving the lives of these young children where Biden put them all in danger and I am sure cost many of them. I want to bring in now RAV border correspondent Ben Bergquam. He knows this topic all too well. Ben, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Grant.
Ben, what do you make of this story? 65,000 hotline calls going unanswered. You hear the story of one of the calls where we couldn't help this kid until Trump gets into office. What do you make of all this?
Well, just to put it in perspective, a couple things. Remember back to when I had an active terror suspect that had come in from Afghanistan. I met a guy from Iran who said the guy in the camp was here. He was a terrorist. He admitted to being a terrorist. He gave a fake name. It took me an hour and a half to get somebody on the phone to actually take it seriously. I was basically told by Homeland Security that unless I knew the guy's exact address, where he was, and his actual name, that they wouldn't even take the report. That was for an active terror suspect. You compare that to the children. Joe Biden not only stopped doing biometric testing on these kids that were recycled. As an example, I found one child, one case that Border Patrol told me that a child in Yuma, Arizona was recycled 13 times. That means an adult brought that child across, sent that child back to Mexico. Another adult brought that child across, did whatever they wanted them to, sent that child back to Mexico. That was before biometric testing under President Trump. Joe Biden ended biometric testing, and I interviewed somebody from the unaccompanied minors program that had to stay anonymous right after Joe Biden took office. Not only did they stop the biometrics testing, they stopped background checks on everybody in the household. President Trump, they used to check not just the parents, the adults that these children were going to, but they were checking everybody in that household. Joe Biden stopped that. Joe Biden operated the largest child trafficking ring in world history, and it came right through our southern border. Every single one of these people that was involved with this needs to be arrested. And we're just touching the tip of that iceberg, Grant, on just how bad this was. When we start getting the real stories of what was done to these children, once they got in, once we actually start finding them and returning them back to their actual parents, it's just the tip of the iceberg. It is absolutely criminal what happened.
Ben, let me play a clip for you. We told Art Del Cueto, former Border Patrol agent, now with the Border Patrol Council, I know he's a friend of yours like he is mine, about all these calls going unanswered for help from these kids. Apparently there was only one staffer tasked with answering these calls, as they're getting thousands of them. This was his reaction to us telling him about that.
65,000 phone calls. 65,000 times kids called because they were in danger. and it was ignored by the Biden administration. Think about that. Think about those children and how desperate and the despair that they felt that they were able to communicate and make those phone calls because they were promised, make this call if there's problems. And they went unanswered. That is just the most disgusting thing.
Ben, I know you agree with him. Let's leave it with some hopefulness. Tell me, if you can, 30, 45 seconds, the difference now with the Trump administration and what you're seeing as they try to rescue these children.
Well, first I want to start with the dark spot, because that is the kids, 65,000 are the ones that actually had the courage to call. There were tens of thousands more that were afraid for their lives that never were able to make that phone call. But the bright news is we're finding those children. President Trump, ICE, all of the agencies in America now are tasked with finding those children. We are doing that, and we've stopped the bleeding on our southern border. And that's the difference. President Trump is America first, but he's also child first. And that's what's happening now. I just pray for the ones that are still in these demons' hands that we can get them before it's too late.
I join those prayers right there with you. Ben Bergquam, you do fabulous work. Thank you for coming on. I hope you get some rest this weekend, buddy.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Absolutely. You got it. Nobody works harder than that man. I tell you, that guy is all over the place. All right. Jerome Powell looked a little squeamish standing next to President Trump yesterday. We told you we'd do it. We're going to discuss the body language of this interaction next.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today. Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246. That's 800-899-6246. Again, 800-899-6246.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everyone. So I was fascinated with this interaction between President Trump and Jerome Powell when they were having this little disagreement about how much the renovations of the Federal Reserve was costing. So I figured let's do it on body language. So I want to bring in now host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube, former military interrogator, body language and behavior expert Greg Hartley is here. Greg, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, let's play the first interaction here. Cut 2, guys. Roll that.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
I know that.
I love this, Greg. So what's going on here?
So I have to tell you first, I'm a 20-year construction guy. A contractor and a banker walk into a bar should be the beginning of this. When you're arguing numbers with contractors, that's not the one to argue numbers with because he's masterful and he negotiates everything he does. Anyway, he starts off with his lower teeth. That's a trademark Trump judgment thing when he's doing that and showing that grimace. And you see Powell immediately start short stroking his head. This can't be true. He looks certain. He looks like he really believes what he's saying. And then he gets a minor blink rate increase when he hears 2.7 to 3.1. You see his blink rate increase, and then he whips his head around and goes some disbelief. So he probably has not framed that this is going to be about the entire job. And Trump has clear in his head, this is the entire job. This is scope of work.
Yep, and that we proved in an earlier segment. So here, Powell examines the paper that Trump just handed him. Roll that portion of this.
3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's not new.
So we're going to take a look.
Greg?
Cost overruns are cost overruns. It was built 5 years ago. See his hand rise, this gravity-defying act. That's a dismissal of Trump's point as his palm rises and he does this. It was built 5 years ago. Trump slows his cadence and starts to show some frustration with this whole situation. And you can see it because then Powell realizes it and he starts to show frustration in his brow and does a lip compression saying he's probably got something else to say, but he knows it's not the place. And he realizes that Trump has just balled it all up into one and controls the conversation at that point. I think it's very clear.
All right. You know, the media tried to go after Trump on this. Turns out he's right. It was the overall project. The budget all shows that. So just for everybody at home that didn't or just started tuning in now, Trump was right on this. Let me play the next one where what do you do when you have cost overruns as a contractor? I believe that's the question.
As a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
This is classic. This is Trump actually saying something very brilliant. Most people won't notice it. What he is doing is conditioning the question generally because he understands inflation. He understands schedule delays. He understands scope creep. And that's all stuff that average people don't understand. And he probably is exactly what he would do. He'd fire you if you didn't have a reason, but he's giving you a rational answer.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And then, of course, with his reality show, You're Fired, it went perfect for President Trump. All right, let me move on to the next one. This is interesting. This is my co-host down on the Morning Answer said, hey, why don't you have him do this one? CNN interrupted Tulsi Gabbard. And Tulsi's laying out all the evidence against Obama, and they literally interrupt Tulsi Gabbard. And I'm curious to what you think about this. Roll that clip.
At the same time, having Tulsi Gabbard, who is speaking at this moment, as you can see there on screen in the White House briefing room, there's no better way to get back in the good graces, or try at least to do so, than embrace one of the president's largely conspiracy theories and just favorite old tropes going back to the 2016 campaign. I mean, this is what the White House has decided to put forward today as their message of the day, if you will.
All right, Greg, see, this is where you're better than me because I don't see a lot here.
Well, there is a whole lot here. It's beautiful. Remember, I say that our wonderful bodies do 5 things in body language. That's gesture, illustrate, regulate, adapt, and barrier. And 2 of those are meant to hide things. The other 3 are meant to send our message. Our illustrating, our punctuating with our hands is meant to send our message. And it should punctuate the words we're saying. When we have a tape playing in our head like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, but we're saying something externally, it starts to look like a bad kung fu movie. Watch his hands not matching his face and his mouth and his words. And there's a whole lot here. It says there's another tape playing in his head other than what he's saying with his mouth.
The example of a bad kung fu movie is exactly right. When you now look at it and you see it, they don't match at all, Greg.
Yeah, the Macarena, he's doing something with his hands just because he doesn't know exactly what to do with them. He's trying to make a point, and he's probably got somebody in his ear. You know how this works. Somebody's talking in his ear, and he's going from there.
All right. I always ask you how we take away some of this and put it into real life. If you see somebody where it's not matching their face and their hands, and it's a bad kung fu movie, what's your takeaway from that?
Well, you should slow them down and ask questions because there are reasons they could do it. They're under stress and they're feeling awkward. If it's somebody close to you, try to diffuse it. Teach them to curl their toes in their shoes to calm down, as I always tell you. If it's somebody who's adversarial, start asking hard questions because it'll get worse. And as it gets worse, they'll start to realize it, and you'll be able to see a whole lot come apart.
All right, great advice. Last one, we call her Batty Nancy Pelosi. Take a look at this clip, and then we'll go through it.
Do you have any second thoughts? Any second thoughts about what happened last summer or with?
I don't have any second thoughts, but I do have a second thought about the Republicans. If they want to measure mental acuity or sanity, they ought to look to their own president, because the president of the United States, who was asked one question and answers by saying President Obama is guilty of treason, he is not of sane mind.
That's why we call her Crazy Nancy, Greg.
Well, you know how much I love old politicians. You got to give her a break. She's been in the House for 40 years, and that's still not half her life. So she's been around a while. And she's gotten all these subroutines. I always say they're like roaches when the lights come on. She redirects around the question and goes to her talking points effectively. Her body language, when she gets to her point she wants to talk about, see that brow rise? So you start a short stroke nod, and she raises her hand and knife hands you. She's got a party message to deliver, and she doesn't care what you want to hear.
And I would imagine if you're a Pelosi supporter or a Democrat, you're looking at this, you're like saying, go Nancy.
Yeah, if you're supporting this message, she's sending a message. Look, it's the same thing as if I said to you, hey, Grant, you got something in your teeth, and you say, so do you. It's a stupid answer. You should say, yes, he was not capable. We now know that. The reason we ask him to step aside. But no, Trump has something in his teeth, is what she's trying to say.
Fascinating stuff, as always. Greg Hartley, we appreciate you coming on. I'm going to tell people how they can find your work. Thank you, Greg. Remember, check out his readbodylanguage.com website. That's readbodylanguage.com. And, of course, the YouTube show, The Behavior Panel, which is always fun to go watch. All right. Would you support kickbacks from the government from tariff revenue? Trump says it's a possibility. I wouldn't really call it kickbacks. I think maybe we'd call it a rebate.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi. I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
Hey, I got some good news for you. We are rocking and rolling as a country, and we got a lot of money coming in right now because of tariffs. President Trump saying rebates back to the American people may be a big possibility.
We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good question. You just made a lot of news. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs that a little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice.
There you go, a certain income level. So that's interesting. I think if one person gets a rebate, everybody should get a rebate. But actually, what I think I'd like is let's start paying down the debt. We'll see how it goes. Everybody's going to have a different opinion on that. I want to bring in with me now, though, a great sponsor of this program and Real America's Voice from Sacred Human Health. CEO Trevor Comstock is with us. And Trevor, first off, welcome to the program.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, I would imagine a little rebate might be good to get some people to buy some Sacred Human Health. Why don't you tell me why people should be?
Yeah, I'd love to just give a little background on us for anyone that isn't familiar. But the real reason that we created Sacred Human was to offer supplements that are clean, natural, and made with integrity. So when we launched about a year ago, our goal is really just to provide people with high quality and affordable products while kind of breaking away from the big corporate mold that oftentimes prioritizes profit over health, as you could imagine. But unfortunately, what we see, especially with a lot of the larger companies in the industry, is that they tend to cut corners. So they'll market their products as healthy, but if you take a closer look, you'll find preservatives, food dyes, additives, binders, and just other ingredients that really don't do anything beneficial for your health. And then on top of that, many of these companies tend to outsource their production overseas, oftentimes to China, where quality control can be pretty questionable. So in that regard, we just took the opposite route, and we always make sure that everything's produced right here in the USA, and we only use ingredients that we trust. And then going off that, I just wanted to quickly highlight our flagship product, which is our grass-fed beef liver. And I know many people aren't familiar with the benefits of beef liver, and they don't know just how powerful beef liver is when it comes to nutrition, but it's oftentimes called nature's multivitamin, and for a pretty good reason. And that's mainly because it's packed with highly bioavailable nutrients like iron, zinc, vitamin A, B12, CoQ10, folate. The list kind of goes on, but these are all essential for promoting things like healthy skin, hair, heart, immune system, as well as brain function. And then it also contains many other critical vitamins and minerals that most people are deficient in. So things like choline, K2, selenium, as well as copper. And then lastly, the biggest feedback that we tend to get with the beef liver is that people experience a natural energy boost, which is always amazing. We get a ton of feedback on that, and you can kind of sift through some of our reviews as well to see what people have to say. But the last thing I like to mention too in regards to the beef liver is that what really makes this product stand out is that because it is a whole food supplement, your body can much better absorb these nutrients as opposed to taking something like a man-made synthetic multivitamin, where oftentimes your body will just flush out a lot of those nutrients. So right off the bat, you're getting a much better bang for your buck. As like I said, your body will actually be able to retain these nutrients. So the beef liver is an amazing product. We also have some other supplements. Our collagens are second most popular, which is amazing for skin, hair, joint support, as well as gut health. And then we have a natural sleep formula, a natural immunity product, and a magnesium and vitamin D, which all have been super popular as well.
The collagen has really taken off. This has now become a very popular supplement, hasn't it? Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, we're not the only ones selling collagen, obviously, but collagen's amazing for, like I said, your skin, your hair, your nails, joint health, as well as gut function. What's really unique about our specific collagen, just to give people a little back or insight as to what makes it different, is that we formulate ours with 4 different sources, and it's composed of 5 different types of collagen. So you'll get types 1 through 5 collagen, which is the full spectrum, as opposed to like if you buy like a powdered collagen, you're usually just getting 1 or 2 types of collagen. So our formula allows you to cover everything from the skin and hair all the way to the gut health and joint support.
Well, it's great stuff. I want you to have so much success, Trevor Comstock. I love when young people start companies. I'm watching this success grow over the last year. I believe in a parallel economy of supporting companies that believe in the things we do. We're grateful for your support here. I would urge Stinchfield's Army to get on board with Sacred Human Health and get with that beef liver product, maybe to start out and try some of the other things. Trevor, I'm going to tell people how to find your website and how to use the promo offer that you're offering Stinchfield's Army members. SacredHumanHealth.com. Okay, SacredHumanHealth.com. Use the promo code PATRIOT for 10% off. That's Patriot for 10% off. Again, the website SacredHumanHealth.com. All right, when a child doesn't get what they want, they kick and scream, just like Rashida Tlaib does. It's next.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
For your free author submission kit, call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257. 1-800-319-0257. Call now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Folks, what is it about Democrats? They love to whine. I mean, they do whine much more than Republicans do. And don't get me wrong, Republicans can whine a little bit. But they really, with the singing and the banging and the whining, it's really quite annoying. This is Rashida Tlaib, the Congresswoman radical, outside the Capitol.
Palestinian people, this is all for you.
The Palestinian people, that's banging a pan? I don't understand.
This is all for you.
It sounds almost like a Native American rain dance, maybe. I don't know, but I don't understand what that has to do with the Palestinian people. All right, enough. I can't take it anymore. Get her off my screen. That's going to do it for us, folks. Hey, it's the weekend. Yes, I hope you enjoy yours. We'll see you back here on Monday. Stinchfield's Army Rolls, of course, thanks to all of you. And if you're bored, peruse some of my podcasts at GrantStinchfield.com. See you Monday, everybody.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Just repeating what you just heard. That's me. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV, Channel 240, Samsung TV Plus 1175, Roku TV on the Roku channel. We're also on Apple TV, the Amazon Fire Stick, and Select TV Channel 106. You can also follow us on all the socials. Like and share the show. We're talking about Rumble, the Rumblers, YouTube, the YouTubers, Twitter, X, Facebook, Kick, Getter, and we are running now live on Instagram as well. So join us over there. It's LFS6B Show on the Instagram live feed. And welcome to a Friday night. Damon is off tonight. He'll be back on Monday. Slick Rick is off tonight, so he'll be back on Monday. Paul Nolan's not here. We're not doing it from the America First warehouse because it's only us three. And I guess they thought we couldn't draw, so we're here.
It's a bit of a smack in the face.
Yeah, it is kind of a kick in the nuts, isn't it?
Who's going to come see the B team?
Right.
It's like the Three Amigos. I mean,
right.
You know, we got it going on.
So you're left with us.
Yeah.
Good luck on a Friday night. Let's see if we can't get ourselves thrown off. No, I'm kidding, of course. Also, you can listen to the show if you are in the Long Island, Suffolk County area. Long Island News Radio, it's 103.9, or you can listen to it online at linewsradio.com. Kevin Downey Jr. is here, speaking of LI News Radio.
Yes.
He's got a column that he writes for PJ Media. He does comedy around the country, and he also has a little radio show that he likes to talk about incessantly. KDJ, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'll tell you, I've been in the kitchen all day cooking up a little crack cocaine now that Hunter Biden has given away the secret recipe. Man, they would have fired him from KFC long ago. Just giving that recipe away. And you know what? I think I might make some money this weekend selling the crack cocaine. How are you?
Very nice. I'm good. Also, Vinnie Mac is here. Vin, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I don't have a radio show,
No, you
and
don't?
I'm writing a column.
Nope.
But I do like pontificating.
Yeah.
I spent the day with my mom, who's 88.
Wow.
Yeah. Wanted to take her out for lunch, which we did. Had a great lunch. Saw some neighbors. Had a nice talk. And people come in now, and they're like, Are you doing that show? Because I've been watching that show.
And I don't see you on it.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Where are you? What nights are you on? But it's kind of fun, you're sitting with your mom and people come over and say something. It's like, oh, wow, really? Oh, that's my boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
You're making her proud there, Vincent.
Yeah. Oh, she's been watching the show since, Damon and I got this thing going in 2:15. She's been watching the show. My dad came to the studio one time. And,
really?
So, yeah, it's nice. And I got my buddies watching. If you remember, I told you the other night.
Yes.
It was last night.
That was last night.
That the guys were watching the show. We were talking about my friend Doug, and they're watching again tonight. I'm not sure where.
Are they in a public... See, because last night they were watching.
Yeah.
But we found out afterwards that it was in a public place.
Public place. It was blaring all over at a big marina.
Dirty tacos
talking about,
and tequila in a different town.
Yeah,
can we say the town? We can say the town. Right?
I believe no one will be arrested if we say the town.
Port Washington, near the border of Nassau County and Queens. Nice little area. Didn't know that they were there, or else we would have shouted them out and really put the screws to Doug.
Yeah.
Who I guess happened to be in attendance as well.
He needs the screws put to him as well. We were talking about my very conservative friends, and I have a couple of very liberal friends who have, 86'd and blocked me over the years.
Like they send him pictures of 86 Vin at the beach.
Yeah, just coming to find those shells.
In the winter, they did it with pasta shells. Who can go to the beach in the winter?
Anyhow, they're watching. Well, it's good to see them. Bill and Greg, appreciate you guys watching.
All right, there you go. Yeah. And also, I have to address something. People have been asking. I meant to address it last night. I didn't do it, so I'll do it now. Model. People are like, what is going on with his arms? Mine.
Oh.
See, because when I lift my arm, you can start to see there are bandages. Like right here.
Okay.
See? I got bandages. I got bandages there. I got a bandage here. Turns out I got some poison ivy.
Oh.
Right? Now, I didn't know I had the poison ivy. You never know you have the poison ivy until a couple days later.
Yeah.
And by then, you've already done things and you've spread it and you didn't realize you had it and you ended up spreading it and it ended up places that it shouldn't be.
Yep.
Well, I did it on Sunday when I was doing some weeding. And then by Tuesday, I still didn't have any, I wasn't showing anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then, I decided to play hooky from my normal job and like, hey, since I'm not doing anything and I am here alone, it's naked day. So what do? Me and my unknown poison ivy had naked day. Walking around, sitting, moving, sometimes strutting. But eventually you end up sitting down. And when you sit down, you end up putting your arms places.
Wait. Hang on. Yeah. I got to unpack this a little bit. Are you saying that the Delgado house is a clothing optional house?
No.
Oh.
Well, yes, in a way.
Yes or no?
Yes and no.
I think I'm going to have to miss that party you invited us to.
Let's just say when I'm by myself, because my circumstances have changed, I now have naked day anytime I want.
Okay.
So Tuesday happened to be naked day, and I had poison ivy, and I had no idea. Okay. Now it's on my hip. Now it's on my knee. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I got problems. So that explains the bandages.
Yes.
So if you're wondering why are the bandages, no, I didn't fall. I wasn't attacked by a liberal. No, I just got poison ivy.
Thank you, Bob Guccione.
Erin says I should have lied. Why? That's a normal. Hey, I have naked.
Why are you admitting that you're walking around your house naked on a random Tuesday?
Because
on TV and the radio. You know we're on the radio right now, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Damon's not here, and
Damon's
this is the opening.
Exactly. Damon's not here. Because if I was telling the story and Damon was here, he'd be horrified.
I'm going to get a call in 5 minutes.
And I'd probably end up in the trunk.
Okay.
So.
You probably still will.
Anyhow, it is a Friday night Pizza Friday. Even though we're not at the warehouse tonight, we will be back there next Friday. So make your plans. If you are, I think we're going to do like the next 4, 5, 6 Fridays in a row till the end of the summer. Definitely, I believe. Is already lined up, so that's great. So make sure you make your plans if you're going to join us at the America First Warehouse. There's the information. There it is. You can come down, join us, be part of the live studio audience that we have. It's free admission tickets. We've made it to the point where now you can just come in, bring your friends, people bring their families, people travel from other states.
Hey, there were kids there last time. Yeah. The guy brought his 4 kids. I thought it was the Jonas Brothers there for a minute, but they brought their kids.
Yeah.
Last week, I thought was fantastic.
Last week we had a great crowd. Say it was probably the best energy I think we've had so far. And we've had great crowds every night that we've done.
Yeah. Especially for mid-July when so many people are on vacation.
Yeah. Kevin Downey Jr., by the way, kills it doing the interviews, man. They're hilarious. People comment all the time. It's like a real showcase, man. I love it.
Oh, thank you.
I think that's why they're coming.
Do it.
And what's interesting, too, and Kevin said this, he normally doesn't do as much comedy during the summer because people are on vacation, right?
Yep. Clubs suffer in the summer.
Yeah, me too. I try to hold back my comedy until the fall.
Yes, because there's so much of it. But no, people are traveling. They don't have the opportunities to, go see live concert. Well, live concerts they will do, but comedy suffers. Certain things suffer, and we expected Friday nights to not be as good. But man, they've been really solid. So we appreciate everybody. Yeah, that has been coming out.
Rocking like docking.
And supporting the show.
It's a real pulse to the Patriots, too. Like, when you think about the MAGA movement, you think about the people out there that, are watching the news that we're presenting and also, seeing the rest of the world around them sort of be so biased and one-sided. We see them, up front. We talk to them during the breaks. And I have to tell you, man, we have a great movement going on in this country with not just MAGA, with people who just sort of support this whole common sense, movement. Yeah. The passion behind it. It doesn't feel like it's going to be short-lived. It feels like this is like a major shift in the country.
It's I call it a cultural shift.
Yeah.
And it's been underway for a while. I mean, when I say unknown rappers, I'm a 59-year-old white guy living in the suburb. I mean, yeah, sure, Fresh Prince, he brings the bombs, he drops the bombs. But these people I've never heard of coming out for Trump before the election, and I said, man, the culture is shifting. And once that culture shifts, it's going to stay in this direction for a long time. This isn't a flash-in-the-pan thing.
Well, I was reading an article yesterday. I happened to be at the studios in Palm Beach last week, and Kevin Sorbo's son and his wife was there doing an interview. And Kevin Sorbo, remember him from Hercules?
Yeah, he was Hercules.
He was one of the first actors outed by Hollywood not to be given parts because of his Christianity.
Yeah.
And what I'm seeing now, I was literally just having this conversation before we went on air, is a huge shift in faith-based and conservative family value-oriented content. Not a small one. Big studios putting big money behind it. And Kevin was commenting on it in an article I read, and he's like, yeah, man, I was outed and, taken, not given any parts for years. I was like the first one, but it's completely flipped now. Now he's getting scripts and parts, and they want this, and Netflix is making money on it, and the streamers are. So you're right. It's a major cultural shift in a dynamic way. Faith, MAGA, etc.
Yeah. I wrote about this at PJ Media. Comedy and the culture always intertwined. So in 1 week, we saw Shane Gillis, who is banned from Saturday Night Live. Not only did they take him back a little while later, he killed it at the ESPYs with jokes that were very funny, but the they-them types won't laugh at that. Right. 2 days later, Colbert walks the plank.
Yep.
He walks the plank. And, well, see, they're keeping him till May, but I don't think he's going to make it. He's just going up every night saying stupid things and attacking his employer.
And you would think he'd be, they always say, oh, he's so smart. He's not that smart.
No.
If he's willing to get himself fired, and then I think Kevin O'Leary said it best. He goes, I'd fire him today. If they don't have the guts, I'll do it for them. He goes, and then we'll tie it up for 5 years. He'll never see that money.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what else? If you want to know just how popular his show is, I promise you, folks, when he's done, he will land some sort of stupid podcast. And when he has, 18,000 viewers a day or something, you're going to know just how few people were watching his propaganda nonsense show.
Right. I'm sure you can relate to this. Do you remember those days where Kevin Hart was supposed to, host the Oscars? And they found some random video of him saying something. But that happened with comedians all the time. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, you couldn't even find a show.
Yeah.
If you were saying anything conservative or someone, did that happen to you when you were performing? Did you have to change your act, or did you feel like you weren't getting booked because of your viewpoints, or what were you doing back then?
I'll tell you. There are gigs that said, no, we can't use you anymore. There are gigs that I turned down and said, they're just going to hate me. And then when I allegedly had a J6 charge hanging over my head, I had clubs all over the joint dropping me. I can tell you this now. Wow. I got a call. Hey, you want to do the 40th birthday party for, I think it's ABC White House correspondent John Decker? And it was like $2,500, pretty good money.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, I do, but Google my name and J6 and let me know if I can still have the gig. And he goes, yeah, sorry, you're off. I can't really.
And that's not my birthday.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's hardcore, but that's how things have changed.
Yeah.
You know, you're not facing any of that now.
And you know what it is? It wasn't even so much political. It was, I think, King Kevin Hart's case. It was some gay jokes that he made.
Yeah, and Shane Gillis lost SNL, which is a dream job for comedians because he did a joke on a podcast years ago where he affected a Chinese accent.
Right.
Which, Richard Pryor did decades ago. And that was
come
fun.
on.
Yeah. And now it seems to be making its way where he can do it again.
Yeah.
So, there you have it. Speaking of Chinese, there were some great Chinese women last week that we met. I wanted to mention. I'll mention it in the next.
Yeah.
I remember them.
Yeah, they were awesome. Speaking of January 6th.
It's Patriot
Friday
Stephanie
night.
was one of them.
Yes. Friday night, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. We'll take a quick break. Join us in the chats. We got lots to cover today. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice today.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in one day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Hi, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome to the program. Vinnie Mac is here. Kevin Downey Jr. is there as well. I got a $10 super chat I wanted to throw out from Drag Blacker in the YouTubes. The YouTubes. You want to know how stupid conspiracies are? There are people who say the Sound of Freedom movie was a fake news psyop, but also that Trump was on Epstein Island, and people like KDJ defend pedos. $10 super chat. You know what? And he brings up a good point.
I defend pedos?
Yes.
He says that?
Yeah. because the people will say that because the left will believe anything that's told to them. That's what he's pointing out, that when it comes to this kind of stuff, they will just parrot the talking point.
That's right. I heard it all day today, by the way.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, I was defending Trump and saying, look, this is nonsense. I don't know what you're reading, but it's not true. He goes, well, how can you defend a pedo? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, where are you getting this information? Probably from MSNBC, but it's inaccurate.
These are the same people that believed COVID came from a bat sandwich, and the 51 Intel specialists were telling the truth. That was his Hunter's laptop was cod swallop, Russian cod swallop. These are the people that buy everything that you throw at them.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about today all the lies. Russian collusion, major lie. All right. And we're getting closer and closer. There's two big ones. 2020 election, that's the big one. Yep. And then the J6
January
committee
6th.
and all their nonsense.
Yeah, it's amazing because so much of that stuff, again, they buy it hook, line, and sinker, and that's the problem. And I think we've talked about it. It takes so long for the truth to eventually get exposed.
Yep.
But by then, people have bought. They're so married to their belief. That they're all in.
Yep.
And I forget who said it. I think maybe it was Einstein. I don't know. But it's easier to believe the lie than to believe that you've been lied to.
Yeah.
because they're married to it. That's their ideology. They don't care. You even heard Obama just before the election last year pushing the Very Fine People hoax. He
Still
knows that's not true.
Yeah.
Yep.
He knows it's not true.
Still pushing. I saw someone during the pandemic who said, Trump, I would rather have my father die on a respirator if it need be than put horse pills into him like some kind of Trump animal. The FDA approved ivermectin for human consumption in 1987. Right? There's penicillin for horses, and then there's penicillin for people and dogs and everything else. So there's ivermectin for horses, and there's ivermectin for people. And the FDA actually came out and said, hey, y'all, you're not a bunch of horses and cows. Don't take ivermectin. Even though they approved it. And I was arguing with some Jack Pudding on Facebook.
Yep.
And he said, well, yeah, dog food's been approved for human consumption. Like, no, it hasn't. You're just wrong. Just shut up and say you're right, Downey. I'm wrong because I'm an idiot and you're a genius.
They don't even respond to that. But what I've noticed is what's clear is there's been two stories in the past 10 years that have been fake, that the mass media have convinced everybody is true, which is what happened. This is what we're talking about.
Right.
If the media didn't follow through with repeating this stuff over and over and over and over and over again, people generally wouldn't believe it. But COVID, I mean, that's probably one of that's up there with the Russian hoax because we were scammed beyond belief at every level. From medications, how do you get over COVID? You got to have the shot. This horse thing, Trump, the whole thing with bleach in your mouth, all the stupid stuff that they said.
Fake, yep.
But none of this stuff's possible. Like my friend Doug, who believes all this stuff.
I was just
because of all the media.
Right.
And it's done every day, repeatedly. New York Times, Vanity Fair, ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS. You think PBS and NPR? Wonder why we're going after them.
Yep. And
shut them down.
You just hit the nail on the head twice, Vin.
Thank you.
They said it. That's where we get Operation Mockingbird.
Right.
That's right.
All these media outlets have been taken over by the CIA. They're told what to say, and they're going to go down with the ship. They're going to go down with the ship. There's a great video out of Chris Cuomo saying, the biggest betrayal in the history of the United States, Donald Trump in cahoots with Russia. And then I saw him today in another video going, I never said anything like that.
I think to prove your point is on what you just said about the CIA taking that over is the lack of coverage.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, yeah.
Because clear proof.
Because that's what it's like a tree falling in the woods. If you didn't see it and didn't hear it, did it happen?
Right.
And their whole approach is if we don't tell people, they won't know. Mm-hmm. And most times they're correct because let's face it, people are busy. They're out working. They got kids. They got jobs. They got to go shopping. They got to take care of the house. They got to do this. They got to take care of parents. They got to go on trips. They have lives. Yep. They don't have the kind of time, sadly we do, to focus on, politics.
Yeah.
So they're not as and it's not their fault. It's just that's not their business. If they don't hear the other viewpoint, and if they don't hear some of the other evidence, They're just going to believe what they're told. Right. And that's the problem. I would be happy if CNN basically said, Tulsi Gabbard came out with this thing. There's some emails to back this up. There's some text messages to back this up. There's whistleblowers left and right to back this up. Here's what it is. They had a discussion about it, and they could say you could form your own opinion, but they won't even talk about it. It's a non-story.
They took her down.
They took her down. They tried to make it seem like she was doing this just to get in Trump's good graces.
Yeah,
which is their whole point of view of everything.
And remember, they made her. She was a Russian asset.
Yeah,
right? That's how Hillary attacked her. Said, "Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, she's a Russian asset," and that was the part of the narrative.
You know what? And people. I wish people just wake up. No, I don't mean you people. I mean the blue-haired troglodyte types who everyone that the left doesn't like is suddenly a Russian asset or a fascist or a Nazi. That's what they always fall back on.
Or a racist.
Yeah, or a racist.
Well,
and something you said, Rick, about they don't really have time. People don't have time. I think I read somewhere the average person is lucky to absorb 18 to 20 minutes of news per day. And that includes turning on the radio in the morning as you're making your coffee. Doesn't really mean you're absorbing it. You're hearing it, I should say.
Right. And that includes news and weather and traffic, because that's all part of what they're tuning in for.
Yep.
You know, they got to figure out, okay, well, what do I have to wear? Is it going to be hot, cold? Is it going to rain? Is it how's the traffic? How's it? You know, that's what they're focusing on. They're focusing on their day. They're not honed in like we are because we're losers. Just like focused in on this stuff. And diving in and really attacking it. And again, I bring up Tulsi and Hillary because I believe this was probably the clip of the week, was Tulsi, when she got to talk about Hillary. And somebody put it together with some Hillary clips as well. It's only about 17 seconds, but probably the best 17 seconds of the week. Here it is, cut number 7. Here's Tulsi Gabbard talking about Hillary and what they found out when they got these declassified documents, cut 7.
There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers.
And I love the fact that when she was making that saying that line in the press briefing room, she stopped. And she just kind of gave it a beat, like, Take this in. Heavy tranquilizers. Hillary Clinton. She's a mess, and we've always known she's a mess.
Yeah, she's like that ex-girlfriend that's still spying on your Facebook 7 years later.
The Russians knew this, though.
Yes,
the Russians knew it, and they were going to use this. And one last point before we go to the break on Tulsi. Think about the risk she took. The CIA, these are some serious people that she's going after, that she's bringing out evidence. And she took a huge risk, safety-wise, just her life.
Right.
Because we have seen some really bad stuff happen with people like this, right?
Yeah.
I read something about somebody talking about what guts she had, not to appease Trump, but guts to put something like this out.
Yeah.
They were following her on airplanes.
Right.
Because
she was on the no-fly list.
Yep.
It's amazing. And remember, I think the most recent Clinton kill story included a guy who committed suicide with 2 gunshots to his chest and hanging himself from a tree.
Yeah.
So there's always that.
Yeah, there's always that.
You never know.
That's
could be something.
Driven.
Right.
This is driven to death.
So there you have it. We'll take a quick break. Join us in the chats on a Friday night. We'll go to Kevin Downey Jr. We'll go to Vinnie Mac and see what they got going on in their worlds as well. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome back to the program. Damon, Slick Rick, and Paul Nolan are not here. That's why we're not at the warehouse tonight. We will be back there next Friday, so make sure you join us at the America First Warehouse. It'll be a great time, great show, great energy. Always a good time at the warehouse. And, of course, Joe DeBox leads the Pledge of Allegiance while he swings the flag.
He's very mellow. You know, a little lack of energy there with Joe DeBox.
We'll talk to him about it, upping the energy. We got tons of clips. I got tons of clips for Friday night. I'm like the James Bond villain of clips galore. We'll do those as we go through the night.
Clips galore.
Yes. But right now, let's kick it over to Kevin Downey Jr. He of the radio show PJ Media and Comedy Stylings. Kevin, what do you got going on in your
Thank
world?
you. Well, the first thing I want to bring up is my friend runs. If you go to YouTube, my friend runs this thing called Jokes and a Point. He's making funny videos. He's one of us. He's a patriot. And I would love if you'd all go check him out. He said something great today on Twitter. He said, it's funny how Kamala Harris spent $1.5 billion in her campaign and never once mentioned that Trump is a pedo who went to Epstein's Island. You would think if Trump was a pedo, they would have come out now. And a friend of mine said, no, it's a mutual destruction. I said, no. No, if I'm buying, let's say I'm buying drugs from a guy, he doesn't give me a list of all his customers and say, oh, we're all in this together.
Right.
No, he's going to keep that list to himself. He's probably not going to write it down. But check out Jokes and a Point, because $1.5 billion and they didn't mention Epstein once. That's how you know this is garbage, folks. And this is Operation Mockingbird saying, man, Trump is really killing it. We better distract everybody with some garbage. Good news, a lot of people are seeing through it. All right, that's why CNN and MSNBC have fewer ratings than, the Kevin Downey Jr. show, which is you can hear every 9 to 11 a.m. around the world at linewsradio.com. I'm telling you, folks, every time they do this, they lose another couple people. They're going down the tubes, and they know it. It's like Lucy in the football. Fewer and fewer people are buying it, and I think the Democratic Party is going to be hobbled for a little while after this, especially when it comes out. All roads lead to Obama. He won't go to jail. But you know what? everybody knew OJ was guilty. Yeah. He didn't go to jail. Obama's the new OJ. He's not going to go to jail for his crimes, but everybody knows he's guilty. Now,
yeah, they might get him on something down the road, like if he tries to, I don't know, hold people hostage till he gets his birth certificate back.
Right.
But other than that, he's probably going to skate, unfortunately. But I still want to see his life turned upside down. I still want to see raids on his homes. I want to see raids,
yeah.
I want to see him put through the ringer.
I want to see him go through Big Mike's Fruit of the Loom drawer and dodge the bacon strips.
These yours or mine, honey? I'm not sure whose they are.
Oh, they're stretched out. They might be. I guess they're going to be yours, Mike. Stretched out.
We want to see his cabinet though go down.
Yes.
If they can't get him, Clapper, Brennan, and the rest of the clowns, and that's enough, because Obama would have caused their downfall.
Yes.
And that would be good enough for me. Yep. If they can't get him, I want Obama in jail.
Now, here's something I want to run past you guys. Trump had a situation before the Supreme Court, and it turns out they said you can't punish Trump for anything he did while he was president. Do you think they arranged that knowing full well that we were sniffing around the Obama situation? Because I'll tell you this, the deep state's full of moles. And I think someone told Comey, hey, they're coming for you. And he said, oh, my God, I better go to the beach and find some seashells and write 8647 and hope another whack job takes a shot at Trump again.
Right.
I promise you, there's MK Ultra stuff going on. And someone told Comey it's coming. And because he came out of nowhere with that. Why would he do that?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. He knew.
Well, yeah, I think
it wasn't so odd, wasn't it?
I want to say he definitely knew, because he probably still has some friends left in the FBI. If they're friends, maybe just people that
he has a friend.
Right. He might have one or two.
Yeah.
Because I could definitely see that. What I don't see, and again, unfortunately, I don't think we'll see Obama go to jail. Unfortunately, I would love to have him at least prosecuted. Do I think that the Supreme Court made their decision thinking we better do this for Trump because they're going to come after Obama, and we got to make sure he's got a way out of this? I don't know if they were thinking that far ahead. Maybe they were. We don't know.
I don't know either, but you know what? I believe things now that I never would have believed even 4 years ago. Like Joe Rogan said, he goes, I was never into conspiracy theories, but now I don't think we went to the moon or something like that.
It's true, man. You all of a sudden you can start to question everything. At the level that they've just hosed us and lied.
I kind of want to run up to like Kathy Hochul and go, "That's a mask, you reptile! That's a mask!
It's a man, baby."
Especially with her GoFundMe eye these days, it's kind of throwing you off. It's like,
it's a little wandering,
reptilian.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just going to throw this into the mix. Kathy Hochul was never part of the team until she became governor, which she was never supposed to do. Suddenly, her husband, who he's part of a company that sells concessions at the Buffalo. Is it the Bills Stadium or is it the Sabres?
I think it's the Bills Stadium.
I think it's the Bills.
Yeah.
And what do you know? They got the state to rebuild their stadium. And guess who's going to sell even more hot dogs? So that would be the Hochul family. Now she's in it doing it. She, as I like to say, she took the envelope.
Yeah.
She took the envelope. And that's why she's never fired Alvin Bragg. That's why she's always been a good little team player, because she's in it now. It's like the mafia. You don't get to quit.
Right. Yeah. Once you kind of take the money, so to speak, there's no going out. There's no getting out.
Nope. And this goes for China too. All right. Dianne Feinstein she was the crypt keeper. She was like in her car, and now you can't retire. Keep going, old lady. And Mitch McConnell, he's like a statue, and he won't resign.
Yeah, he's like a frozen turtle. Whenever he has one of his episodes, he just kind of freezes.
Just freezes.
Yeah.
They won't let him out, because once they're bought and paid for, it's a lifelong gig if you're going to work for the Chinese communists.
Right.
And the whole swamp is like that, I believe.
Yeah. Crazy. Anything that you want to point people to that you've been writing about?
Oh, yeah. That would be great. Thanks. And wait, we're going to talk about Ghislaine Maxwell later, right?
Yes, we can talk about it right now if you want.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to. So I did write something today at pjmedia.com. And I forget the name of it, but it's pretty funny. I'll dig it up later. Oh, here it goes. Today is a day of independence for the tinfoil hatters and their descendants. I took that from The Wizard of Oz, I believe it is.
And the lollipop. Is that what it was?
It's all about... we know this. We knew Hillary was a whack job. We knew they were deep staters, but it all came out this week. And my favorite part, and I that video you just showed, I've probably watched that more than I've watched Goodfellas. And Goodfellas is probably my favorite movie. I just keep watching it over and over.
Do I amuse you?
Do I amuse you?
Funny?
That one where she's just like, with her head bobbed.
Yeah.
I've totally forgotten about that. That's magic.
Yeah.
Now we know. What a psycho chick. So yeah, check that out, please. The more you read, the more bourbon I get to buy. But let's do this now. Ghislaine Maxwell has had a visit to her cell twice now, yesterday and today. And as I'm hearing, she dropped 100 or so names. Now, it doesn't mean they're all pedophiles. People have to realize this. Because I've had people say, well, just give us the whole thing. We'll sort it out. No, you can't do that. Because people are going to go, look, there's Trump. He must be a pedophile. Or someone else who's completely innocent. Naomi Campbell, I always use her because she's probably the last person on the planet to be sleeping with young girls. But what do I know? But she's Naomi Campbell. She probably wouldn't have to pay to do it.
Yeah.
But people don't. There are friends, and then there are friends. He's a friend of ours, and he's a friend of mine. Or how does that work in the mafia? If he's in the mafia, he's a friend of ours.
He's a good fella.
Yeah, someone in the mafia is a friend of ours, but if he's not, he's a friend of mine. I mean, he's I know him, but he's not with us.
Right. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Very sophisticated.
So here you go. She's looking for a pardon now. She dropped 100 names. And Trump said, well, I haven't really thought about giving her a pardon. But he is now, I bet, because this... See, folks, when Trump I think, made an error when he said, why are you asking about that guy? There's so much good stuff going on. That was a mistake. He shouldn't have done that. Now, the left has seized that. And all the idiots, all the same morons we've been fighting with for 10 years. Look, he's a pedo. He's a pedo. He was never a pedo. Never until now. It's just a smokescreen, but the idiots will believe it. But he's been calling for over a week now. Release the files, release the transcripts. And the left still hasn't caught on. Still hasn't caught on. And now Trump sent, is it Blanche? Todd Blanche?
Yeah, Todd Blanche.
Todd Blanche.
2 days of talking to Ghislaine Maxwell. Yep. I got a little blurb from it here if you'd like.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell provided Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the DOJ the information of 100 people linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is coming from her attorney. She was asked about every possible thing you could imagine, blah, blah, blah. We actually have a clip from her attorney. Here he is, cut number 10. Here's what he had to say when asked about it, cut 10.
Answered those questions honestly, truthfully, to the best of her ability. She never invoked a privilege. She never refused to answer a question. So we're very proud of her. We're proud of how the process has worked over the past day and a half.
Yeah, we're surprised she's still alive.
There is breaking news on this, by the way.
Is there?
Just popped up that the DOJ granted her limited immunity while giving the DOJ 100 different people. And I'm for all of that. Like, I am for whatever the DOJ or Trump needed to do to speak with her to get clarity on everything that's happened here.
Right.
I am completely for that, even if it means Trump, pardoning her or commuting her sentence, or whatever it is, because she's alive. They haven't killed her yet. She knows probably a lot, I would think. Maybe not everything, but she knows a lot. And this is the tool he has.
Yeah.
I can help you. I can save your life, essentially.
Yeah.
So maybe you want to tell the people what the hell happened here. And so he used that card. So limited immunity? Okay.
Yeah,
good.
And again, according to her attorney, she was asked about every possible thing you could imagine. That this was the first opportunity she's ever been given to answer questions about what happened. The truth will come out about what happened with Mr. Epstein, and she's the person who is answering those questions.
Yeah, and let me say this. So at my last day job, we would take turns going to pick up sandwiches. All right. So I would know when I came back with a bunch of sandwiches, I'd say, oh, here's the Reuben. Oh, that goes to you, Rick. Here's the salami. That's for you, Vin. If she's procuring girls, she knows who she's getting them for, folks.
Right. This is a great point, because there's people out there and people commenting even on our socials right now saying, if you give her immunity or pardon her, isn't that a slap in the face to the victims? But the reality, and my answer to that, frankly, would be, there's so many more people that actually did these deeds and did harm to these young people. There could be hundreds of them. So she's actually helping get those hundreds to deal with and be served justice. Right. So if you need to help her a little to do that, okay, but we're not dissing the victims here. Right. I think we're helping the victims. At least that's my viewpoint of that.
I look at it this way. It's like she drove the getaway car.
Yeah.
The other ones committed the crimes. They shot the clerk. They stole the money. They did whatever. She was just there driving the car. Yeah, she's guilty because she's part of it.
Definitely.
And she should be held accountable. But if she's able to point the finger at the real perpetrators, the ones that actually committed the violence,
100%.
then you got to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to cut the driver a deal because the driver's given me the trigger guy.
Yeah.
So
absolutely,
that could be one way you look at it. I know we want all these people to pay, but if it costs us a little bit on one side to get 100 people, it's kind of worth it.
I'll sacrifice the getaway driver for 100 pedophiles.
Right, exactly. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll touch base with Vinnie Mac, see what he's got up his sleeve. Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. You don't have Band-Aids? You don't have
I have no Band-Aids.
You know what he doesn't have on his sleeve?
Poison ivy.
Poison ivy.
Or anywhere else.
I did no nude gardening.
All right, we'll be back. No nude gardening. You don't know.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in one day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome back to the program. It's just me, KDJ, and Vinnie Mac on a Friday. We'll be back at the Warehouse next Friday night, the America First Warehouse, for the live show. You can be part of that live studio audience. All you got to do is show up about 7:30, get your butt in the door, grab a seat, and get ready for Joe DeBox to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance. And then, of course, the live show starts at 8 p.m. Kevin Downey Jr. was doing some stuff. We're going to go over to Vinnie Mac, see what he's got going on. But first, let's remind you that all our news is brought to you by the Eternal Life Coin. Check them out online at eternallifecoin.com. That's eternallifecoin.com. Vinnie Mac swears by it, so does Damon. Vin, what do you got going on, man?
One point I just want to make, and then there's a story I want to get to, and it deals with cultural shift that KDJ was talking about. But there's one point that I want to pick up. I just read this on my way in, believe it or not. It was just something that struck me, and that is Rudy Giuliani. We all remember Rudy. He was ordered to pay $140 million for saying that the election was rigged.
Right.
$140 million from one guy for saying the election's rigged and dissing these two Georgia, whatever the heck, people that worked on the election.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yet, not one single person, Democrat, journalist, or anyone is paying the price or being sued like this, or going to be sued and have a settlement this big with this whole Russia hoax, which clearly damaged more. And when you look at it, the election was rigged. They actually have found evidence in that district that those two ladies were in. They found evidence of that. People have been arrested since this. No one talks about it. It's barely covered in the news. But Rudy Giuliani, you know, his life is destroyed, whether you're a fan of Rudy or not. And hey, I'm a 9/11 guy. I was there. I was on the ground at 9/11 when it happened, on my way to the World Trade Center for a meeting, and I was stopped just before we got there. Mm-hmm. Rudy was down there. This guy was a hero, and he's morphed into, you know, things that might, you know, make some people a little uncomfortable, but not $140 million worth for saying the election was rigged when it was rigged.
Right. Well, we all know it was rigged.
So we all know it was rigged. My other story is really about this cultural shift. We have watched our kids be educated with woke, with all this super progressive stuff, and the last sort of round has been the anti-Semitic stuff. And here we go. You know, the Columbia University just got hit with a $200 million fine or settlement or judgment in that case for the anti-Semitism they supported. This is the cultural shift we're talking about. If Trump's not president, if MAGA is not a movement, this doesn't happen. Matter of fact, it gets worse. Every university in this country. So Linda McMahon was talking about this, and so was Jonathan Turley, saying that this issue is a cultural shift in the education system, because it's sort of like how Trump wins these lawsuits against ABC or CBS for 60 Minutes and all the various other things he's won lawsuits on. They're being put on notice that, you know, they can't do this anymore. And these universities are being put on that same notice, and we need that. Our education system is upside down. If you have kids ready to go to college, I mean, there's only a few, like Damon has his son going to college. And we were talking about this. He's like, I'm not going to let the kid go to this school or that school or this school. They're just brainwashing the kids. And he's right. I never thought of that. When I went to college, or when my daughter went to college, I never thought about, is she going to go there and be indoctrinated in some way of thinking? Is she going to become anti-Semitic?
Right.
Is these things going to happen? And the answer, by the way, was maybe.
Yeah.
Because this is really going on.
And paying for it.
And paying for it on top of it. And here's Columbia University. You know how many Jewish students go to Columbia University? It's a big part of that population. Same with Harvard, same with most of the Ivy Leagues, all the culprits. I don't understand why they even thought this, but they got caught, they lost. And these other universities are going to lose. And that's a cultural shift. When we talk about trying to move this country in the right direction, there's many, many things that effectuate that. But there's not a lot of things that effectuate young minds. Mm-hmm. And these young minds need to be seeing that this is wrong. And it's not just wrong, it's evil. So I'm really happy to hear that. And that was one of the big stories I picked up on, because I felt, and I'm so glad you mentioned it earlier, Kevin, about this cultural shift, because the tentacles of what's happening here with the with Trump's presidency, the MAGA movement, athletes coming out and supporting Trump, rap singers coming out and supporting Trump, people just coming out, and the dance, people were doing the dance and all that kind of stuff.
The towel dance.
The comedians now that are freely talking, the guy did the ESPYs, all of these things, the content with faith content and more family content, Kevin Mojo. I mean, this is 6-7 months.
Yeah.
That's like a second in, the world of, time.
Yep. And speaking of cultural change, remember when hair bands were big in the 80s?
Oh, of course.
Then grunge came out and the hair bands look stupid.
Right.
That's what's going on now. Colbert now looks stupid. He's not cool. He used to be.
Right.
There's a new kid in town, Johnny, and he doesn't want to hear it. But Colbert and those types are done. The View is on hiatus. Let's see if they even come back.
I heard that yesterday.
Hilarious. These are just propaganda shows, folks. And people go, oh, my show's on. I need more brainwashing. There's Joy Reid. Gosh, she's hilarious. A bunch of harridans just brainwashing us. And now they're taking a hiatus right after Colbert is gone. I don't know, man. I see a cultural revolution whipping up before our eyes.
Yeah. And you know what? It really started, I want to say, just after President Trump was shot. When you really saw,
it's a good point.
It was it was almost like it was bubbling underneath the surface a bit. You started to see a little bit more.
Yep.
But then as soon as that happened, and you saw like about a week later, Hulk Hogan talk about it. He goes, "I'd been silent for too long." He goes, even though I had voted the last 2 elections for him and I was supporting him the whole time, I was afraid to let anybody know it. And all of a sudden, people put the red hat on, and it was okay, and it was cool. And when people tried to confront him over it, they punched back.
It got real. It got real quick. I mean, I was watching that live. Were you? Did you see it? Yeah, you too?
I saw it afterwards.
Okay. Well, watching it live, it got real.
Yeah.
For everybody. And I think you're right about that. That reality spawned a lot of really good stuff in this country and likely woke people up. The other thing that people are waking up to is college is for education. Networks, media companies, even our company, they're businesses.
Yeah.
They're for economic reward. They make money. They pay people jobs. They make a profit. ABC, all these networks, they lost that. So Colbert Show's losing $40 million. They have 200 people working on it. He gets $15 million a year. The economics don't work.
Yeah.
The View, nobody watches The View, but a couple of hardcore progressives. They have a tiny audience compared to what they need to generate in revenue.
Yeah.
CNN, their shows don't draw any audience. They still get advertisers, which is shocking to me.
Me too.
Our network and our show does 10 times more. Real America's Voice, which, by the way, mark my words, 12 months from now, we will be the standard.
Yes.
12 months from now, because we have so much momentum going on with this network. It's crazy. Right. But the advertisers are still not there.
You mean I can be the new Don Lemon?
That would be Don Lemon.
Kevin Downey Lemon.
You could be Kevin Downey Juja.
The sequel. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ben. A year from now. This will be.
We're right there.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Kind of got my attention too.
Kevin thinking he's Don Lemon.
No, and the fact that USAID is no longer shelling out money to all these left-wing lunacy places, like Politico. I wonder if the Colbert Show was on that list, receiving money, kind of offsetting their losses, which made it okay for CBS to say, we can keep going because we keep getting money from here.
Yep.
We're breaking even. We're good.
I said the same thing, man. If Politico is getting money to brainwash us, tell me Colbert's not.
Right.
So, folks, I've been doing stand-up comedy for 36 years, and I know a few people. And we've known for a long time that Colbert was hemorrhaging money. Now, here's the fun part. I can look at, I think Jay Leno. I heard Buck Sexton, Clay from that show. I've heard a lot of these bigwig media guys have at times taken pay cuts because the economy changed and whatnot. You know who never took a pay cut? Well, that would be Stephen Colbert.
That's right.
I guess he's not that smart. And he's definitely not funny.
He thinks he is.
All right, that's an hour number 1 in the books. We got hour number 2 coming. Like I said, I got clips galore. Clips galore. We've only got like 2. We got more of them in. I got Trump. I got DeSantis. I got Brian Glenn. And we just need you. Live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
Love Brian Glenn.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Big B, double dizzle, and the 6B brizzle live on Real America's Voice Vizzle, baby.
Exactly. What he just said.
That is great.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on Friday night. Welcome to the program. If your TV looks a little different, because we're not at the America First warehouse. Yeah. 3 guys needed the day off, so we just did it in studio, and we're having fun in the studio on a Pizza Friday. We did we went old school with the Sicilian bacon pizza.
It's excellent, by the way.
Always excellent. So, Pizza Friday, if you were wondering, it is in the books. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV 240, 1175 on my favorite platform, Samsung TV Plus, because it's free when you get a new Samsung TV. Roku TV, the Roku channel, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Select TV 106, and of course, on all of the socials, like and share this damn show already. We're trying to...
What an encouraging way to go.
Well, you know what? You put it out there that by this time next year we're going to be here. We need to make sure that happens now. Yeah. You gave us a deadline, and now we got to live up to it. So there you have it. It's up to you guys to help us out, or else we all fail and we go back to our menial jobs where no one knows us. So anyhow, Vin had one more thing he wanted to talk about when it comes to the media and I guess the cultural stuff. What else did you want to add to that, Vin?
Well, it's clearly frustrating if you are a media company like our network, which is a phenomenal network, and we've got some of the best news programs out there. You know, Charlie Kirk and John Solomon and Steve Bannon and Eric Bolling, and there's just so much talent at the network, including live from Studio 6B, which you see us time 8 to 10 prime time. Well, I just wanted to give the breadth of all this stuff going on, and networks like that have great ratings. There's more people watching that than anything else on TV from a news standpoint. The numbers blow away anything going on with MSNBC, CNN, even the networks. But the advertisers aren't there, and they're not there because the CMOs across the country are woke for the most part. Trump's doing a lot to help that. But the point I wanted to make is the one group of advertisers that keeps CNN going and a lot of the networks is the pharmaceutical companies. They run those drug ads ad nauseum, and they pay a ton of money. And who's putting a stop to that? Yes, sir. Donald Trump. He's looking at the pharmaceutical industry and the fact that they shouldn't be advertising like that at all. RFK Jr. has been talking about that. Mm-hmm. I love everything RFK Jr. is doing, by the way. I hear such pushback from people in the medical field, and I'm like, I don't believe you anymore. Mm-mm. This guy really knows what he's talking about. If you haven't read the book he wrote on Fauci, read that. RFK Jr., everything he put in that book, it was just at the beginning of COVID, nails. Wow. Nails. The guy is great. But my point is now that Trump's taking some action here, not to help media companies and advertising, but to make things fairer, because the pharmaceutical companies are all in the pockets of a lot of our Republican friends and mostly the Democratic friends that are there. How do you think COVID became COVID? How do we think all this stuff happened? So I just wanted to make that point that the advertisers are being held back because of these woke CMOs, but the pharmaceutical companies are what's keeping things like CNN and MSNBC and others and the networks going, because they're spending the big money. And they shouldn't be. I should not go to my doctor and say, hey, I want Lipitor or I want this other drug. A doctor should tell me what's the best drug. Mm-hmm.
Or better yet, doctors should be like, hey, let's not put you on drugs. Let's figure out what the problem is. Yeah. You know, one thing that gets
That's the better point, by the way. Yeah. I'm with you on that.
One thing that gets me, I used to talk to a lot of natural doctors about what they do and how they help their patients. But one thing that gets me is this, I don't know if you've heard the commercial. I just heard it again today. I'm like, what is this? I'm taking this for pre-diabetes. I'm like, what? Aren't we all pre-diabetic? Like, isn't that you're born? Well, when you're born, you're pre-diabetic. That means you don't have most people don't have diabetes yet. Yeah. Right? So what is this nonsense that, now there's this thing called pre-diabetes. You should talk to your doctor about why. I don't have diabetes.
Yeah, we're all pre-cancer. We're pre-diabetic. Yeah. We're pre-everything.
And
I'm pre-death.
You know what? Here's the best pre-diabetes cure right now. Stop eating sugar. There you go. Take a walk. Drink water.
But that's one of the big things is that the doctors, and this is, again, this goes back to, I forgot who did it. It'll come to me. But they purposely cornered the pharmaceutical market because they had all this oil and we got to do something. We got to get it into other products. And some of the things that they get it into is what you put in your body, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And when you stop and think about it, the pharmaceutical industry only came into existence a little over 100 years ago. Before that, what was medicine? Natural medicine.
Yeah.
You picked certain things. You went to people who knew, how do you address this? Well, you use this plant, you use this oil, you use this, and that's what helped people get over what ailed them. Yep. Now it's, you take a pill. Well, why do you take the pill? To deal with why it hurts. Yeah, but you still haven't you haven't figured out what's causing it to hurt.
Yeah.
The root cause, correct. And that's the big problem, that they haven't been taught that. Doctors are only there to prescribe medication, set some bones, and for the surgeons is to cut you open and take stuff out.
Yes.
When it comes to actually healing, like actually making sure you're cured, they're not concerned with curing you. They're just concerned with, what can I put you on to deal with that? And then when that causes a side effect, I got another drug to put you on to deal with the side effect, which will cause another side effect. Next thing you know, you're on a laundry list of drugs because they're not dealing with the root cause of the problem. Like, why am I gassy?
Well, let me take a pro-doctor viewpoint for a second. First off, I agree with everything you said.
Then I'm not bashing doctors.
No.
This is what they're trained to do.
You're not bashing doctors. I think the natural remedies. That's what I do too. I'm all in that world because they actually cure things.
Right.
Doctors, though, think about what a doctor really is. Outside of the guy who examines your body and reads your blood levels and all this, he's an independent arbiter of how to fix whatever is wrong with you. That's what he really is. He should have no bias on anything other than what would be best for you. Okay? And that's not what's happened. The doctor now is being told, your cholesterol's a little high. And the patient says, I saw this thing about Lipitor. Should I be on Lipitor? Oh, yeah, okay. We'll put you on Lipitor. Right. Or has an incentive to put you on these drugs. They shouldn't be able to do that. They should be able to be these independent arbiters of and if it's a medicine that's going to help you, then they should have no reason to prescribe one drug over another drug. At all. Yeah. But that is not the case. It's a pandemic of hypocrisy, entire thing.
And when you say one drug over another, well, there's incentive programs.
I was just going to say, that's
that's the thing, right? I heard about it the other day where doctors can make upwards of twice what they make.
That's right.
Simply by making sure that they have pediatricians have every single kid vaccinated. Oh, you got every vaccinated kid in there, and they got every single vaccination. Here we're going to double your pay. Boom, they cut you a check. Who's not going to sign up for that? Because it's like, well, vaccines are supposed to be good, right?
Yep.
So,
well, they scare you that it's good. You need a vaccine to prevent cancer. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't want cancer. Do you want cancer? No. Give me a vaccine. They scare you with all this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, so folks, here in New York, you have to get your car inspected once a year. So I take my car to the mechanic. I know mine, but I've been to mechanics before where he's going to inspect my car, and I'm going to pay him $35. He doesn't make any money unless he finds something.
Finds something, exactly.
And they always do. Now, doctors are like that with this nefarious little bonus. There are people who walk into doctors' offices every day, say, hi, I'm from KDJ Pharmaceuticals, and I just dropped these 2 tickets to the Rangers tonight. I saw your son in the photo with the Rangers jersey. I can't give you money, but I can give you these tickets. And just give my drug a little try, would you? And now he's going to do that. Oh, the guy dropped off a couple tickets. Yeah, I'll recommend his pharmaceutical for people. So now the doctor is like the guy who's checking the car. He's doing the inspection. He goes, well, this guy's pretty healthy, but you know what? He's got a little, let's say, his blood pressure. It's not high, but it's a little. Well, I'll just put him on some of these KDJ pharmaceutical pills to lower his blood pressure, which isn't really in the danger zone at all, but it's not perfect, so I'm going to use that as the excuse.
Yeah.
It's like I've had people check my brakes. Oh, you need calipers? You need everything?
You need pads.
Yeah, I just needed pads.
Right.
There's a little ding here and a ding there.
Yeah, and if you go another week, then all of a sudden, well, now you waited too long, and we got to cut.
That's a good example.
We got to cut your.
I can relate to it.
We got to make the cuts, and it becomes a.
There's plenty of natural remedies out there. To your point, eat well. I think to Kevin's point, the sugar is a problem. I think we all know that. One. I have a big sweet tooth. I consume a lot of sugar. I know I got to stop. But there are plenty of natural remedies out there if you do enough research. You and I are doing this methylene blue. I don't know if you started that yet.
I'm a little afraid to start it, Vin. I got to tell you.
Okay, so you're a little. It is a natural remedy.
But I plan on starting it. But one thing I wanted to correct, it's called a quality of care bonus. That's what pediatricians get. Oh, boy. And I just found it here on Pop Sugar. And it's not the pharmaceutical companies, actually. It's the insurance companies that pay them the bonus. Believe it or not.
If there's one industry I loathe, and there are 17, but the insurance industry, man, they're a bunch of crooks, too. They're just a bunch of crooks. But I personally think that big agriculture is related to big pharma. Because, hey, I know, we'll make them sick. You sell them pills. We're all going to make a lot of money.
Yeah. You know what? You might not be wrong. Because when you think about it, what are we finding out now? They're stopping the some of these dyes in the food, right? A lot of our food that we eat, people, you can't get in Europe because they determine that our food is poison.
Yep.
they wouldn't let a lot of the things that they put in our food that we consume on a daily basis into their food in Europe because they consider it a toxin or a poison and it's not healthy. So thankfully, RFK Jr. seems to be kind of starting to take us in that direction.
Yeah, you know what really steams my clams? These grocery stores with a pharmacy. you eat this garbage, and when you're pooping road flares, just come over here to our pharmacy. We'll sell you some of this, and we'll get you on both sides. If I'm an idiot, tell me. I'm in the Facebook chats. Tell me I'm an idiot. I think they're in cahoots. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're not crazy.
Well, you cause the problem, you solve the problem. Yep. You cause the problem, you solve the problem.
Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, that's just, I guess we've gone off on a bit of a side track there, but I think it was definitely worthy to talk about it. Because again, it always amazes me. Oh, I see my mom, she's on 5-6 things. I'm like, wow, what do you on? What is this for? Well, this is for this for that. I'm like, have you thought about eating better? I don't think you're 3 times a week to Wendy's is probably a good idea for your food choices.
No, you have to eat well, eat healthy, eat fresh foods, all the stuff RFK Jr. is trying to get out of our foods.
Yeah.
Having a McDonald's French fry was a potato when we were young.
Yeah.
It's not a potato anymore.
No.
So it was a potato at one point.
It's a mutant.
Yes. And you know what? Be careful of what you think is ice cream.
Yeah.
Because now they're just calling it a dairy treat. They won't use the words ice cream because, they can't.
Yep.
So keep that in mind.
And look at cheese food.
Yes.
Cheese food.
It's not cheese, it's cheese food.
Right, cheese food. And if you go to White Castle, this used to be the case of White Castle, they would call it liquid cheese, which sounds disgusting, but it's really awesome. In my younger years, it was awesome.
Yeah, I bet.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, more with KDJ and Vinnie Mac, live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes? And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide. All for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Sounds like the blues. Slick Rick isn't here to enjoy the blues, but you are, so let's get to it, shall we? If you're stressed about back taxes because maybe you missed your April deadline or your books are a friggin' mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast. It could be as much as 5% a month just for not filing, but there is help on the way. All you got to do is reach out to Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or you haven't filed your taxes in years because you got some messy books. No problem. They've seen it all, and they can take care of it and get it cleaned up. With direct access to the powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation if you qualify. They may even be able to reduce or eliminate all the taxes you owe. More importantly, they'll help you protect you from wage garnishment and bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Take it upon yourself and reach out to Tax Network USA. Give them a call, 800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, or you'll talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Again, take the pressure off you, put it on them. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. 800-905-8000 or tnusa.com. Now, since President Trump was sworn in, his administration is making enormous progress at breakneck pace. We see it every day. We can't take a day off the show because there's always breaking news coming out of the administration. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the country, they can't always be, paying attention to what's going on in your personal account. You have to do that yourself. One of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold from our trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. Over the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased upwards of 40%. Central banks continue to buy and bolster the demand for gold by buying more in record quantities. Global instability and tension is getting highest it's been in decades. Birch Gold makes owning physical gold extremely easy. All you got to do to convert an existing IRA, a 401k, into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold is reach out and text America to 989898. Birch Gold is going to send you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation whatsoever, only great, useful information that you're going to get from Birch Gold. They've got an A+ rating with the Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. Take control of your savings today by texting America to 989898. You'll get that free info kit on gold from Birch Gold, and you'll feel better for it. Again, America to 989898 for Birch Gold. Contact them today. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Hey, Kevin, if people wanted to check you out during the day, because right now we're on linewsradio.com and 103.9 on Long Island. I understand you have a radio show on those same at those same call letters.
I do.
What time would they find you?
Thank you, Rick. You can listen to me worldwide, 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time at that's for Long Island, linewsradio.com. And you can text the show, you can call the show. And I love when people come over and say, hey, I saw you on 6B, and I'm listening to you now. Send us a text. You'll hear the number all day throughout the show and say, hey, I'm a 6B fan from whatever state you're from. We're trying to pick up every state. We've got 29 now, I think.
Really?
30.
That's
maybe
awesome.
30, yeah.
Congrats.
So, yeah, linewsradio.com. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, definitely make sure, because you do texts on the show. I've been on the show a few times. Yeah. You take texts. You take phone calls. I think there's snail mail. They can mail the station.
Smoke signals.
Or smoke signals.
Yeah. There you go. Pigeons.
Yeah, hieroglyphics. Anything. Anything to reach out to Kevin. He'll be happy to
We're always happy to hear it. Yeah.
Yes. Vinny, I know you're doing something with a T-shirt company, right?
Yeah. I've launched with a group of autistic children and adults that work at this T-shirt company called Spectrum. They're on the East Coast here. But it's a nonprofit. All the products are made by autistic adults and kids. It's a great thing. A lot of people, the New York Mets use them. A lot of big businesses use them. And vinny-mac.com. That's the product line I created to help them. Hopefully using a little of our mojo here at the show. Yeah. To provide some support. All the money and proceeds go to these young people. It helps with a lot of things. First off, they have real jobs. Like they work in equipment, like hard equipment. They do sales, they do design, they make the product, they ship the product, they do customer service, they build the website. So there's a lot of really good things. I was just there today, meeting with a couple of the guys over there, looking at the product and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just impressed because they're very talented, yet they have spectrum issues, which is why the company's called Spectrum. And I'm happy to help. Let my name to it.
Yeah, and they're working with their challenges. But, let's face it, people can do stuff. You don't have to write people off. And it's great that you're working with these kids and these people to kind of put this together and, get their work out there.
I just feel like I've always felt like this, even when I was a little kid, when kids were made fun of in school or bullies picked on them. I always helped the new kid who came into the school. I took him to the parties with me. And when you see kids on the spectrum, you don't realize they're on the spectrum.
Right.
And some are more on the spectrum than others, so it's a little more obvious, but some aren't. And it's such a shame because there's so much talent and passion, and they just want to be part of society. And so it's not a major thing, but it's my little way of giving back here. So,
and not only that, sometimes they just need a chance. And
well, that's exactly right.
That little assistance can open up a whole new world for them. So it's good that you're doing it, and congrats. And hopefully we can keep sending people over there.
Yeah.
What's the website again?
It's vinny-mac.com.
All right, so check it out when you get a chance, vinny-mac.com. Hey, I was talking about clips. Oh my goodness, I got clips. Do you want to see some?
Yeah,
of course you do. I'm not even gonna wait for your answer. I'm gonna answer for you. Yes, you do. We were talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, talking about Epstein, and again, her naming 100 people at least, according to to Todd Blanche from DOJ. Here is cut number one. Here's President Trump calling out somebody we all know who's kind of been over there at least, 18, 25 times. Bill Clinton, cut number one. Check this out.
Well, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to say is that Todd is a great attorney, but you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of his friends that are hedge fund guys. They're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Maintaining you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday.
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier. Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people. Where did you see the people laying outside?
Right across the street from Lafayette Park, sir.
We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
What a great clip. I saw that clip, and I love the way he answers stuff. First, this guy.
Yeah.
He's the balls, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he is just everything. I love everything he says. But, hey, what about Bill Clinton going there 28 times? You don't ask about that? I mean,
no one's asking Bill Clinton.
No one's asking Bill Clinton. By the way, he said, I wasn't on Epstein Island.
Yeah.
So go prove I was there, because I was. I've never been there.
Yeah. You know who's saying they weren't also on Epstein Island? And it's somebody I think we all thought was. I don't know if you've seen it. He's been on Piers Morgan.
Yes.
Kevin Spacey.
Yep.
He's adamant about it.
I've heard that
He's like, I was on a plane with Bill Clinton because we were going over to Africa for this whatever or to Europe, and they ended up in the UK as well. And he's adamant. He's like, I didn't know this guy. I didn't know the woman. I thought he was kind of a slime ball, but he was there. And he goes, if you want, check all you want. I've never been to that island. Hey, he's got his other problems that he's had to deal with, but I guess he's pretty adamant that he was not a part of that.
Alan Dershowitz was blamed by one of the accusers, and he went to town to prove he wasn't. And that's the big, this is the quicksand with this case.
That's right.
Is anyone, if the FBI wants to frame someone, they put them down on that list. No one's going to know.
Just put them on that list.
Unless they fight it, like Dershowitz did.
Yep.
He fought it. He went to trial. He went to court. They went through discovery. He said he saw a lot of names. He can't divulge, but he was able to prove his innocence.
Yeah, good. And it's a shame you have to go that far and do that. You know?
Yeah. Well, just stay away from pedophiles, and you'll be fine. Like, that's one of those rules.
Especially when I was a kid.
Right. Don't touch the stove when it's hot, and stay away from pedophiles.
Very simple.
There was one in my neighborhood called Mr. Pumpkin.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Oh man, it sounds like the blues again. It's a bluesy night. I realize there are many choices when it comes to your cell phone service. If you've got a cell phone and you're looking to make a change, there are new ones popping up all the time, but here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes freedom is worth fighting for, and they are called Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 main networks. Don't take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. You can activate minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. It's your choice. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. All you got to do is reach out and call 972-PATRIOT or go to their website, patriotmobile.com/RAB. That's our promo code. You'll get a free month of service when you call or sign up. That's patriotmobile.com/RAB or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. Use our promo code RAB for a free month of service. And just a reminder, when it comes to news, make sure that all headline news here, you go visit EternalLifeCoin.com. That's EternalLifeCoin.com. It's all the news is brought to you by Eternal Life Coin, so check them out yourself. Great stuff that Vinny and Damon can vouch for. They've been working with these guys for a while, so check it out, EternalLifeCoin.com. Let's get back to what we were talking about. I know we played that clip with President Trump calling out Bill Clinton.
Yep.
The Epstein files. I don't know if you guys saw this one. This guy, this clip is from last week. I've been meaning to play it. Every time it gets kind of lost in the sauce, we end up talking about other stuff. We don't talk about Epstein, but this is Democrat Senator Ron Wyden. And he was making a presentation. I think this was just after President Trump was saying, hey, let's not talk about this. It's old stuff. The guy's been dead. Let's talk about all our wins, all the great stuff that's going on. Here he is making a great point, and maybe he didn't realize he was making a great point for the wrong reasons. It's cut number 12.
You're going to show us.
He says, follow the money. This is Democrat Senator Ron Wyden. Cut 12. Check this out.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there. Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate.
Yeah, and according to this, the Senator Ron Wyden, he's a Democrat out of Oregon. He was just speaking there. Some of his staffers and himself have seen confidential files related to these massive sums of money Epstein moved through the banking system to fund his sex trafficking network. And the senator said his probe has taken on a new urgency after the Trump administration has refused to release the information seized by the FBI. And, again, we kind of scratched our heads when we saw Trump go the other way on this and thinking, dude, this is not going to go away. And then maybe it was his rope-a-dope to get everybody to start talking about it while he played off like, I don't want to talk about it, to get everybody else to talk about it. Now the Democrats are demanding it. You got this guy opening up. And in one line of questioning that nobody's talked about is the money, right? Mm-hmm. Follow the money.
Yep.
Dan Bongino used to say this all the time. You want to find out what's going on? Follow the money. It'll take you to who is doing what.
Yep. And you know what? I know all the blue-haired types. He's a pedo. They didn't care about this. They had 4 years to rip it open under Biden, and no one cared.
Yeah.
But the useful idiots have now been told what to screech about, so they are. But the money here is fascinating. And I've read that after Epstein died, money was still going in and out of his accounts.
Right.
When we followed the money, Elon Musk and Doge, when we followed the money, what happened? They went hysterical.
How dare you?
Right. And we found some really great stuff. A couple of basic points, though. Epstein was a Democrat. Epstein donated to Democrats, not Republicans. The Democrats hoarded his files for 4 years. We didn't hear anything about it. They wouldn't talk about it. They didn't want him out. They blocked it getting out. They blocked the release. Democrats blocked the release from the grand jury. and the Democratic judge blocked there's a New York judge who blocked files, and then the grand jury thing was blocked by Democrats.
Yes.
Their hands are all over this. Everywhere you look.
Yeah.
Hundreds of Democrats went to the island. I mean, I'm sure some Republicans went too. Like, a lot of bad people did a lot of bad things here, right? Yeah. But follow the money. And my point is, when we followed it, look at what happened.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like, all of a sudden, we're trying to get some truth and justice and find out where money's going. Yeah. And they freak. They made Elon Musk out to be a Nazi.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do here? You know?
Yeah, it's amazing. And again, he's using the fact that Trump was saying, let's not talk about this, as his jumping off point to be like, hey, we saw this years ago.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to bring it out because I know about it. I'm going to get that Mr. Trump myself. And it turns out this could be the ultimate rake in the face because it might just backfire on all the Democrats. Yep. Like Vinny was saying, that Epstein was taking money to and from.
Yes. I think there's way more to this than people think. And I wonder if we've been sent on the wrong, if they've put us on the wrong scent, I should say, right. The wrong trail. You guys go over here, look for this list of pedos when really there's more than that going on. There's hundreds of millions of dollars changing hands, all sorts of nefarious
stuff. It has to be about money. Yeah. It's always about money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw all the payouts, right? J.P. Morgan Chase does not pay out hundreds of millions of dollars if nothing happened.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't happen. Yep. That doesn't happen. The Epstein, whatever they're paying out, what's it called? His estate isn't paying out money even after his death because nothing happened.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of, I think Wyden may have just sealed some of these people's fate and didn't even realize he was doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Other than the obvious, I think we should pick a name. Who do you think's on that list? I'm going to go with that J.B. Pritzker guy.
Oh.
I'm just taking a guess. I'm not saying anything, so don't sue me. Well, you can't. What do you want? 2011 Subaru?
It's
Man-hater edition.
It's like a Deadpool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
We're not sure. We're going to guess.
Yep.
I don't know, Vin. You got somebody on your Epstein pool list?
It might even be the transgender, transmabob Pritzker who's on it.
It very well could be. It could be. I mean, my feeling in this whole Epstein list thing is I just want all the pedophiles arrested. Yeah. And I look at the politicians on it. They're going to be there. And there's going to be some people that are famous that we may like.
And Dershowitz said there's no one who's currently in politics on that so-called list.
Wow, really?
So in other words, they're all out of office.
They're retired or dead, he said. So and that would include Trump.
There are a lot of politicians.
He's in office, yeah.
That is very interesting.
Interesting is right. Hey, speaking about pedos, I don't know if you saw this. Kash Patel announcing Operation Grayskull arrest. Cut number 4. Check out what this is all about. This is Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. Cut 4. Check it out.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kash Patel, Director of the FBI. I'm excited to announce the results of a global operation to take down 4 of the biggest child sexual abuse sites on the dark web and bring the criminals who operated them to justice. As a result of Operation Grayskull, the FBI arrested 19 subjects here in the United States and, working with our international partners, helped coordinate additional arrests in 7 more countries. Shockingly, many of these perpetrators had no prior criminal records. They were people we knew and trusted, neighbors, colleagues, even family members. They were active in our communities and around our children. This is why we must stay vigilant. Investigations like this are thorough and resource intensive. They often take years due to the complexity of tracking perpetrators on the dark web. Specialized teams like the FBI's Child Exploitation Operational Unit work tirelessly to find those who harm our children and put them behind bars. Through global partnerships and dedicated resources, the FBI works to ensure that all children have the chance to grow up safe and free from exploitation. Rest assured, we will keep hunting these criminals no matter where they are. Thank you for keeping our children safe.
Yeah, we talked about this a little last night, and the point I was trying to make last night, and wow, that's fantastic, is you can quickly tell the heart and soul of people when they're in a job that could attack 100 different problems, and they choose something that everyone else behind them didn't choose to do, and it's the most egregious of all: child sexual exploitation, and all the other things. And he's gone after them. This isn't the first arrest.
Oh, no.
He's had a series of them, right?
He's had a series of them. There was a big bust in Florida, I believe, a month and a half ago.
Yep.
In the first term of Trump, they did a lot of this as well that didn't get a lot of notice.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is another one of those promises made, promises kept kind of things that kind of flies under the radar because people still don't really want to talk about this.
Yep.
You know?
And they didn't go after him like this with this vigor. Now they are.
And what's amazing is that we find out that this was, let's face it, we're number one when it comes to child trafficking.
We are.
In the world.
That's embarrassing.
That's embarrassing. It's disgusting. And to find out that what was some of the testimony I think I saw in the past week regarding hundreds of children being released to like this one person. And they go missing, and it's just amazing some of the stuff that this government. And again, I'm Team USA all the time, man. When it comes to your country sucks, your country sucks. We're still number one. But when you see stuff like this, it really kind of poaches your potatoes and makes you want to get the people that are involved with doing this nefarious crap. They really need to pay a price.
You didn't see Comey do it. You didn't see Christopher Wray do it.
No, they went after Christians. They went after people in church.
My point is the heart and soul of this administration, the real heart and soul. These are the things that show you what they're really all about because they put a focus on this when other administrations haven't. I don't think there's any administration, at least in my lifetime, that put as much effort into getting child predators arrested. So kudos to them.
And I don't think there's any administration who's been more, how do I put it, welcoming of child predators than the Biden administration.
Exactly.
No DNA testing at the border. We can't sneak our replacements in fast enough. Come on in and bring those. We were told 330,000 kids. I'm hearing 440 now.
That number is staggering. And we talked last night also about the fact they set up that hotline.
Yep.
68,000 phone calls unanswered.
None of them were answered. None of them were addressed.
That's all you need to hear,
These
by the way.
kids were crying out for help, and nobody was there to help them.
No priority. Their priority was doing bad things and making money.
If anything, arrest Joe Biden for that, at least.
Yeah. I think the Democrats are getting a little taste of this trafficking thing.
Yeah.
Why would they look the other way?
Could be. It's all about the money.
It's all about the money. Agreed.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We come back. We'll wrap up the show on a Friday night. One more go round with KDJ and Vinnie Mac and with you guys in the chat. Live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Vinnie Mac is here. He's got some stuff he wants to get off his chest, but let's go to Kevin Downey Jr. first and see what he's got. The radio show star, the writer for PJ Media, and comedy phenom, Kevin Downey Jr. What do you got, my friend?
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Disturbing tweet from Charlie Kirk, who's very close to us right now. A bunch of people I know went to see him. In Westchester thing. Look at this. It says a taxpayer-funded BBC employee in the UK, that's a big news outlet there, is leading a campaign to distribute bright yellow badges to school kids. And these are ally badges. And what happens is when a transgender adult sees you wearing this, they will ask you, the child, to go into the ladies' room with them. So the adult is protected, i.e. invited in. It's kind of like, vampire can't get in your house unless they're invited. So transgender adults, these are transmabobs, these are men dressed as women, want to take little girls into the ladies' room. I kid you not. And if you think that's a good idea, look at this, redux.info, REDUXX.info. Headline. Trans male high school coach previously accused of undressing in front of girls sent pornography of himself to gender critical school board member. Headline, transgender pedophile who hoarded videos of babies being raped sentenced to 30 years in jail. Hey, look at this. Headline, this is from PJ Media. What's this guy's name? Kevin Downey Jr.
I've heard of that dude.
The left is willfully blind to transgender attacks on kids, where I found in... less than 2 seconds, 15, I found 15 cases of transmabobs sexually assaulting children in public restrooms. Now, the transmabobs, they want to bring in their meals with them. They want to it's amazing to me. That's like saying, hey, sheep, I'm a wolf. I want you to come with me.
Pay no attention to my nakedness.
Yeah. Right. So that's just sick.
That's just sick.
That's insane.
That's just sick.
That's just sick.
So what do they put on themselves? A yellow
It's a
bone?
yellow badge. Now,
badge?
Folks, yeah, it's called the yellow badge of pedophilia or something. I don't know what they're calling it.
That sounds about
right.
An
ally badge, which would invite a transgender adult to approach the children wearing it and say, hey, young lady, I have to go drop the kids off at the pool. Now, will you bring me into the ladies' room so that I'm not beaten up? And I'm telling you, folks, there is a shocking level of sexual assaults committed by transmabobs against kids. No one wants to talk about it. We heard, they got to use the ladies' room, otherwise they'll get beaten up, toxic masculinity. I write about this stuff. And the past 5 years, I found one attack where a dudette goes into the men's room and some kids beat the potato salad out of him. That's in a high school. And it was a horrible attack, don't get me wrong. One. But I'm telling you right now, the internet is full of news stories of kids being ravaged by these people who are totally not crazy or anything like that.
Wow.
Now they want them to put the badge on. In other words, it's like, remember those Tot Finder stickers that they put so the firemen could get us, but the pedophiles did too?
Right.
Like that. There's another fireman. We're not even on fire.
We are now.
Yeah.
It's just enablement. I mean, what they're doing is just enabling things. We enable crime with immigration. We enable pedophiles.
Yep.
To get their way. It's just, what are they thinking?
It's just amazing. It's like, who thought that this was a good idea ever? I mean, yeah, it was on TV, but it was as a joke. Klinger was a joke.
Yeah.
Everybody knew it was a guy.
Yep.
But and he never went after kids. He just wanted to get out of the army.
Exactly.
He wanted to go home.
But this whole thing, remember, tyranny comes disguised as virtue. We just want to use the ladies' room and not get beaten up, so I'm going to bring in a little girl with me. Oh my God, that's more reason to beat you up.
Yeah, exactly. If that's not a reason to beat you up, then there is none.
You know what?
Man, oh man.
You know what I think we're going to see as we talked about the culture changing? There's going to come a point. And when I was a kid, I grew up in Detroit, and we went to the dive bars, fish fry every Friday, and then we go back on Saturday with my grandparents, who they're all a bunch of boozers. But if a man walked into the ladies' room, there wasn't time to call the cops.
Right.
Every man in the bar would be in there beating the potato salad out of this guy.
Right.
Or some perv trying to poke his head in or cut a hole in the wall or something.
Oh, did I go into the wrong room?
Yeah.
Right. And if it happened the other way around, where a woman went into a men's room, everybody would kind of stand by the door and let her do her business.
Yes.
Because, it was almost like, all right, the line's too long. She really has to go. We'll stand here and make sure.
Absolutely.
Or she was, having a little fun in the stall next to you. While you're, I've seen movies.
I'll take the check, please.
Yes.
One more round for Rick Delgado and then a check. Thank you.
I search for those movies.
Yeah, I search for them, yes.
Anyhow, so that's Kevin Downey Jr. Vinnie Mac, one last shot to you. Anything on your radar there?
Something on my radar that's been overlooked. I think a lot of us missed this. I know I missed it, and I found it today. And it's an executive order that Donald Trump put through that got no mention or notice or any press, and it has to do with the homeless epidemic. And he's put through an executive order
I saw that. Yep.
that talks about relocating the homeless into treatment centers. Huh. What an idea. Treatment centers. Now, not everybody who's homeless has a mental illness. Some are just exploiting the system, and some are having a really rough time. But treatment centers are a good place for everybody. If you're having mental issues, or if you're having a hard time understanding it and maybe getting treatment for your depression or whatever it's causing you to be homeless. But we do know that the bulk of the homeless that we see in this country right now are drug addicts and a lot of mental illness that's out there. It's not like it was back in 20 years ago. It's just way worse. It's an epidemic. It's gross. It's everywhere. But they refuse to deal with the people, even in all these liberal cities. Look at New York, look at Los Angeles, look at San Francisco. You can't walk through San Francisco without stepping over a homeless person. So what do? Well, they used to just ship them off to these hotels and places that they could stay. And it helped some people who needed food. But for the most part, they need treatment. They need help. Trump had a sister. I think his sister had a mental illness and was in an institution and so on. So he pushed through this executive order, and he's basically saying, look, we need to end the crime on the streets because drugs and mental illness is causing a lot of that stuff, and it's quite dangerous for all of us because it's so random. Look at that couple in Los Angeles. The poor couple's coming home from work, and there was a guy in the neighborhood, homeless guy, drug addict. He shot them both, killed him. Just dead, gone. Tried to rob the house, got arrested, and so on. That's not an unusual story in Los Angeles and San Francisco. Right. This is a regular happening. So it's something that flew under the radar, and I thought it was worth mentioning.
And you know what, Vin, you hit the nail on the head. These are happening in the big blue toilet towns. Yeah. All right? And these are the places. And I've got a big libertarian streak. I was like, legalize drugs. What do I care? No, now I get it. Now people get on drugs, and they become homeless. And that's all about bringing down Western civilization, folks. It's nothing more than that.
Right. And then you see the error of your thinking, like, oh, wait, now I got to deal with this person?
Yep.
Now I got to pay extra for this person? I got to deal with him living under my stoop and taking a dump on my steps?
Yep.
Great. Awesome.
It's unhealthy for everyone.
Right.
The Palisades that burned down, and they said, we're just going to rebuild it. Nope, they're buying up a lot of it, and they're putting in low-income housing.
And there's going to be, has to be a revolution in California.
Yes.
Right. These people cannot put up with it.
Yeah. All right, with that said, let's wrap up the show. Before we do, you guys, Kevin Downey Jr. missed this last night from Real Prince Doll. Check this out. Baby David.
Popular for a reason.
Are you looking for new popcorn? Oh my God, it's horrible. There's no flavor because it tastes like I'm eating sawdust. No, that's horrible. Ugh. All right, let me take a bite out of this cup. It tastes about the same. Styrofoam, exactly.
Only 3 simple ingredients.
Big D's so crabby.
Skinny Pop, endlessly delicious.
A bread of cream, a little dab will do ya. I could do some moving too. Wah, wah.
Totally
Had to
classic.
finish with that. Baby Damon and a Skinny Pop commercial from Real
great.
Prince Doll. Thank you, everyone, for watching. As always, we salute our military, active and retired. Everybody working the front lines, EMT, firefighters, police, ICE, Border Patrol, everybody out there making our lives better. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching at home. Everybody online in the chats. Aaron Fran in the booth. Kevin Downey Jr. Catch him on Monday on linewsradio.com and Vinnie Mac as well. Till Monday, have a great weekend. We will see you then. God bless and peace.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
Good evening and welcome to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. We had so many fascinating conversations at Turning Point's Student Action Summit in Tampa not all that long ago that we gotta play them for you. We gotta bring them to you. One of those conversations was with border czar Tom Homan, which I think you'll find fascinating and interesting. And then after that, we're talking to Benny Johnson about, well, you know who Benny Johnson is, the meme king of the internet, maybe second only to Donald Trump Jr. But again, it's a really tight race. Also, Monica Page has a fascinating report on the hostages that President Trump has been able to retrieve. So much to get to. Check out this first interview with Tom Homan, and I think you're going to enjoy it.
Border czar Tom Homan. I want to start this off. Are you trying to be funny?
No, I'm just being me.
Because if I'm watching the administration, there's few people I laugh more at, and I just want to know if it's intentional or if obviously this is your personality, but why is it so funny?
I say what I think. I don't think I have any boundaries. I mean, I say what I think. I grew up with an opinion, and I have an opinion now, and I'm not afraid to share it, and I don't give a shit what people think about it.
Well, I'm sure you've been asked about it, but the 60 Minutes where you're going to separate families that are being deported.
That was an honest answer. I think she thought that she had me. Oh boy, I got this. This is going to be headlines. She didn't have me. I'm proud of what I said. Matter of fact, I think that was a U2 fame. I mean, but that was an honest answer because we thought about this before, right? This whole trashing of Trump 45, separating families, home and zero tolerance, shame on you. Okay, well, we won't separate families. We'll deport families together. That's parenting 101, right? If we deport a parent, you got a choice. Take a child with you or leave them here with somebody else. If they're a U.S. citizen, that's your choice. It's not a government's choice anymore. It's a parent's choice.
Now, when parents leave their kids here, if they're U.S. citizens, because we've seen so many stories of a U.S. citizen got deported. No, they went with their parents. That's if a parent does leave their kid here, is that like a CPS call? Because I feel like any parent that would leave their kid in a foreign country while they're getting deported probably shouldn't be in charge of that kid's well-being.
I guess it depends on the circumstance. So let's remember, if you leave your kid in the car, run to 7-Eleven, get coffee, you can get arrested. We got 500,000 parents that put their kids in the hands of criminal cartels to be trafficked in this country. Put their kids in the hands of a criminal cartel to be smuggled into the country, trafficked. So, if people have a different set of rules, just like the whole, the family separation saga. Tom Homan's your grandfather, family separation. Look, I separate families every day when I was a cop. U.S. citizen families get separated when the parent goes to jail. Child can't go to jail with them. Well, when we were prosecuting illegal aliens and they go to jail, child can't go with them either. So it is what it is.
I'm just going to say, if someone gets a DUI, you're saying you're going to separate that kid from that parent? How dare you?
Exactly.
So one of obviously the big talking points nowadays is, we're going after criminal illegals who are here illegally, obviously. My concern is the math on that, right? You've got a couple 100,000 criminals on record being here illegally. Once you run out of them, right, there's still 20 million illegals got to get kicked out of the country. You think there's going to be a difficult time messaging that to the American people?
Yeah, we're trying to message it. Look, I see them, 90% of the media lies about what ICE does. We are prioritizing public safety threats, national security threats. But I'd said from day one, if you're in the United States illegally, if you're here illegally, you're on the table because it's not okay to be in this country illegally. It's a crime to enter this country illegally. And we're not going to forget that. But with limited resources, you got to prioritize, right? The public safety threats, the national security threats, they're the biggest danger to the communities right now. So they have to be prioritized. But like I said, I use this analogy that I may prioritize my family life over my work life, but I don't forget about my work life. Prioritization just means what you hold high. What's a priority? And that's what we're doing. But you see the media is claiming we're arresting a lot of non-criminals, and we are. I mean, if we go in a sanctuary city and we can't arrest the bad guy in the jail and they're going to release him to the community, then we're going to go into the community and find them. And many times when we do find them, they're with others that are in the country illegally. Guess what? They're coming too. Because the last administration told ICE, you can't arrest somebody for simply being here illegal. They rewrote the law. Well, we're letting ICE uphold the old tuck. We're going to force the laws enacted by Congress, and they're coming too.
I've been surprised at how that's not the main argument from conservatives. You're following the law. If you want the law changed, vote for people who are going to change the law. But currently, the law is as the law is, and we're just following. Is there a reason why that's not a more prominent argument?
I'm pushed that every day. I tell people with the attacks on ICE right now and all the hate on ICE, including from members of Congress, right? We have members of Congress comparing them to Nazis, racists. You got Tim Walz, he called him the Gestapo. And I said, I've been saying, look, if you don't like what ICE does, then go protest Congress, because we're not making this up. We're enforcing laws that Congress enacted. The same congressmen want to call ICE Nazis and racists for enforcing the law they wrote. If we're Nazis for enforcing it, what's that make them? They wrote it, for God's sake. So if you want to protest somebody, protest Congress. We're doing our job. We're enforcing laws around the books. That's the difference between us and Biden. We're enforcing the law where he wasn't.
I mean, I always make the argument, okay, if we're going to be picking and choosy of which federal laws we avoid or ignore and don't enforce, might I suggest the IRS tax code as another law that I personally can avoid and ignore?
Name another law enforcement agency where you tell them not to enforce the law. Anybody tell the FBI, DEA, ATF? No, they enforce the law and we're doing the same thing. Look, immigration enforcement has always been emotional. It's always been controversial. I get it. But you know what? We have a law to enforce. If there's no consequences for entering the country illegally, you're never going to fix the problem. So there's got to be consequences. And we can see now, because we have consequences, got a lot of people self-deporting, self-leaving, because they know we're coming. So that is a part of why we got the most secure border in the history of the nation right now. Yeah, it is. It's a boots on the ground. It's the Trump policies such as remain in Mexico and then catch and release. But a lot of it, they're seeing the consequences. They're seeing 1,000 teams out on the streets every day looking for them. So a lot of people decide, I'll put my affairs in order and I'll leave on my own. That way, I maybe come back under a legal program. Because while all these people, all these protesters show up, how dare you? They're just here illegally. They cheated the system. And while they're cheating the system, there are millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing the background investigations, paying their fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. They're sitting in the back seat while people are cheating the system. So no, we'll prioritize our work, but if you're in the country illegally, that's not okay.
I recognize that this is mostly going to be seen by the base who already agrees, but there's obviously big rumors being pushed by the media that normal people are believing. I see it on my social media feeds all day. If you even look not like a cisgendered white man, you're going to get arrested and deported. What kind of discretion do ICE agents use when going into neighborhoods?
So here's what we need. I did an interview yesterday and the media took all that context. And people, they comment. First, most people comment are morons. They don't understand the law. But bottom line is, when you see the operations when they're temporarily detaining and questioning, they don't need probable cause to temporarily detain and question. They need reasonable suspicion. And reasonable suspicion is a collection of factors, right? Articulable facts that lead to reasonable suspicion. And that could be, where they're at, what's their current behavior? What is their past behavior? And I said yesterday, and people went nuts, and their physical appearance is one factor. Now, you can't detain someone based on their physical appearance, but that's one of the many factors that you gather to get to that reasonable suspicion standard. So, and once you have reasonable suspicion and question them, then you got to establish probable cause to make an arrest. That's the way the law is written.
I also could be mistaken, but appearance, it could also be MS-13 tattooed on their forehead. And regardless of what race you are, I think that's a pretty good use of...
It's one factor out of many you got to gather, but have an MS-13 on their forehead? Maybe he's a naturalized citizen. So that's one factor amongst many that can add to reasonable suspicion. And once you question them, then you gather probable cause to make the arrest.
As a citizen, I would like you to detain that person. If them's got that tattooed on their forehead, you don't have to take my advice. I'm obviously.
No, as a matter of fact, a judge just decided yesterday she's trying to, put a stop to what we're doing on the streets, but she'll lose that in an appeals court because we are establishing reasonable suspicion. That is what the law says. I learned that in 1984 in the Border Patrol Academy. You got to establish reasonable suspicion before you approach somebody, and that's the standard we follow.
In kind of wrapping up, how is this taking a toll on your personal life? Because obviously, this is a hot button issue like no other hot button issue that I've seen being alive. And I live in the Los Angeles area, so it's very close to all of that chaos. And unfortunately, you're the boogeyman.
There's a lot of people in this country who don't like me, and I don't give a shit. If they knew what I knew and saw what I saw, experienced what I experienced since 1984, the tragedies, the rapes of children, the MS-13 murders. If they saw what I saw on the border, maybe they'd not agree with me, but they'd understand me. Illegal immigration is not a victim's crime. How does it affect my personal life? Look, I wake up like a kid in a candy store every day because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime. It affects my family. I mean, my wife isn't I don't want my wife around me very much because of the threats. But so we're living apart, but I see her. I mean, I go visit. But if I get to live in their minds rent-free, that's kind of cool because I know I'm over the target. I know every day they wake up hating on me. And if they're going to call ICE the Nazis and racists, they're going to throw stones at our officers. I'm glad they hate me because that means I'm doing the right thing. So how does it affect me personally? I live with a security detail now because of the threats, but it's not going to affect who I am. And despite the threats, the name calling, and all the attacks on me and my family, I'm not going anywhere. So I'm old. I'm 63. Some days I get up, I'm tired, and when I read a hit piece on me, that's like throwing gas in my fire. So the hit pieces don't bother me. Keep writing. I love it.
Awesome. Tom Homan, thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off. This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
He freed about a dozen hostages in his first term, but 6 months into his second term, dozens more have been added to that list, and many more are expected to be released. After reaching out to the White House for comment on an accurate number, spokeswoman Anna Kelly said this, in part, quote, Americans detained abroad are always top of mind for President Trump and his national security team, which is why he has brought over 70, a record number, back to our country from around the world. Over 70 hostages brought home. Just to name a few of the hostages, Kelly continued on, saying, quote, the president's work brought brave Americans like Mark Fogel and Eden Alexander home to their families, and his latest action in Venezuela to return 10 U.S. nationals held by the Maduro regime shows the lengths he will go to reunite every American with his loved ones. For context, the Trump administration worked to free American school teacher Mark Fogel, who was kept in Russian captivity for more than 3 years for having less than 1 ounce of medical marijuana, which he apparently used for severe pain.
I love our country, and I'm so happy to be back here.
The Fogel family previously criticized former President Biden due to his work to release WNBA player Brittany Griner, but not Mark. The Trump administration helped American hostage Eden Alexander come home after being held by Hamas for 584 days since October 7th, 2023.
So they did that immediately when we won. They gave you better treatment, you could say it.
And most recently, 10 more Americans are freed from Venezuela as part of a prisoner swap deal. But the work to release Americans started on day one, after President Trump took office for the second time. On January 21st, Ryan Corbett and William McKenty were released from the Taliban in Afghanistan. Although the deal was secured and completed by the previous administration, it was the second Trump term that brought the 2 Americans back home.
So many others from both the Biden and Trump administrations came together to make this possible. I'm just amazed and humbled by all of that.
Texas woman Anastasia Nuffer gained her freedom on January 26 from being a political prisoner in Belarus from protesting its 2020 president Alexander Lukashenko and was detained during the Biden administration. Special Envoy Rick Grinnell secured the release of 6 Americans from Venezuela. And after the October 7th attack on Israel, 484 days as a hostage in Gaza, Keith Siegel and his wife Aviva were released as part of a ceasefire deal in the region on February 1st. Following the attack, President Trump and his team have worked to free even more hostages, American and Israeli, like Noah Argamani, Nama Levy, Eli Sharabi, Omar Shemtov, and Doron Steinbrecher.
Came to the White House to express a great appreciation and gratitude for President Trump.
2 more political prisoners and 1 American prisoner was freed from captivity in Belarus, and Israeli-American Shagoy Dekelchen was released after spending nearly 500 days in Hamas captivity.
The Trump administration, with its energies and with its force, was able to complete the first phase of the agreement in order to get our hostages home.
A deal struck with Kuwait saw 10 more Americans freed after being held on drug-related charges, and Delta Airlines mechanic George Glesman after spending more than 2 years as a hostage in Gaza, also freed from the Taliban.
President Trump, amazing, thank God he's in the White House where he's at, and thank God he got me out.
In March, the Taliban also released American woman Faye Hall after reportedly being arrested on charges of using a drone without authorization.
I'm glad you're the president, and thank you for bringing me home.
A month later, Russian-American ballerina Ksenia Karelina was released after being wrongfully detained for over a year for donating approximately $50 to a Ukrainian charity.
Mr. Trump, I'm so grateful for you to bring me home and for American government, and I never felt more blessed to be American.
And 1 month after that, we saw the release of American defense contractor Tony Holden after nearly 3 years of imprisonment in Kuwait on, quote, bogus drug charges.
President Trump, I want to thank you for what you've done for me and my family.
From the White House for Frontlines with Turning Point, I'm Monica Page.
Benny Johnson, Turning Point tonight. Thanks for hanging out, dude. The meme king. Do you get in like any sort of contentious, not arguments necessarily, but contest between you and Don Jr.? Because he's the general in the meme wars, but I kind of think you were doing it first. I'm not trying to start a riff here.
we taught Don Jr. Like I told Don Jr. a long time ago, and ALX was there. He's here right over my shoulder. I said, man, the internet is powered by memes. Yeah. And you should post memes. And no president's kid has ever posted memes or like engaged in the meme war. And you'd be great at it. And you have a great sense of humor.
You're telling me Calvin Coolidge's son didn't post memes on the internet?
I'm telling you that Charlie was there and he blessed the whole thing. And he said, yes, you should just start posting memes. And now Don Jr. has like, I think maybe the most followed meme account on the internet.
That's nuts.
He's amazing.
That's incredible.
I mean, to be able to like go do that, like one, he has kids, right? So he has these little kids. So he has this like meme energy. He has a beautiful family. I think he has 5 children. Mm-hmm. It's just great, beautiful family, and he locks in with them, and and the kids communicate with memes. So and they communicate through viral content and snappy content and humor, and it's the way it's always been. Yeah. A meme is just like, okay, so if you go back in history, like 200 years ago, there was a ban of any cartoon of King George. That's one of the things that kicks off the American Revolution. Yeah. That King George didn't like being memed. That's just an old meme. Those old cartoons, the old stencil cartoons of King George, you're right? And it is, that was just a meme. Political memes have been so powerful for so long. And this is just the next generation of that. It's very cool.
Obviously you've been doing it for a while. Do you get the sense of like this one's gonna go nuts? Like, or do you have a feeling, a gauge of like this meme is gonna go super viral versus like,
So we're the only YouTuber that has a full-time meme staff. So I have this. We have an entire meme staff at the company, and we employ memers, and they make fine salaries, and they make good salaries and good livings for themselves.
What do you post on Indeed for that sort of thing? Looking for meme god.
I'm gonna do a massive shout out here, but it's true. There's a memer named Mad Liberals who has an awesome account. He's just an artist, and I share all of his stuff, and we've become close. And I ask him for meme advice for memers that would like to do it professionally.
Wow.
And it should be a job, and it is a job. And now with AI, it's with AI, it's like high art actually. Because all of our memes, so before we do a YouTube video, we delight the audience with some type of funny meme that represents the video they're about to watch.
Yeah.
And it's one of the major click drivers of the video, actually. And everybody fights it out in the comment section how they liked it. And you know, it tells the audience that we care about them.
Yeah.
And we want them to laugh. And it's tales old as time, man. It's in the bones. Like, people have always wanted to mock and ridicule. And I'm sorry for the long answer.
No,
they've always wanted to mock and ridicule the powerful. In the time of Christ, in the time before Christ, like, they've wanted to mock and ridicule the powerful. It's part of the ways for us to say, you're not God. You're the same as us. We can make fun of you, and in fact, because you're powerful, we're going to, you know, and it's important for us to knock you down. You're a human being like we are, and your station, you know, we can knock you down a peg with either a meme or a funny comic or a stencil, you know, in the time of King George. And so it's saying we're all men here, you know, and we're all human beings. And so that's why memeing is important. Ridicule is important.
Oh, yeah, of course. This internet culture, right, is such that you can find something or you can create something, and there's kind of this blur between creating it and then finding it and reposting it. How much of it is like 100% comes out of the Benny Johnson meme factory versus like the reposting? Because again, none of it's bad. It's just
we try not to repost anything anymore.
Really?
We try not to. So I've hired memers, and they work for the company.
Wow.
And we try not. I mean, we try to just like hard retweet, right? Like accounts like Grand Old Memes is a spectacular X account, and we just like we either ask direct permission or we just repost, you know, or we just hit hard retweet. Right?
Interesting.
But the reality is that when you're using memes in publishing, you have to make sure that it's your own original content, that it, you know, that it's going to fit with the video. And so these are visual and video memes, right? So again, it's with AI, it's high art. I mean, it's like you're watching a meme movie. It's incredible.
Getting off the topic of memes, what is one conspiracy theory that you like actually believe, that you're like, because you know, everybody kind of floats around different things, and then there's the ones like, nah, dude, I'm a hardliner.
Obvious. I mean, you know, this is the obvious answer to this, but of course that there's a massive cover-up of the Epstein list, and that
I thought we all agreed that it's done.
It's an ongoing cover-up, of this list, and these bastards are keeping it from us, and I don't understand why, and they're doing horrendous damage to themselves through this, and so it's not really a conspiracy theory. In fact, you're the conspiracy theorist if you believe the official story that there was no blackmail and no list. And that Jeffrey Epstein was just the first innocent man to kill himself in solitary confinement because he was going to get exonerated like a day later. You know, it's just why people kill themselves, right? And that Ghislaine Maxwell is like a state prisoner, you know, because she didn't traffic anyone to nobody. She didn't do nothing, as you would say, you know. Didn't do nothing. Yeah.
Jeez.
That's just an obvious one, you know, but that's been mainlined now.
Is there anything like historical, like, conspiracy? I think Stevie Wonder can see, like, that sort of. It's 100%. Have you seen this video with Stevie Wonder?
I've seen some of those.
Paul McCartney knocks over a microphone and Stevie Wonder reaches out and catches it. It doesn't like fall into his hand
like Daredevil.
Yeah, he's just like boom. Like, how did that happen?
Right. Daredevil. Yeah, I don't know, Drew. Bro, I like. Let's see, which ones? There are so many. There's obviously a lot of questions about the moon landing. Obviously, a ton of questions. Like, that now is not even a conspiracy theory about John F. Kennedy's murder, right? Like, the CIA has come out and effectively said that Harvey Oswald was working with us, right? That happened this week as well. Like, we're running out of good conspiracy theories, I think. They're all coming true.
Come true.
They're all totally coming true. I mean, now that it's been mainstreamed, I would obviously talk about the Epstein list. That's lame because it's mainstreamed. So which one? What's a crazy one? Okay, I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. Again, I think this is mainstream, but I don't think that there are aliens. I think there's angels and demons, and I think that they visit us, and I think it's biblical, and I think people don't know what they're seeing when they see intraterrestrial beings like coming down to Earth.
That's what Anna Pauline was talking about today.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think.
Talked about that for 15 minutes.
Yeah,
aliens are intraterrestrial beings.
She knows. She knows. Yeah,
she's a big fan.
Black-pilled me on that, or white-pilled me on that. Totally. She's amazing.
Did you see the internet comedy being what it is now way back when?
Oh, I think Joe Biden might be a robot. Yeah, I mean, totally. Listen, man, I think I'm sorry it took me a second. It's been a long day. I think Joe Biden's totally a robot. Yeah, I think it's like pretty obvious, right? That my favorite Joe Biden is number 4. Some people like number 7. Okay, I think that he's either a robot or a clone. Okay, my personal favorite's number 4, the one who has the different earlobes and the different pupils, and that's my favorite, Joe Biden. But it's kind of like it's a Baskin Robbins kind of thing. And the best part about it is you don't know which Joe Biden is going to come off the Roomba machine, right, and zoom out there.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
My favorite Joe Biden is the one who is definitely in that picture with his family sitting at the top of the stairs.
Yes.
It's 100%
Totally. With his
real,
hands like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Real
His hands
people
like an
sit-
emoji.
Yeah. They sit
that
like
one's
that.
great. Yeah, that's my favorite thing about Joe Biden.
Fun.
Is that you don't know which one you're going to get. Yeah.
From the hilarity.
And I like how the Tesla robots walk more human-like than Joe Biden. That's what I like. So what Elon Musk said is that's actually the level that we have to reach. We have to walk more human than Joe Biden, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Where does conservative internet go from here? Like, could you have pictured when you started doing this stuff? Could you when you were doing man on the street interviews? Could you have pictured where this has gone now? Then
we take over,
and then what happens?
So here's
5-10 years.
Here's what's interesting is there's a ton of really big personalities that were built by Fox News that are currently dominating, and have dominated, and they're great, and I've worked with a lot of them, and they're amazing people. But there's an entirely different generation behind them of completely organic growth that has happened because of hard work and because of excellence in content that they've published. Charlie Kirk's a good example of this.
Well, the gatekeepers are gone.
And it's not just because we're at Turning Point, but like you can see in Charlie's following and in the content that he's producing that he's growing this authentic and organic audience that was not done by some corporation and that was not done through some type of Fox News or Fox News wannabe. It's done like from grassroots up. And the engagement with the content, those numbers are public. You're very naked when you're out on social media because everyone can see the numbers, everyone can see the likes, the comments, the posts. You can see who has an authentic audience and who doesn't.
Yeah.
You can see what's real and what's not. It's all public, right? So you better be able to put them up. And that new generation of like brawlers, like bare knuckle brawlers, like real skull crackers. That like came up in the early internet era. Man, they're gonna take over and it's gonna be totally brutal. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah. It's going to be great, and the power of their audiences are immense.
Yeah.
So
fascinating.
That's fun. It's been humbly, like we've just been working for decades on the pages and the channels, right?
Yeah.
And so it's great to like see, it's great to see it like turn and to see kind of the world like recognize how powerful it all is.
Dude,
how
awesome.
cool it is. Yeah.
Benny Johnson, host of the Benny Show, among other things, Internet King. Meme Lord. Thanks for joining us, dude. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Meme employer. How about
meme
that?
Employer. You might be the only one of those that exists. Does Seth Dillon count as that? I don't think he makes meme. He makes headlines.
That's
it's a different thing. You might be the only one.
Meme employer.
Awesome, Benny. Hey, thanks for taking the time, dude. Appreciate it. Awesome.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help. with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Do men have a pelvic floor?
Oh my goodness, yes. I'm so glad you asked this. Men, everyone has a pelvic floor, every gender. And men absolutely have a pelvic floor because they are a gender that does not go through pregnancy, postpartum, and menopause, which are some of the 3 biggest times in our lives that our pelvic floor is affected. They often go kind of undertreated for pelvic floor problems. The differences between males and females are men have 2 openings instead of 3. Men have 1 opening for the urethra and 1 for the anus. So they don't have, the vagina. But they often get affected with tension in the pelvic floor. So men who have crappy posture or have pooping problems, or they think it's a prostate issue, but it's really pelvic floor tension, they can have pain with urination, incomplete bladder emptying, difficulty with erections and orgasms, pain with intercourse, pain with bowel movements, tailbone pain. So just a lot of tension can cause pelvic floor problems for males. And then if they do have a procedure like a prostate procedure, they can have leakage or erectile dysfunction afterwards. So, But men don't talk about their pelvic floors a lot. I mean, if I go on a walk with a girlfriend, it's like 50% of our conversation. But because I think men don't talk about them and they also don't know where to get help, do they go to their urologist? Do they go to their primary care doctor? They don't even know a pelvic floor exists.
Yeah, so where would a man go?
You would typically go to your urologist. You'd see a urologist. But you can also see a pelvic floor therapist. And a pelvic floor therapist will evaluate you, obviously not through the vagina. The assessment is through the anal opening. But they will tell you if you have a pelvic floor issue and they can help treat you as well.
How can you differentiate between pelvic discomfort and something that is actually going to require professional treatment?
It depends on how we define pelvic discomfort. If pain is lasting longer than 3 months, then it becomes chronic. And I think one of the challenges, and that's where we really see a lot of changes in the brain when we start having chronic pain. If you experience something one time, like, oh, I'm, playing tennis and I feel like a little jar in my knee, I'm like, okay, it's probably not a big deal. But if I start playing tennis or I'm continuing to play tennis and I feel it every time I play, it gets worse in intensity, the pain lasts for longer, it doesn't go away afterwards. These are signs that that's not going to get better by itself.
Okay.
I also say that there's no harm in just going to check in with a pelvic floor therapist to see if you have an issue. It's almost like going to the dentist. We go into the dentist every 6 months, get our teeth checked, and we say, oh, you're doing great. Or like, oh, we see you could use a little tune-up or fix here, and then you get it addressed. I almost feel like pelvic floor therapy should be that way because there are so many times in our lives that it could be affected and we just don't catch it soon enough.
Does breath work matter when it comes to pelvic floor health?
100%. Our breath is directly connected to our pelvic floors. So you'll find if you hold your breath a lot, your pelvic floor is locked up. And we are at a time in our culture and our society that's tense, it's stressful, and we find ourselves holding our breath a lot and tightening our jaws and tightening our pelvic floors. A lot of people who have TMJ also have pelvic floor problems.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, so you should also go get your pelvic floor looked at if you're like, oh my gosh, TMJ, it's killing me.
Well, if you have pelvic floor issues, if you're like, you have TMJ and you're like, oh, I have hip pain or back pain or, sexual pain, then I'm like, they're connected, right?
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was actually a video that went viral of a runner who she was doing tongue stretches to release the fascia around her tongue, and it was also causing hip pain and pelvic pain. And it went viral because it was the connection between, head to toe of like, how is our body really connected? And so it was just a really great way to kind of bring awareness to this. If you find yourself holding your breath, if you just need to relax your pelvic floor, the first place to start is your breath and not chest breathing. I really encourage people to do what's called diaphragmatic breathing, which is where you sit up nice and tall and you place your hands on your ribs and you inhale and you breathe into your ribs, almost like opening your ribs like an umbrella. You don't breathe into your chest. You don't puff your belly out. It's opening your ribs. And that helps your diaphragm contract and go down, and that helps your pelvic floor relax. So as you're breathing, it's like your pelvic floor is relaxing and contracting. But if you're holding your breath or you're breathing with your chest or your belly, you're not getting that same relaxation.
What is the biggest mistake people are making when they're trying to fix their pelvic floor dysfunction at home?
I think people aren't quite sure what their problem is, so they're just doing a bunch of Kegels, to be honest with you. And I think that even medical providers and even some physical therapists are over-prescribing strengthening. They're like, tailbone pain, strengthen. I'm like, no. Your tailbone attaches to your pelvic floor muscles in the posterior backside, and if you have tailbone pain, your muscles are likely tight and tense, and doing Kegels could make that worse. Or you have to pee all the time. They're like, do your Kegels. I'm like, no, you might need relaxation. Or you have hemorrhoids, do your Kegels. Prolapse, do your Kegels. I think we're over-prescribing strengthening when a lot of people really need to be focused on relaxation first. And if you relax your pelvic floor muscles, you may need strengthening after that, but you can't just jump right to this like tighten exercise. I think our fitness culture is so focused on like suck in and tighten it up and pull your core in, where we really need to focus on the relaxation portion, and it's just as important.
What is the number one thing that women are getting wrong when we wash our vaginas?
Using harsh chemicals. I am a huge fan of just using water.
No soap, only water?
Well, I think let's talk about the difference between the vulva and vagina first.
Okay.
So the vagina is the internal canal. So that leads from the opening of the vagina to the cervix of the uterus. And the vulva is everything outside. So it's the labia, the mons pubis, the clitoris, kind of everything outside in the area. Now, you don't need to put anything inside of your vagina to wash it. You don't need to put douches or cleansers internally. The vagina itself is like a self-cleaning oven, and it just gets, rinsed if you need it. However, externally on the vulva, I also recommend just using water. And to get a little graphic here, when you're in the shower, I say like kind of rinse water between the labia, pull the clitoral hood back. So kind of pull the clitoris back, get water around that. You want to make sure that there's no kind of whitish discharge or material or cream in the area. But some people do feel like they want to use more. If you're going to use a vulvar wash, it needs to be pH balanced, no scents.
No fragrance.
No fragrance. Anything that glitters, sparkles, smells, it's off limits for your vulva. And it should just be really mild, like a mild rinsing cleanser. There's so many great products out there now that are specifically for the vulva that you can use if you want to wash.
What do you think about, people are calling it like the big vulva industry, and they're like selling things now like vagina deodorant or whatever?
I love that you brought this up. And I actually talked about it in my book because I talked about the big business of vulvas. And And it's, I think for me, vulvar care is healthcare. Pelvic floor health is healthcare. I think that, the way that our country works is that if there's something that could be a big industry, it's like we jump on it and we just blow it up and make it a big wellness thing. So I do think that some people feel like they need something to help the area smell better, to help the area feel better. But I'm always like, let's get to the root cause of what's causing that. Or do you have an odor in the area because of products you're using, because of what you're eating or drinking, from hygiene? Like, let's just back up a second instead of layering more on, and kind of sometimes less is more. But, there was a vagina-scented candle, which, your vagina can have an odor, but it's kind of a benign odor. There was a vagina-scented candle that went on sale and sold out, and it was $75 a pop. I'm like, what does a vagina candle smell like? But it's just kind of kitschy. And I think that it can be fun and we want to bring levity to this topic. But I also think we don't want to capitalize on it because it's still healthcare. And I think if we just keep throwing things at people to fix problems, we still need to take a step back to be like, what is the root cause of it?
What are some of the weirdest and maybe even grossest things that happen after birth that nobody talks to women about? Because everybody only just says oh, well, you might poop during labor. But I mean, once you're home, once you're home, what's going on that I have no idea as somebody who's never given birth?
A lot of women poop during labor and you won't even know. I mean, if you poop during labor, I'm like, good job. That your pelvic floor muscles should be relaxing and pushing out, gold star. After giving birth, a couple of nitty-gritty things to expect in the very early days are you might stand up and completely lose your bladder contents. You could just urine pours out of you because your pelvic floor muscles are just exhausted. You've got side effects from anesthesia if you use medication. The other one is constipation is terrible after giving birth. You have medications, you have blood loss, you have dehydration, and you're sore in the area. So you're trying to squeeze out a poop the size of a baseball, and it's you still have stitches in the area. So many women are my first postpartum poop was worse than birth. And one of my most popular reels is the one where I teach you how to poop after giving birth.
Wait, there's a method to this madness?
Yes, and I'm like, every labor and delivery unit should have this.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. I hope you liked all those conversations we had. I think we got to dig into Benny Johnson's assertion that Joe Biden's a robot. Which robots were being used at what time? Of course, we all think that's very, very serious. Maybe some people do, but I thought that was a fun conversation. Hope you enjoyed that, as well as Tom Homan, as well as Monica Page, and Alex Clark's Cultural Apothecary. Of course, that's also in the rotation as well. So it is Friday. We're going to have some fun on a Friday. We've got some of these fantastic clips. But first, again, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. You can send us fun videos like this that we can maybe possibly play on the show if it is abhorrent enough, right? That's the standard, the barometer used to measure whether or not clips get on the show. You can also go to tpusa.com. Any donation gets you a free cooler. There's no reason why you shouldn't, unless I guess you like warm drinks. I mean, other than coffee, maybe people like that. Maybe it makes you sociopath. I don't know. But you might as well get a free cooler with any donation, tpusa.com. Now that all of those are out of the way, we're having fun. It's a Friday. This first video clip, I thought, very short, sweet, to the point, very funny. Watch this.
Yeah, she can cook whatever she wants to. Meatloaf or pork steak, fried potatoes, that cornbread be good. Really anything.
Yeah. Somebody from Nike is getting fired. Was that Gatorade? One of those, whoever was the lead on that PR campaign, probably not the best. If you're just listening to this on the podcast app, it was a picture, a video of a billboard that had a bunch of WNBA players, and it said, "Let her cook." Now that's obviously a phrase that people on the internet use to someone who's on a roll and let them keep going. But, an unfortunate stereotype, specifically with a bunch of the feminists probably screaming about that one. Someone's getting fired, I think, is the main premise there. Also, too, somebody in the comment section said, like, this is peak Indiana. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty funny too. This next clip, you may have seen it already. I just came across it again, and I thought it was very, very funny because of the fact that there's a double connotation here that I don't think the video entirely captures, but obviously we'll explain to you after that. Watch this.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm Charlie. I'm a volunteer of the Democratic Party. Hey, going around hoping to make sure that everybody votes.
If I could, I would.
Oh, you don't want to vote, or
no,
are you
Canadian? But thank you.
You can vote. Just because you're gay doesn't make any difference.
I'm Canadian.
Oh, Canadian. Jeez, I'm sorry.
I thought that was a joke. I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, actually,
here's what I think happened. I think that old guy actually did hear him the first time and said what he actually thought. He goes, yeah, I can't vote. I'm Canadian. And he goes, yeah, just because you're gay doesn't mean you can't vote, especially considering the fact that libs do think that anybody with a pulse can vote in the United States of America, but that's a whole separate issue. The fact that they freaking... we don't need to go down that rabbit hole. I just think it's funny. I wish he'd leaned into that joke that I think he made on purpose because it's accurate, rather than saying, oh, no, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I think that old guy was very quick-witted. He said something hilarious and then backtracked, as libs tend to do, by the way. Lean into it. Just don't admit defeat. Anyways, I hope you had a fantastic week, and also hope you have a more fantastic weekend. Go out in the backyard, grill up some hamburgers, some hot dogs, spend time with family, unplug from the news a little bit. This is, well, you should keep Rav on all day, every day. That goes without saying. But, hopefully this launches into a great part of the weekend. Charlie's going to take us out. We will see you Monday, same time, same place. God bless America.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve
Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
How have you been treated by the trans jihadists, Riley?
Oh gosh. We could spend the rest of our allotted time talking about this. I will say it's remarkable the shift that we have seen, again, when you compare now to 3 years ago. And that's across every realm of society, right? Even on watching the football field, you've got people like Nick Bosa out there doing the little Trump dance. That couldn't have happened 3 years ago. He was fined over $11,000 for wearing a MAGA hat. They asked him, do you regret this? He said, no, I would do it again. The next day he gets out there and does that little dance. And while that dance might seem silly, it might seem like it's, just a silly little movement celebration. No, that dance represents a whole lot. It represents free speech. It represents how cancel culture is losing its grip. It represents patriotism that I believe people have been desperate for. But to answer your question, all that to attest to the shift that we have seen, and certainly since November 5th, and even more so since January 20th, I compare that to 3 years ago. Let me just tell you actually what my university did to me. Take you back to 2021, 2022. I will never forget when we learned of who Will Thomas was, when we learned he was going to be competing in the pool with us, when we learned he was going to be sharing a locker room with us. My whole team opposed this. Right? My team of 40 girls, none of us thought this was fair or safe or righteous or moral or just by any means. But our university, they sat us down in a room. We had to do restorative justice circles. We had to go to verbatim these educational meetings where we weren't allowed to leave until verbatim they felt like we had been properly re-educated. We were told you're going to lose all of your friends if you speak out about this. Lifelong friends you've had for forever. They're not going to want to talk to you anymore. They said, Riley, your plan is dental school after college. Well, you'll never get in. No dental school will ever even look at your application if you speak up about this because they're going to see that you're a transphobe. And if you want a job after college, forget it. It's standard practice for an employer to look up their candidates for their job, and they will never hire you. Riley, you signed that scholarship and you did it willingly. And when you did, you gave away your rights to speak in your own personal capacity. Remember who you represent, whose name is across your chest and across your cap, because it's not yours. It's ours. And understand, we have already taken your stance for you. I will never forget when they sat us down as a team. They brought in an outside professional, whatever that means. I don't know what qualifications you need for this job, but she sat us down and she said, what it sounds like you're advocating for is segregation. And do you remember how America treated African Americans? Is that the side of history you want to be on? You know who else advocated for segregation? The KKK. That is who you are linking yourself to if you oppose undressing next to a man. They told us point blank outright that we would be equivalent to murderers because we would have blood on our hands. And they would follow it with, and you don't want that. You don't want to be a murderer, do you? No, so I suggest you be kind. And I suggest you be inclusive. And believe it or not, that is effective. That works. Telling girls they're going to be racist murderers if they defend themselves, or God forbid, they're people like my younger sister. It's emotional blackmail. But when you're talking to 18, 19, 20-year-old girls, they knew what they were doing. But to speak more specifically to the trans activists, it was actually at a Turning Point event at San Francisco State University, where I went there to share my message. Again, nothing even really opinionated. It was at that point, I pretty much only spoke to my lived experience. And it was a classroom setting, so, a podium at the front, seats out in the audience, like a whiteboard behind me. And upon delivering my message, a group of protesters rush in. They turn off the lights, hundreds of them. They turn off the lights to the room, so it's pitch black. And they ambush me, like I'm fully accosted. I'm being pushed, I'm being shoved, I'm being punched in the face by these men wearing dresses, which fortunately for me, their punches don't hurt that bad. But nonetheless, these protesters ended up barricading me in a room and holding me for ransom for for almost 5 hours, demanding that if I wanted to make it back home to see my family safely again, I had to pay them money. You might be wondering, where were the police? We were in San Francisco, so the police were being held for ransom with me. Hour 3 in this room, right? I'm looking at them. Can't you do something? Isn't it actually your job to do something? To which they outright said, no, we can't do anything. We're not allowed to do anything because we're not allowed to be seen as anything other than an ally to that community, or else we'll lose our jobs. Again, the same community who's on the other side of the door calling these officers racist pigs for protecting a white girl like me. Anyways, it's about midnight at this point, the middle of the night, and the dean of students shows up and starts negotiating with the students how much I owe each of them to be able to leave, which the price they agreed upon was $10 each, which makes me mad because I think I'm worth more than $10. Eventually, we were able to get out of that room, but not because the protesters dispersed or were letting up, decided to go home. No, however many officers had to form a diamond around me, we pushed out. But the most remarkable part about this story is what happened the next day, when the vice president of student affairs at the university sent out a university-wide email. So to all faculty, all staff, the entire student body. And in this email, she said, we are so proud of our brave students for handling Riley Gaines in the manner that they did. We know how deeply traumatic her presence is on this campus, and so here's some counseling resources for you all. Take the day off of school. Just know that we see you, we love you, we hear you, and we stand with you. No mention of course, the condemnation of violence against women for that matter. No mention of the value in upholding free speech. No, of course not. I could tell story after story after story of being spit on, of people throwing glass bottles at me, pouring drinks on me for hours. But again, that shift that we've seen, and to be very clear, from the beginning, the support has been tenfold compared to the negative. But you compare 3 years ago to now, a lot of the support at the beginning was in privacy, or in secrecy, or in direct messages, or done through winks or whispers. That has totally shifted now. People are so much more bold in saying men cannot become women.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built. It's part of the overall work.
We have so much money coming in. We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good thing.
Percentage of voters who rate the economy as positive, holding steady at 47%.
Yeah, 47% is they say it's excellent or good. That's how they rate the economy. This is the most positive rating that the Journal has ever seen in these surveys. When it comes to the economy and how they rate Donald Trump, they say the President of the United States is doing a very good job. And if you talk to Americans out there, they're not talking about tariff rates. They're not talking about inflation. They're saying, you know what, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Prices aren't bad. And I'm sorry, but the April freakout that the markets had over the tariffs, Besson said at the time, the Treasury Secretary, you're not going to see this burst of inflation, even though Powell keeps waiting for that inflation to pop up in the U.S. economy. So far, we have not seen it, guys.
I saw homeless people sleeping right outside the gates of the White House. Are you concerned about that? I think it's terrible, and we'll have them removed immediately. We do remove it. We've got to get the mayor to run this city properly. This city has to be run. You know, I have the right to take it over, and I think it's terrible. Where are they? Where did you see them? Just right outside on Pennsylvania Avenue.
We now believe the true number of missing children that Joe Biden trafficked into the country, the Democrats trafficked into the country, it's 450,000, not 320, 450. The Democrats have committed crimes to which they can never be forgiven, Sean, and Donald Trump is cleaning it up.
Yeah, Gaza, they pulled out of Gaza. They pulled out in terms of negotiating. It was too bad. Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die. And it's very, very bad. Are you done? And it got to be to a point where you're going to have to finish the job. They really, they asked for things. Don't forget, we got a lot of hostages out. So now we're down to the final hostages. And they know what happens after you get the final hostages. And basically, because of that, they really didn't want to make a deal. I saw that. So they pulled out, and they're going to have to fight, and they're going to have to clean it up. You're going to have to get rid of it.
The Justice Department is suing New York City and Mayor Eric Adams over the city's migrant sanctuary policies. This is the same DOJ that dropped a corruption case against Adams earlier this year. This is also obviously why you've got this heated mayoral race going on in New York City, where the police officers are backing Eric Adams. You've got Cuomo in that race as well. And it comes days on the Democrat side, and it comes days after an off-duty CBP officer was shot in the face in a New York park by someone who was in the country illegally.
They were saying that all of these prices have gone up in 2025. That's what the headline read. But when you read the graph,
The highest points were during Joe Biden's administration. And so this is the White House's response. You can see they highlighted it in red. When it was the highest, it was under Joe Biden.
Right. So they deleted it off. So obviously,
the Democrats deleted it.
Yeah, obviously an own goal by the Democratic Party.
Everything's fake with that administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier. Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people.
The Democrat Party is completely radicalized. They're a party of extremists. They're committed to the rights of illegal aliens over the very lives of American citizens. But I think at a deeper level, at a much deeper level, Sean, they hate America. At least they hate America as you and I know it, the America that our founders gave us, and they want to end that America and create a new communist hellhole, and they believe open borders is the way to get there.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. Happy Friday. Honored to be with you as always. When I got my start in the conservative movement 13 years ago, almost no one talked about either legal or illegal immigration. The border, there are some whispers of the border being a problem. Mitt Romney was the first presidential campaign that I was involved in. I know I have to continually go to confession and pay penance for that. But there was a little bit, okay, yeah, we'll do some stuff to secure the border. But I'll never forget, I read this book by Donald Trump. And for the record, I was Trump for president before almost anybody else. I have a tweet going back to 2011 saying Trump should run for the presidency. And Trump wrote a book called Time to Get Tough. I believe the book came out in like 2010 and 2011. I remember vividly reading this thing while I was in high school. And it was in very direct Trump-like language. And he had like half the book was just about how we are being invaded, about how the border is wide open and how we are not a country. And we almost never talked about illegal immigration. We never talked about the foreigners that were flooding into our country. We were told that it was impossible to secure the border and you couldn't build a wall. And of course, we know that President Trump going down the golden escalator and talking about illegal immigration moved the Overton window. However, throughout that, and still to this day, there is another little tick that exists in the conservative movement. Almost nobody is on board for illegal immigration anymore. That just does not exist. In fact, there is widespread agreement and there is widespread consensus that what Trump has done on the southern border is amazing. It's somewhat miraculous. It's good for the country. So that Overton window has moved. Thank you, Joe Biden, for moving public consensus. But still, when you go through some high society Republican donor circles, or even among some in the intelligentsia of the Republican Party, and some rank and file voters, they'll say, well, you know, we want to have more legal immigration, but as long as we have no illegal immigration. And if you look at the George W. Bush Presidential Center, by the way, they say benefits of immigration outweigh the costs. Now, we've won the war on illegal immigration, and now the true fight for the future of the conservative movement, and therefore the future of America, because the Democrat Party is a waste of time, is can we rebalance the conversation around legal immigration? Now, needless to say, there are some phenomenal legal immigrants in this country. When they assimilate, remember and commit it to memory and write it down, immigration without assimilation is invasion. That is a Charlie Kirk show original. Immigration without assimilation is invasion. But the Cubans in Florida, some of my closest friends are Cubans that have assimilated. The Poles, the Irish, I mean, we can go through so many first and second and third generation immigrants that assimilate. They learn the language. They come into the culture. Assimilating and then having a lot to add in the first place, that you're not going to take government benefits, that you're going to start businesses, that you're going to employ people, that you're going to educate, you're not going to commit crimes. The problem, though, is that we have now embraced a third world immigration strategy with no questions asked, because we're told that we are a nation of immigrants when in reality we're a nation of settlers. And we're told that we must continue to drink from the guzzle of mass migration. And if you don't do that, you're anti-American, and that you are a racist because diversity is our strength. In early 2025, the foreign-born share hit a record high in 14 states, while the foreign-born population hit record highs in 31 states. The United States needs to end illegal immigration, we know that, and then reduce legal immigration, because right now the biggest political threat in America is not illegal immigration. We have that done. We're going to get mass deportations. We have the funding for it. We just need to have the stomach for it. But right now, in America's biggest cities, we are looking to elect people that came here the right way. And if we're honest about this, it's not just the method of how you come into America, it's who is coming into America. Too many conservatives have fallen for this trap where they say, well, as long as you come here the right way, you're going to be welcome. That should not be the case. Ideology and worldview matters. We know, of course, Zohran Mamdani in the city of New York. That has been well covered, and we're going to keep on covering it. We've mentioned this a couple times, but you should also commit this name to memory. Omar Fattah. Omar Fattah is a Minneapolis mayoral candidate. Somalian, has now been endorsed by the Minneapolis and Minnesota Democrat Party. This is cut 439. This is the Minneapolis mayor candidate, Omar Fattah, who is an American citizen, and he says the real domestic threat in America is whites. Only in America do we import our biggest problems. Play cut 439.
We heard them being called terrorists. We heard them being called drug dealers. We heard a lot of insults. We heard that they're a threat to our national security. And that's a flat-out lie. You want to know who the real threat is, Madam President? I'll give you a hint. They don't look like our chief author. They don't look like the folks up in the gallery. They don't look like the folks out in the rotunda. They look like many of the members that sit in the front. The greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from, quote, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race, not our immigrants. We are safer and we're better off because of them.
They come here because of our generosity, and they heap disdain on us. This guy is likely to become the next mayor of Minneapolis. He and Zohran Mamdani and Sadiq Khan. Do you see a pattern here of what is happening? Cut 440, Minneapolis mayor candidate Omar Fattah calls Somalia our home, even though he was born in Washington, D.C. and raised here. We already know Ilhan Omar in U.S. Congress, and I've been told, oh, that's just an isolated incident. Well, now the mayor of Minneapolis is going to be in the same mold because we brought them here. Play cut 440.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home, and I ask for your support. There's always been a link between our community here as well as back home. And I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us and represent all of us, because when we succeed here, we will succeed everywhere. And I'm hoping to do that just like Abdulrazak, inshallah.
But the argument is always the economic argument. They say, oh, it's because of economic growth. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, we're about to have an AI boom. We don't need to have a bunch of third worlders to have economic growth right now. Oh, the GDP goes up? Okay, what about GDP per capita? The United Kingdom is a perfect example of this. A perfect example. The UK had a similar GDP per capita, at least within a couple of points of the United States 10 or 20 years ago. Do you know that the United Kingdom is poorer than every single U.S. state per capita outside of Mississippi? When you run the numbers, third world migrants almost never work out net positive. And that's just the economic argument, let alone the cultural one. What's best for our kids? How about our quality of life? How about the crowding, the competition for housing? How about the lines at the ER? Or how about the rising anti-Christian and Jew hate we are seeing in our streets? Do you think Omar Fattah is going to help with the Jew hate that we are seeing? Of course not. But here is the kicker. It is time for us to smash and to crush this dogma that so many of us peddle. We need legal immigration. Do we? Really? You have Omar Fattah. You have Zohran Mamdani. And another one that I'm going to play in the next clip, you have Mana Abdi. You have Dak Dalaka. Does anyone think that, for example, Lewiston, Maine, where I just was to be with Tucker Carlson, is better than it was 50 years ago? No one from America is rushing to move to Lewiston, Maine. We must be unafraid to tell the truth about legal immigration. Stop it. Net zero immigration moratorium. And be unafraid of the words that they will call us, because our greatest cities are being conquered. That's not an opinion. That is a fact. And we're not conquering them because they stormed the gates. They're conquering us because we invited them here and let them come. Alan Jackson Ministries. Check it out right now, Alan Jackson Ministries. You guys should check it out right now at alanjacksonministries.com. I'm going to be speaking at their Culture and Christianity podcast, their Culture and Christianity event. I'm trying to find all the details here on the Alan Jackson Ministries page. Can't quite find it, so I'm going to do my best to riff on it. Alan Jackson Ministries, you can go to alanjackson.com. They have the Culture and Christianity Conference that is coming up this September. I encourage you guys to check it out. It is Culture and Christianity. Pastor Alan Jackson organized this conference so we can address the issues facing today in culture. Join me, Pastor Alan Sage Steele, Dr. Bill Lyle, and many others September 19th and 20th. Registrations are now open. Go to alanjackson.com/Charlie. That is alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
The regime is falling, the citizen is rising, and Charlie Kirk is leading the way.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I want to tell you guys about yrefy.com. That is yrefy.com. So take a look at it right now at yrefy.com. Call 888-YREFI34 or check out yrefy.com. YRefy are amazing patriots. I just love working with them. Our entire campus tour is going to be on fire. I can't wait to get back on campus. It's one of those things where it's like we're in the off season right now. I'm like, let's go. But no, it's good to study, to rest, and to prepare because it is going to be wild. It's the most campus tour stops ever done, brought to you by YRefy. So if anybody right now is suffering from private student loan debt, go to yrefy.com. That is yrefy.com. So take a look at it right now at yrefy.com. Private student loan debt is crushing so many people. Get out of private student loan debt. So take a look at it right now at yrefy.com. That is yrefy.com. So please take a look at it right now, yrefy.com. 888-YREFI34, 888-YREFI34. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Just as a reminder, here on this program, we tell the uncomfortable truths, and we are early. Think about all the issues that we were early that we've been vindicated on. COVID, ivermectin, Ukraine, trans surgeries, open border, Great Reset, New World Order, January 6, 2020 election. When we speak, that's why people listen. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Someone brings a great point. They emailed us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Charlie, we need legal assimilation like our beloved First Lady Melania Trump. Exactly. Melania Trump came here and assimilated to America. Nothing wrong with that. We have nothing against that. But what we're doing is completely, we have this chain migration, family migration, asylum scam. So here's another piece of tape here. Let's play this one. This is 468. This is Representative Mana Abdi, who says that moving here from Somalia was boot camp, slams the housing provided. Do you see the ingratitude here? Look at the difference between these Somali migrants and some of the great Cubans or Venezuelans that came here. When I talk to Cubans that came here, they're like, I kissed the ground, I ate nothing for the first couple weeks, and I was fine with it. It's just there's a difference of this ingratitude immigration push that we're seeing. We've got to stop it. It is suicide by migration. Okay, play cut 468, please.
Anything. So coming into the States, everything from the snow to, the housing, the homes that we were all of a sudden occupying, everything was a shock, honestly. Every day was something new, and I'm like, oh my God, this is just getting worse. Yeah,
So what state did you guys land, first of all?
Kansas
City.
Of all places. Yeah, it was like a boot camp for Maine, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's just anyone who lives in Maine knows Maine and has ever visited Kansas, they will know what I'm talking about. It's just a lot.
It's so much of our economy has become reliant on cheap labor and this mass migration scam. And then you get mayor after mayor. This is cut 34. This is Dalakwa or Deka Dalakwa or Deka Dalawak. She says her goal is to try to help the country of Somalia. She was the mayor of South Portland. I was just visiting Tucker Carlson on his podcast. It went very viral. I encourage you guys to check it out. We're posting it this weekend. I saw it for myself in Lewiston, Maine. I saw it for myself in Portland, Maine. Unrecognizable. A completely changed state. Play cut 434.
Policies, how can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have. How can you help us, be a better country and build back what we used to have back in long time ago? So hopefully we will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia.
And here's the other part that needs to say, over time, this is actually hurting our ability to draw good immigrants. We get fewer and fewer requests from nice countries like Japan or South Korea or Singapore because they don't want to go live in a third world city or a third world pocket. It's just bad for everybody across the board. Everybody. And we are led to believe that, they're going to have mass assimilation over a period of time. There is no evidence to suggest that at all. And what we've seen, and it's growing rapidly, Minneapolis, it's growing in South Portland, Maine, it's growing in Lewiston, Maine, and of course in New York City. And look, Democrat rank and file white liberals, they're more than happy to vote for this stuff. There's no convincing them. They think they're being open and tolerant. Assimilation is harder and harder. 150 years ago, you couldn't call your country back in your old country. You couldn't fly back. You had to assimilate. Now you can fly back easily. You had to, quote unquote, burn the boats 150 years ago. The Somalis can now exist as basically a subgroup indefinitely, supported by a self-hating white liberal elite. So you have a self-hating white liberal elite that continually votes for this subgroup of Somali Muslims that are commanded and compelled to run for mayor's races, run for Congress. Is that the best of our country? And we are doing it by choice. It is not like we have to do this. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say, you must, Amendment 8, does it say you must bring in a certain amount of people from the third world? You don't have to have any immigration. You don't. Every immigrant should pass the question, is it good for us or is it not good for us? And right now it's fueling our own demise, and London is a canary in the coal mine. It is a harbinger of things to come. We know that. But this is not illegal immigration. That's what I want us to change our language on. I want all of you in your local Republican precinct committee groups. I want all of you to challenge your congressmen. I want all of you to challenge your senators. Stop just talking about illegal immigration. Stop it. We've won that battle. Game, set, match. Thank you, President Trump. The fight, the future, the energy is going to be on who do we legally let into America. That is the question. If we fail that question, that test, we'll have more Omar Fatahs, more Dalakwas, more Ilhan Omars, and more Zohran Mamdanis. We'll be right back with Molly Hemingway.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. President Trump is headed to Scotland for a weekend of business and pleasure. He boarded Marine and Air Force One earlier this morning and is set to land shortly. During his 5-day trip, he'll meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, as well as the head of the Scottish government, First Minister John Swinney. He'll also use the trip to check on his golf courses in Turnberry and Aberdeen, Scotland. While in the United Kingdom, the president will undoubtedly talk about trade and tariffs. And before leaving the White House this morning, he talked about how his tariffs could end up putting money back in the pockets of American taxpayers.
We have so much money coming in. We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good question. You just made a lot of news. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs that a little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice.
Isn't releasing any new documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Top officials within the department are on the case and investigating. Thursday, U.S. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell in Florida. The meeting is being described as, quote, very productive, with Maxwell answering every single question and never invoking a privilege. That's the word from Blanche. Attorney General Pam Bondi, second in charge, says he'll meet with Maxwell again. Thursday's interview comes as Maxwell is reportedly compiling new evidence and alleging government misconduct in her 2021 case that led to her current incarceration. The meeting with Blanche also appears to be a prelude to Maxwell's testimony before Congress, as she was just subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee this week. Reaction continues coming in following the death of wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan. Taking to Truth Social shortly after the news of Hulk's passing on Thursday, President Trump writing, quote, "We lost a great friend today, the Hulkster. Hulk Hogan was MAGA all the way, strong, tough, smart, but with the biggest heart. He gave an absolutely electric speech at the Republican National Convention. That was one of the highlights of the entire week," the president writes in part. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Where tyranny dies and wisdom lives. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We're here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio, and we're going to have the great Molly Hemingway in just a second. Want to make sure I get all my marks here. I don't know if we have one here. So, got it. I want to tell you guys about one of our partners here. It is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We have gone super viral on TikTok. We were once a skeptic, and now we see how viral we go to reach the next generation. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok. Businesses that employ more than 28 million people. But behind the stats, it's the stories that really matter. Like Dan owns Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grow from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded her auto shop and hired new employees with the support she found on TikTok. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. So take a look at it right now at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Molly Hemingway, the great Molly Hemingway, who has some phenomenal pieces out on The Federalist. Molly, first, I just want to give you an opportunity here, editor-in-chief at The Federalist, to just explain to our audience how you are thinking about this Obamagate scandal and the significance of it. Please, Molly Hemingway.
Well, I joke that sometimes I feel like I have a PhD in the Russia collusion hoax. I and my colleagues at The Federalist have been covering this issue for, nearly a decade now. And it's rare that you actually learn something that shocks you. But the revelations that we got in the last week were, I think, some of the most shocking of the entire conspiracy theory that we have been covering at The Federalist for so long. I mean, first off, that we learned that the Obama administration had intelligence showing that Russia's regular efforts to meddle in the election didn't really do anything in 2016. And the Obama administration conspired to kill the publication of that report, because if it had been published, it would have gone to President Trump and his incoming national security advisor, Mike Flynn. And so they conspired to suppress that. That's explosive, suppressing intelligence for a political aim. But then it gets worse. Then Obama says, we're going to put together a different intelligence assessment that says the opposite. And then they do that, and they put all sorts of fake stuff in there, and they leak to their buddies at the Washington Post and the New York Times things that just aren't true. Then they brief that intelligence assessment to Obama and Trump, and that's what gets the whole hoax going. Like, this finally explains to us how it all got going, and just as, for what the country went through with this completely fake thing, that's explosive.
It's totally explosive, and I'm really angry about it. The downstream effect is significant, and that's what we've been talking about this primarily on this program. Bob Mueller, Russia investigation, smear on the presidency, smear on his reputation. Rachel Maddow going live every night, drawing 5-6 million viewers about the latest, Russian conspiracy, sanctions on Russia, leading to tension with Russia, maybe leading to our financing of Ukraine against Russia in the kinetic war. It's hard to even put into words the downstream effects of how this conspiracy led to a damaged nation, let alone a stolen first term from President Trump. Molly Hemingway.
Well, let's just add a couple more things to that, which would be the 2 assassination attempts on President Trump at the end of the 2024 campaign. I mean, if you don't have the hysteria and the claims of illegitimacy that arise from this thing that the Obama people did, and that's Obama, and it looks like Brennan and Comey were the primary bad guys in this story. Do you get a populace that gets Trump derangement syndrome? Yes, it was shocking that he won in 2016, but would you have this legacy of hate, the turning of an entire political movement into just this hate-filled movement that's trying to kill their primary political opposition? I think you can draw a line from that, too. And so, again, this is why it's so good to get these details out this week. What we learned, that, in fact, it was just the Obama chiefs. You had all sorts of people underneath Comey and Brennan screaming from the rooftops, this isn't true. How can you say this thing that isn't true? And then we also learn how Brennan works around them. He says, oh, you don't understand. I have secret knowledge that you can't have access to. Well, you can't really be a good whistleblower if your boss tells you that there is legit intelligence, that you don't have access to. We learned this week what that intelligence is, and it's all bunk. I mean, it's so much worse than I think those of us who actually know how a lot about the hoax thought it would be. We thought there would at least be something kind of legitimate to it. It's all bunk. They give 4 reasons for their claim that Russia interfered in the election to help Trump. One of them is the Steele dossier. We already knew that was bunk, okay? But so were the other three. They have a fragment, a snippet of a sentence that they misinterpret, and they hang the whole thing on it. Like before the Republican nominating convention in 2016, supposedly someone heard third hand that Putin thought that Trump would win. And they say, well, that shows that he wanted him to win. No, it doesn't. And also, it's pretty clear from the context, they're talking about the nominating convention, not even the general election. The idea that we would have Brennan going out and saying, I know everything about this, and it's so explosive, it's the worst thing I've ever seen, based on that? I mean, it's shocking, right?
Oh, it's beyond shocking. And so now I want to get down to what can be done about it, because this was stolen time. This was intel agencies basically configured against the American people and against popular sovereignty. Jonathan Turley, your colleague on Fox News, says Brennan is the most vulnerable legally. Molly, what crimes, if any, were broken here? And what could we see as far as a legal strategy to make sure we at least exhaust every option for perp walks, handcuffs, and indictments? Because we need accountability and justice here. Molly Hemingway, spend some time on this, please.
So, Charlie, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer that quite like, here's the charge and here's the way that they broke the statute. What we need is a legitimate look from people who understand the crime and who understand the need for accountability for that crime, to be creative about how they go about this, to think through how to deal with the fact that the conspiracy was so well run that it has gone way past the 5-year statute of limitations for the beginning of it, is the fact that they're still continuing the conspiracy. I mean, this week you had Brennan, Comey, and Obama all deny what they did. So does that mean that we don't, that the conspiracy is ongoing and therefore we can look into all of their crimes because they're continuing this sedition against the United States? I mean, these are real serious crimes to try to undermine the government, and they're still doing it. So there's that angle. There's also the way that you go about it. Clearly, the Inspector General report from Michael Horowitz in the Department of Justice, which came out years ago, that's not the way to go about it. The John Durham special counsel, I think we all agree, was not as well done as it could have been done. This strike force that Pam Bondi has set up at the Department of Justice, I think it's a good idea. And I think it's a good idea because it's the kind of way that you go after these large criminal conspiracies where they can go on for a long period of time. And it's the way that the FBI has gone after mob families that are kind of similar to what we saw happening here. And so I like all of that. But I want to bring up another issue as well for accountability. You look at Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Obama, Biden, all these people. They are all out of government now. But they would not have been able to do their criminal conspiracy without the complete and utter assistance of basically the entire media complex. And when you look at the media, those people are still there. You can say that they're not as important and people don't care about them as much, except that's not true. I mean, they are less important. But you look at what they're doing this week to continue their role in the criminal conspiracy. Like, they're saying these revelations, which are objectively speaking absolutely explosive. They're not covering them. They're downplaying them. They're lying about them. And those people are still there. And they're not just hurting America with this hoax. They hurt America with all of their hoaxes. And next time there's an election, they're going to lie about that one too, because they're lying every day. And so accountability will mean nothing if it's just about going after Brennan, who does seem to have a lot of exposure here. It also needs to go after the people who made it possible.
No, I totally agree. So here's the problem. Treason, sedition, those are fighting words, as I've said. And that's going to be up for the administration to make the case. And that's a heavy lift, punishable by death. But Molly, if nobody goes to jail here and nobody is indicted, I can tell you right now, the base and any of our audience or any decent person will say, how can you get away with this? So you can just do this and derail a presidency and cook the intel, and you can just detour an entire election, and you can just walk away and get away with it. So I think we're going to meet a very serious breaking point here, where the law is the law and we have to follow it. I think we need to manage expectations here and not get people's heads, hopes up that Obama's going to go to Gitmo anytime soon. That's not going to happen. At the same time, Molly, I'll be honest, if nobody gets indicted and nobody goes to jail here, then it goes, oh, so you can get away with it. It'll be kind of like that Harry Reid thing when he gave the speech. Oh, yeah, I lied about Mitt Romney's tax returns. Well, it worked, didn't it? Molly Hemingway.
I completely agree. If nobody goes to jail for this, perhaps the greatest crime we have seen in our country's history by the government against an incoming administration, you don't really have a republic anymore. You're also correct. People need to set their expectations appropriately. I mean, we have a Supreme Court decision that was a result of the left using lawfare to go after Donald Trump that will make it very hard to go after Obama for anything he did, no matter what it was. But it's also true that we should not despair at this moment. This is the moment where we are seeing so much that was hidden from us. You look at the report that details what Brennan did to orchestrate this conspiracy. That was suppressed. That was suppressed for 7 years, and it's finally coming out. Now that we have it is not the time to despair about what's going to happen, what can be done, because we have more details and we understand so much more about how they orchestrated this conspiracy than we have at any point prior. And I say this as someone who I think might have been the very first reporter really working on this. And so that's when I talk about the creative legal minds, it's about the statute of limitations, about how things have told. And yes, there is a high bar and should be for charges of treason or sedition, but there are also all sorts of other things involved with this conspiracy. It could be trafficking in classified information. It could be, the perjury that was committed and that seems to be continuing to be committed. These people do need to be interviewed. And again, the media should not act like pretending to be journalists is a get-out-of-jail-free card for these crimes. They were active co-conspirators, active. They were willful, and they didn't just do it, they're continuing to do it. And so I think that the strike force team should also be looking at how this action against America happened because of these corrupt media figures, and that they should not be considered as being exempt from accountability because they pretend, and it is just pretend to be journalists.
Molly Hemingway, stay right there. This is a very important topic. Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief of The Federalist. Phenomenal coverage and commentary. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. What do we have, guys? Good Ranchers? Good Ranchers is a game changer. What if I told you that you could have amazing American-made, not just American-made, American-sourced and ranched beef straight to your door? Imagine you're like, I got to go to the grocery store. No, right there. Knock on your door, boom, a box is there. What is in the box? I want you to imagine this. Wagyu burgers, hot dogs, bacon, chicken wings, the amazing GoodRanchers.com seed-free, gluten-free chicken nuggets. I mean, it's a game changer. And it also saves you money. $40 off. You don't have to go to the store. Oh, wow, they don't have any steak. They only have this mystery meat. They can't really describe what it is. Boom, Wagyu burgers, hot dogs, bacon, chicken wings, salmon, you name it. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. Be right back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
The voice of generations is The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Just a moment, we'll continue with the great Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief of The Federalist. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Right now, we are 7. That's right, number 7 in Apple News. We have our campus tour upcoming. We also have a pastor summit coming up next week. We have so much stuff happening at Turning Point USA. We have 600 pastors that will be gathering next week, and we'll be training them. We'll be giving them conviction and encouragement and really great stuff. So we have a 600-person pastor training coming up next week. You can find information on that at tpfaith.com. That is tpfaith.com. And then just a reminder, take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. And download a couple episodes, hit subscribe, give us a 5-star review. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear from you. And we're going to dive deeper into this with Molly Hemingway. But I'm going to repeat what I said in different words. If you're able just to steal a term from a president and walk away with it, there's something wrong about it. I don't know about seditious conspiracy. I'm going to leave that to the folks that are the experts. But there's something wrong and immoral and unfair about being able to do this and walk away with it. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back here at the Bitcoin.com studio. We have Molly Hemingway. Molly, tell us about your pieces here. Read the overruled objections to the sketchy Steele dossier, and also top intel officials contradicted Brennan on key Russia hoax claim. Please tell us about your pieces at thefederalist.com.
So we have so much news that broke this week, which was really because Tulsi Gabbard released a bunch of information about how Brennan and Comey had conspired to create this false claim that Trump had colluded with Russia to steal the election. But in addition to that, I have 2 stories out this week, both done with Margot Cleveland, our amazing senior legal contributor at The Federalist, that look at things that are exclusive to us, that we read the actual things that intelligence officials were saying, and we quote them in this piece. When Brennan said that he wanted to claim that Russia was trying to help Trump, we have the senior intelligence officials, what they said in response, which was basically, are you freaking kidding me? There is no way you can do that. We have no evidence to support this. And they go into detail about how the evidence, in fact, is the opposite of what Brennan said. Brennan tells them that he's going to ignore what they're saying because he has secret knowledge. And so we've got the whole exchange and how it all went down. Then we also have a piece about how James Comey pushed to include the Steele dossier into this assessment. When he does this, the actual experts say, are you joking? This is a complete joke. This would be like putting the National Enquirer articles into an intelligence assessment. They explained that the source craft that was used by the FBI is abysmal. It's a guy who was hired by the Clinton campaign. You can't use that stuff. And so all these things that took us years to figure out, the people working on the intel assessment actually knew on day one, and they were fighting and trying to keep it from happening. Once again, Comey overrules everybody, forces it in there. He also lies about whether the intelligence assessment used it. It used it in 2 ways. One, it actually says that the Steele dossier is the basis for the is a basis for the claim that Russia interfered to help with Trump. That's not true. And then they also attach this lengthy assessment that makes it seem like a lengthy appendix that makes it seem like a legitimate document. So Comey and Brennan lied when they said it wasn't used in the assessment. It was basically like all over the place there.
I want to play this cut right here. This is James Comey peddling this stuff with Jen Psaki. Play cut 506.
So a lot of people have suggested that there are a range of factors that would make it difficult to put the system has not been tested in this way. Do you agree with that it would be difficult or nearly impossible for the law enforcement institutions to put him in actual jail?
No, they would just put him in a double wide somewhere out near the fence, out in the grass. And he would eat there, he'd shower there, he'd exercise there, he'd be away, as Danya Perry said, from general population, but it's obviously doable.
So that was James Comey on MSNBC fantasizing about Donald Trump going to jail when they in reality were the ones that were significantly breaking federal law. Final thoughts here, Molly Hemingway, about how we proceed. My biggest fear here is that we're not going to see the ultimate administration of justice, and people are going to be pretty upset. Molly Hemingway.
Charlie, it's a legitimate concern, but at this point, I really think the most important thing is that people understand how deeply the Obama administration conspired against the incoming president. The truth needs to be out there. I mean, that's actually an important thing, too. There may never be justice this side of heaven, but people need to know what was done, an attack on America from the highest levels of the Obama administration, up to and including Obama himself, but also his intel chief. Truth is also something important. So rather than even like worrying about the actual legal accountability, which I'm worried about too, we are still in the phase of actually discovering how nefarious this plot was. And maybe the fact that we are just discovering that actually helps us with the legal ramifications as well.
Molly Hemingway, God bless you. Thank you so much for your great work. Check out thefederalist.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up next hour, we have our Members Hour. If you want to participate here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio, become a member today. Members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. So take a look at it right now. If you guys want to be able to join this program, go to members.charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're number 7 right now in Apple News. If you're listening on AM 560 or AM 960 The Answer, or in Dallas or in Atlanta, well, at the next stoplight, just subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Helps us out, and you are also able to listen to podcasts on demand. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. And we have our members call coming up, members.charliekirk.com. See you in just a minute.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is
Amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
President Trump was sworn in, his administration has made enormous progress at a breakneck pace. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the country, they can also take your personal savings into account. You've got to do that. One of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold from the trusted folks over at the Birch Gold Group. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by about 40%. Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold simply by buying in record quantities. We're talking global instability and tension here that's the highest it's been in decades, and that's why gold is so valuable. The Birch Gold Group makes owning physical gold extremely easy, and you can easily convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. You can also buy some to store in your home. Just text the word America to the number 989898, and the Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold. There's no obligation here, only useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, take control of your savings today by texting the word America to the number 989898. Topping your headlines, President Trump headed to Scotland as we speak for a weekend of business and pleasure. He boarded Marine and Air Force One earlier this morning and is set to land shortly. During his 5-day trip, he'll meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer as well as the head of the Scottish government, First Minister John Swinney. He'll also use the trip to check on his golf courses in Turnberry and Aberdeen, Scotland. While in the United Kingdom, the president will undoubtedly talk trade and tariffs, and before leaving the White House, he talked about how his tariffs could end up putting money back in the pockets of American taxpayers.
We have so much money coming in, we're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt, but we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good question. You just made a lot of news. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs that a little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice.
And after weeks of calling Fed Chair Jerome Powell too slow, President Trump finally meets with the man face to face. During a visit to the Federal Reserve on Thursday, the commander-in-chief found himself bickering with the Fed chairman over the ballooning costs of the ongoing renovation project at the central bank. While wearing hard hats and with the cameras rolling, the president pointed out that the project will cost $3.1 billion more than the $2.5 billion the Fed had quoted.
Looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well. 3.1, 3.2. This came from us?
Yes.
Powell claims the price tag that President Trump is quoting includes the cost of renovating a separate Fed building, which was finished about 5 years ago. Long story short here, the visit amounts to President Trump increasing pressure on Powell to either lower interest rates or step down. The two have been at odds over the Fed's fiscal policy and its impact on the larger U.S. economy. President Trump out with a new executive order that may set the stage for the latest face-off between the federal government and state and local municipalities. In the order, 47 is calling on states and cities to clear homeless encampments and move the people living there into treatment centers. He's instructing Attorney General Pam Bondi to work to overturn legal boundaries and local ordinances that limit efforts to remove homeless camps. Thursday's move comes after a 2024 Supreme Court ruling allowed cities to ban homeless encampments. The National Coalition for the Homeless is condemning the executive order, saying that it undermines legal protections for homeless and mentally ill people. The presidential order, by the way, includes an incentive for cities that comply, as it offers them preference in federal grants. Reaction continues coming in following the death of wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan. Taking to Truth Social shortly after the news of Hulk's passing Thursday, President Trump writing, "We lost a great friend today, the Hulkster. Hulk Hogan was MAGA all the way, strong, tough, smart, but with the biggest heart. He gave an absolutely electric speech at the Republican National Convention that was one of the highlights of the entire week," he writes. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise ya, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, "Daddy, there's a war." I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We're going to get to our members call. If you want to be a member on this call, it's one of my favorite hours of the week, and I get to have some pretty fun hours of the week to talk to all of you that are the backbone of this program, members.charliekirk.com. We're also here at the bitcoin.com studio. I also sent out a tweet a little while ago, and it's getting a lot of reaction. I'm getting a lot of text on it. We could talk about it this hour if you want. Brian, I want your opinion on this. Very simple. The Major League Baseball needs a salary cap. Yes? He's 2 thumbs up. Andrew is no, because he's a Dodger fan and he just wants to be able to purchase his way to World Series. I think it's time that we draw a line in the sand and that we have a salary cap in Major League Baseball. Just like the NFL. Just like the NFL has a salary cap and it's a better league because of it. I think it's important. We need to talk about the important issues here on the Charlie Kirk Show, like Major League Baseball getting a salary cap. All right, Brenda, what is on your mind? Blake says, did the Cubs lose? Yes, they lost the other night, but they're playing the Chicago White Sox tonight for what is called the Crosstown Classic. And they're playing at Comiskey Park. And so we will keep our eyes on that. Brenda, what is on your mind? Thank you so much for being a member. Members.charliekirk.com. Happy Friday. What's on your mind?
Well, thank you for taking my question. I just want to thank you. We went to Tampa. We had an academy there. Yeah, which is now the Education, my daughter and I, and then our grandson was across the street at the SAS. Had a great time. So one of the questions that came up there was about the scholarships for parents. And I'm just wondering if you would, I understand you want to meet the families where they are, and I totally agree with that. But I wonder, too, if we could have some kind of creative goal setting to undo some of the leftist policies, and 4 of them that started in 1913 were the 16th Amendment, 17th Amendment, the Federal Reserve Act, and the Tariff Act. And all of those really defeated Americans and our own income and made us pay the federal government. Can we undo some of that instead of taking money from the government for our education of our children? Does that make sense?
So I think what you're saying, I think what you're saying is the school voucher equivalent. Is that correct? That for school choice, is that right, Brenda?
Yes.
Okay.
It concerns me because I know already in Florida, they were requiring a test for the families to keep that money. And so you're forced to teach to the test.
Got it. So a couple thoughts. Yes. So do you remember my answer at the Academy Summit? I don't know if you were in the room when I gave my answer.
I was.
This came up twice. Yeah.
Yes. And my concern.
So let me repeat that for the audience.
Oh, good,
yes,
good.
Really quick. Let me just kind of do this, and I'll throw it back to you, Brenda. So here's the concern. I got the question now. So Brenda is voicing a very good faith concern, which is like, hey, all this school choice momentum, does it come with strings if you want to homeschool your kids, and then if you want to send them to charter schools or to private schools? What Brenda is voicing is a concern that if we embrace school choice and the money follows the child, and that money is through a scholarship or through an ESA, an educational savings account, all of a sudden are we going to have now public school and government influences in homeschooling environments and then in private schools? This is a concern I hear a lot. So the best test case, and Brenda knows my answer because this is what I said during the Q&A, is Arizona. Arizona had a monolithic, bureaucratic, government-run educational system. We have the best school choice in the country in Arizona. Is it perfect? No, but you can take your taxpayer dollars because it's your money. You can go to a private school, you can go to a Catholic school, you can go to a Christian school, you can go to any sort of co-op. I think you can now go to even homeschools. So Brenda, my opinion is that we need more of that, especially in states like California, Illinois, and New York, to allow the money follow the child. Because the current system right now is if you go to downtown Chicago, downtown Baltimore, you go to downtown Cleveland, you go to downtown Philadelphia, you have these kids that are just stuck in failing schools with no capacity, no ability to be able to choose a better school. And so in some ways, you could joke that we are pro-choice when it comes to schools. Now, at the same time, Brenda, I think we need to be vigilant because your concern is very legitimate. Anytime that we allow the government into anything precious or sacred, they're going to abuse it. They're going to try to standardize it. They're going to try to make it overly bureaucratic. And so I don't know much about the Florida example. However, I can tell you that Florida school choice has generally been a big victory. I guess we're left with two options. We can continue in the current system where parents get none of their money back. And remember, I would only, the language change I would say is that these are government-run schools using taxpayer money. So it's your money. You have a moral obligation to be able to send your money to the school of your choosing and of your liking. So if you're in an area that has a woke, transgender, men and female sports, men and female locker rooms like we see in Deerfield, Illinois, that parent should be able to take the 10, 15, 20,000 a year that they're paying in property taxes or the equivalent and be able to go to a private school, a voucher school, a Christian school. They should be able to go up the street to Christian Heritage Academy, where I got educated and I gave my life to Jesus, right there on Waukegan Road, intersecting with Willow, you know the area, if you're in Chicago and listening to this right now. The point being is I think we should want to have more choice, more capacity to send the money with a kid. However, Brenda, I think your concern is that, hey, this is a way to get the government in homeschooling environments. And so the solution is very simple then, Brenda. Don't take the money. If you are a homeschool family, you don't have to take the money. Now, if you take the money, then you might be inviting government strings. But if you absolutely do not want the government to come into the education of your kid, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do in our family. We're going to be educating our kids at home. And we'll probably end up sending them to maybe a public school or a private school once they get into 8th or 9th grade. But at least for the first many years, we're going to be homeschooling. We're not going to take any government money. We're not going to take any scholarship money. First of all, we've been very blessed. Secondly, we don't want any government strings potentially with it. So, Brenda, I don't know if that answers your question or not, but I definitely know that it would explain it to the audience, and I covered it during the Turning Point Academy Educator Summit. Final thoughts, Brenda.
Yeah, I totally agree that helps a lot of families that are in desperate need right now. I just want going forward to set goals so that we're not taxed directly with the income tax. I want to repeal the 16th Amendment because then parents would have their own money to spend the way they want. It's not going to the government and coming back with strings. And so that's those 4 things that are passed in 1915. Begin to rob us. So that's, if we have that vision to set those kind of goals and policy based on the original intent of the Constitution, then I think the rest will take care of itself. At some point, we won't need the scholarships from the government.
I hear you. That is a bigger lift, in an ideal one, as much as we'd love to get rid of the federal income tax, that is definitely a bigger lift. But your concern is legitimate. I don't dismiss it. Given the facts in front of us, I can tell you in Arizona and Florida schools are far freer and far better than Illinois and New Jersey schools. And I grew up in Illinois schools. You are stuck in that local school. The money does not follow the kid. Private schools are one of 2 categories. Number one, you are there only because of a scholarship from another donor, so it's a very small population. Or, like in the suburbs of Chicago, you go to St. Viator and you have to pay a lot of money. You got to go pay $20,000 or $30,000 a year to go to St. Viator now, which was the upper middle class, kind of ruling class Catholic school in Arlington Heights, Illinois, where I grew up. And probably those schools have become increasingly woke. Brenda, God bless you. Thank you for being a member. Really appreciate it. What do we have, guys? ReliefFactor.com. Maybe you guys are in pain right now and you want to be able to get out of pain. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com if you want to be able to get out of pain. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free supplement that can get you guys out of pain, ankle pain, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, shoulder pain. So take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor. So please take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor. So please take a look. ReliefFactor.com. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. The most important question. I'm kidding. Do you think Major League Baseball should have a salary cap? I'm curious what you guys think. All kidding aside, please subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We're doing very, very well in the podcast charts. Let's see how we're doing this morning. We are 7 overall, 3rd largest podcast in Apple News, which is terrific. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and then us. That is a great trio. I will go to metaphorical political war with Megyn and Tucker. I'll tell you, those two are phenomenal people. I got to tell you, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and then our program. And we're doing very well. Okay, so we have in the top news, let's see here how we're doing in the top all podcast category. That's tougher sledding, I'll tell you what. We are 61 overall. So thank you guys for that. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I encourage you guys to start a Turning Point USA chapter at tpusa.com. And if you want to join this program live on air, then become a member. Members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. So you can join this program right now. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Be right back.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you guys have a private student loan? Maybe you do, and I want you to listen carefully. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is when the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances. Why Refi is surely your best option. Why Refi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, Why Refi can get them released from the loan. Call 888-YREFI34 or go to whyrefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Do you have a private student loan? How do you know if you have a private student loan? You took out the loan not from FAFSA. It was from a private student loan market. So take a look at it right now at whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. So please take a look. And they're phenomenal people. They helped us with our Student Action Summit. They helped us with our campus tour, the big sponsor of our campus tour. And boy, this campus tour is going to be rockin' and roaring. That is whyrefi.com. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin mobile studio, mobilebitcoinstudio.com, bitcoin.com. Gina is a member. Gina, happy Friday. Thank you so much for being a member. What's on your mind?
Thank you for taking my call this morning, Charlie. Appreciate everything that you do. My question is, do you have any personal experience or know anyone who has had personal experience with their own deep dive into AI on a personal and professional level?
So by deep dive, do you mean like really working with it for hours to see how powerful and how sometimes manipulative it can be? What do you mean by deep dive?
That's exactly what I mean. I've got a friend that has really done professional work as well as personal exploration. And lately there've been some things on the internet about people dating AI entities, actually asking them to marry them.
Correct.
I've been of the opinion that anybody who gets swept away like that must have a severe lack of intelligence. But within the last week, Haley Karania and the Silverlock staff addressed it with some personal experience. And the SGT report title of yesterday's podcast is Mount Doom AI and the Battle for Your Soul. I mean, there's a lot to this. And I've not heard anybody that I really stand with that has taken that deep dive personally and professionally. And I was wondering if you had.
So, I mean, I wouldn't say I've taken a deep dive negatively. I've spent hours on AI, and it could be very helpful as a research tool, as a synthesizer, and it could be very, very helpful to go through large documents. So sometimes people will send me like a 600-page document, and I can be like, hey, can you just give me 20 bullet points? Very helpful for that. It's helpful to be able to read things quicker and synthesize that data. It's not always 100% accurate. People have to know that. AI makes a fair amount of mistakes. I wouldn't say a lot of mistakes, but a fair amount of mistakes. With a few hiccups, though, AI is only going to get better. It's going to get 2 times as powerful every 8 months or so. It's not even 3 years since ChatGPT 3 came out. But you are correct, Gina. Let's just talk more about the personal implications here. People are already, quote unquote, dating their AI chatbots. They are spending hours and hours and hours talking to these AI chatbots, and they're only going to get better. They're going to get more, quote unquote, human. They're going to get even more manipulative. So there is a looming crisis happening with artificial intelligence, and we already have young men that are super isolated. There's a story from Psychology Today, the emerging problem of AI psychosis. AI may be fueling psychotic delusions in a phenomenon known as AI psychosis or ChatGPT psychosis. So you have a generation that is already hyper online. They're staring at their screens all day long. They're not dating. They're not getting married. And we are seeing birth rates plummet. Artificial intelligence is only going to make that worse. Now, AI is not all bad, though. I want to be very clear. I've said this story before on air. I'll say it again. One of our top leaders at Turning Point USA, who will remain nameless, his brother was feeling really weird. He had kind of like bruising over his chest. He called his local doctor and he said, hey, I don't feel really good. What should I do? The doctor said, oh, just sleep it off, take a Tylenol, maybe come see me next couple days. He took a picture of it and put it into ChatGPT. ChatGPT, within a half of a second, responded with 3 red alert emojis saying, you need to get to the emergency room immediately. You have sepsis and you are going to die. Well, it turns out he had an ingrown nail because he was doing some work around his mom's house that hadn't been cleaned in a while. He had an undiagnosed and an unknown bacterial staph infection that grew into sepsis, got to the hospital, and barely saved his life. He credits ChatGPT and AI for saving his life, for diagnosing him within half of a second, where his primary care doctor was like, oh, just sleep it off. Now, that's only a second-hand story, but seems pretty legit. I know everyone involved. AI is incredibly powerful at pattern recognition. It's going to replace jobs where that is a key talent. Another one, for example, is anytime my son, who does his best job to try to hurt himself or to try to hurt others at any period of time, being a young boy just walking around with, a golf club, anytime that he hits his head, Erica's like, hey, how serious is this? So we text the pediatrician, but interestingly, we'll take a picture of his bruise, of his rash, put it into ChatGPT, and within seconds, AI will be able to tell you, oh, not that serious. And so again, we don't want to trust it blindly. We double check that with the pediatrician. And the best way that I can say, there's so much other stuff I could talk about with artificial intelligence, right? Is that it will unleash productivity. We'll be able to make better movies. If you have an idea for a movie right now, in the next 2 years, you'll be able to make that movie literally in front of a computer screen. The glass half empty view is obviously will rob us our humanity, fuel psychotic delusions, and end our ability to socialize, marry, reproduce, including all the job losses. But there will be so much productivity that will probably mean that more diseases will be diagnosed and more lives will be saved. However, it is like nuclear power. You use it correctly, it can light up a city. Use it incorrectly, you can get Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
family. From the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. After weeks of calling Fed Chair Jerome Powell too slow and other names, President Trump finally meets with him face to face. During a visit to the Federal Reserve on Thursday, the commander-in-chief found himself bickering with the Fed chairman over the ballooning costs of the ongoing renovation project at the central bank. While wearing hard hats and with the television cameras rolling, as you can see, the president pointed out that the project will cost $3.1 billion more than the $2.5 billion the Fed had quoted.
Looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well. 3.1, 3.2. This came from us?
Yes.
Powell claims the price tag President Trump is quoting includes the cost of renovating a separate Fed building, which was finished 5 years ago. Long story short here, the visit amounts to President Trump increasing pressure on Powell to either lower interest rates or step down. The two have been at odds over the Fed's fiscal policy and its impact on the larger economy. The world is watching the developing situation between Thailand and Cambodia as at least 14 people are dead following fighting between those two countries. Soldiers from both sides engaged in shootouts involving guns and rockets on Thursday. Thailand also, as you can see here, launched airstrikes. The Thai Defense Ministry confirms fighting took place in at least 6 areas along the border between those two countries. A landmine explosion along the border on Wednesday wounded 5 Thai soldiers, which appears to have sparked the recent fighting. Thailand also pulled its ambassador from Cambodia and expelled Cambodia's representative to Thailand. We'll, of course, continue to monitor this developing situation to see if it escalates and eventually calls for the intervention of the peacemaker-in-chief, Donald Trump. By the way, President Trump headed to Scotland for a weekend of business and pleasure. He boarded Marine and Air Force One earlier this morning and is set to land shortly. During his 5-day trip, he'll meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, as well as the head of the Scottish government, First Minister John Swinney. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence.
Working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I want to tell you guys about Hillsdale College. Hillsdale is America's greatest college. If you want to learn about history, economics, great works of literature, you can study all of them at the Hillsdale online courses and learn like the best of them. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. Remember, Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. In this 8-lecture course, which is free, all their courses are free. They are free. You'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn, a mentor and a friend and a teacher of mine, as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you heard others talk about them. Well, go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That's CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com, charlieforhillsdale.com. So take a look at it right now. They're America's greatest college. And if you're ever in Hillsdale, Michigan, you guys should visit it. They have a Constitution 101 course, which I try to take once a year. I'm just taking it again this August. They have a Federalist Papers course. They have a course on Winston Churchill. They have a course on Roman history. They have a course on Jane Austen. They have a course on economics. They have a course on the free market. And if you're out there and you're homeschooling your kids, supplement your curriculum with Hillsdale College courses. Once my kids get old enough, it's going to be a requirement that they have to take every single Hillsdale online course. They'll hate me in the moment, but they'll thank me later. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. It is one that uplifts character. It's about the good, the true, and the beautiful. I encourage all of you right now to learn like the smartest people. You can learn from Victor Davis Hanson. VDH has several courses there. charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. Free of charge, no credit card information, none of that. Free. You just put in your email address and boom, you can learn like the smartest people on the planet. charlieforhillsdale.com. Carl, thank you so much for being a member here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. Carl, what is on your mind?
For taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Went with my son, Truman, to the SAS a few weeks ago. If he's 15 years old,
Great.
Thinking of starting a chapter in Pennsylvania. Hey, you correctly point out that many college degrees are a scam. However, you immediately set yourself up for the need to then clarify that STEM-like degrees and some others are a good value. I strongly encourage you to use this momentum that you have now to introduce a new term that could bifurcate these two categories of college, quote, education, unquote, and remove the confusion about the benefits of going to college. I think you have a great opportunity to kind of just clarify that there's the difference here with some new terminology. Yep.
Yeah. So what term would you recommend? By the way, thank you for coming to Tampa. I'm so glad your son enjoyed it. He should start a TPUSA chapter. And you're totally right. I say college is a scam, and then I have some exceptions, obviously. And just so we're clear, there will be a huge need right now for aerospace engineering, for industrial engineering. There's going to be a major need during this AI boom, especially also in the muscular class. What term would you possibly recommend?
You know, I thought you might ask me that, and it deserves more time than I've put into it. I have thought about it, but I thought something that kind of perhaps conveyed the sense of the market value that his society needs this. I mean, I'm an electrical engineer, and, you know, as a father in front of my children, I've had countless discussions with the waitress, the waiter about, hey, what are you doing with your life? And you know, people just don't have the kind of direction you're giving. You could save so many lives, you know, the way they waste their time and their future. But I think something market related, and I'd be happy to work with you, or offer some things. But I don't think I put enough time into it. But I think the general concept is you have to relate to the value of what you're getting.
Yeah. So a couple things. Number one, you're right. I do want to emphasize that according to Larry Fink, this is just one profession. There is a dramatic need for 500,000 electricians in the coming years. There's not a dramatic need for 500,000 sociologists. In fact, I tweeted out, and yes, it wasn't perfect grammar. I guess it was supposed to be fewer, not less, and people were harnessing on that, whatever. It has 15 million views on Twitter. I said we need more electricians, and I should have said we need fewer sociologists. I said less, whatever. People know what I meant. And the response from the left was out of control. No, we need more sociologists. I'm sorry, no, we don't. We do not need more people learning about the substructures of inequity or inequality. No, sociologists are not making the world a better place right now. Electricians are. And so, by the way, that doesn't require a 4-year college degree. I will say, though, the biggest scam is just going to college on autopilot. Anytime you hear that someone is going to college on autopilot, they are going to be scammed. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to a football game. I might join a fraternity. I'm going to have some fun. Unless it is a young lady, especially, and sometimes a young man, they're going there to find a husband or a wife. MRS degrees are proven to work. I know that people freak out when I say this, but it's true. What is more important than finding a mate? What is more important than finding your future husband? That's the number one concern that I get from our students at Turning Point USA. And so if you go to college with a plan, and the plan is, hey, I want to go find a mate, God bless you. We shouldn't make fun of that. We used to make fun of the MRS degree. Oh, you're just going to go find a mate? You actually are finding somebody that you can have a life with. The thing that is way harder to find, by the way, in current American society than just to go be an accountant at a shoe company. Finding a spouse will make you better at the other part of it. And so and thank you for saying you agree on that, because the media lost their mind. How dare Charlie say you should go to college to find a spouse? And Daisy, who does a phenomenal job on our team, she says MRS degree present. So she has the skill she got from college. I think she was pretty skilled going into college, but she found a husband and, now she's expecting, and it's amazing. That's the most beautiful of all the things. That's worth going into debt for. That is worth going to college for. But you have an aim. You have a direction. Don't be aimless. Daisy said, actually, all my skills came from my actual job, less from college. Well, I knew that. I just didn't want to totally bash her college experience. But the college, they don't teach you that stuff. But number one reason people say, I want to go to college, it's to network. Sure. The number one networking thing you should find is a future spouse or future husband. And so, again, a man who wants to win, a woman will care a lot more about having a real career. And so we should not have shame in that at all. In fact, we're seeing marriage rates collapse, fertility rates collapse, dating rates collapse. Maybe we should celebrate the people that go to college for the purpose of building a life, finding a spouse, and having kids. And Daisy says, GCU was amazing for, I didn't even mention the college, for my faith, finding a husband, and making more lifelong Christian friends. Honestly, that's worth it. If you go to college to go strengthen your faith, grow closer to God, find a husband, it doesn't matter what skills you do or do not get. You can always get skills. Shane says, same with me, but with a wife. Very good. Michael on our team says, he says, I use few skills I gained in college, but definitely more than I would have if I went to ASU. Woo, shots fired. God bless you, man. Thank you for being a member. But here's the thing. We need to have a whole different view of college. Go with a purpose. Go with an intent. And if that intent is to find a spouse, we should celebrate that. If the intent is to go find skills for a specific career, celebrate that. But just kind of smoking weed all day long, if you don't have an intent, guess what? Go do a gap year. We have one at Turning Point Academy. College should not be a place to meander. If you wander throughout college, you will end up lost. Nicholas, thank you so much for being a member. Members.charliekirk.com. What's on your mind?
Hi, Charlie. First off, I want to say thank you for everything with the SAS and CLS. It was an amazing event, and I'm hoping to be able to go back next year.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask.
Boy, all you guys went to SAS.
Catholic,
that is awesome. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, go ahead, Nicholas. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
You're completely fine. No, I wanted to ask, as a Catholic, I always get asked by a lot of people who claim to be religious how I don't support Democrats prominently like Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi because they claim to be Catholic, because I don't morally stand with them. Their morals are completely opposed to what I believe in. But they always ask me, how can I stand firmly with Donald Trump, who's a quote-unquote rapist, womanizer, sexist, horrible individual? How can I argue theologically against that?
So I will give you a more Protestant view, but the Catholic view shouldn't be honestly that far off. Number one, in Catholic social teaching, there is a direct conflict of the sanctity of life between the platform of the Democrat Party and the platform of the Republican Party. Your response should first be, I am voting for platforms and policies, not personalities. I am voting for worldviews, not for one-liners that people say. And so in Catholic social teaching, there is a belief in the sanctity of life. The Catholic view is that by loving legal abortion, Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi are in flagrant defiance of Catholic moral teaching, and they should not be receiving communion unless they go to confession and repent of that sin. Not to mention, in the Democrat policy platform is the erosion of the family and natural law. We talk about the parents' party all the time. So what I'm getting at, I'll keep building this out, Nicholas, but the way I would respond is, guys, we're not voting for people, we're voting for policies. We are voting for platforms. Which platform is a better fit with Catholic social teaching? Well, first of all, pro-life, family, this trans stuff, none of that fits within the Democrat Party. None of it. And it's very similar on the kind of the evangelical Protestant side. Not to mention, under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, religious liberty was under threat. Catholic institutions, schools, hospitals, adoption agencies increasingly came under attack for refusing to comply with mandates that violate Catholic teaching on contraception, gender ideology, and same-sex adoption. And the other part of this, though, is that, which I think is very important, it's not about the individual. President Trump is a sinner. Guess what? I'm a sinner too. You're a sinner. We are all sinners. What are they fighting for? What are they advocating for? What worldview do they have? Are they being used for a bigger and a greater purpose? And I would argue, though, that President Donald Trump has been better for the Catholic cause than Joe Biden, who pretends to be a Catholic. Joe Biden pretends to go and get communion every Sunday and calls himself a serious Catholic. I think Donald Trump, who is not Catholic, has actually been better for the cause of Catholics than Joe Biden himself. So that's how I would respond at times. I would respond to that. And I would just also reiterate that you should not defend everything that another person says at all times. Okay, whatever. Instead, don't focus on what Trump says. Focus on what Trump does. What does Trump do? Well, he just defunded Planned Parenthood in the one big beautiful bill. Joe Biden didn't do that. Donald Trump is going after child sex traffickers. Donald Trump is making sure men are not in female locker rooms. Donald Trump is an advocate for religious liberty and freedom. He's ending trans surgeries. Donald Trump has put Catholics on the Supreme Court. Brett Kavanaugh, for example. Amy Coney Barrett. So that's how I would respond to that as an evangelical, and I'm sure my friend Jack Posobiec, devout Catholic, would have an even better answer than me. But thank you for being a member, Nicholas. Really appreciate that. What do we have, guys? Z-Factor. Go to relieffactor.com. If you guys want to be able to have a better night's sleep, go to relieffactor.com. So check it out right now, relieffactor.com. If you guys want to have a better night's sleep, Z-Factor goes beyond just melatonin. Z-Factor uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it right now. Pay only $19.95 for a 30-day supply of 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is the number 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor from Relief Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. So check it out right now, relieffactor.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
This
right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
In spirit, you're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're number 7 right now in Apple News. I think that's right. Yeah, we are top 10. I don't know if it's 7 in particular, but yeah, it's number 7. So thank you guys for the support. You guys can continue that by opening up your phone and typing in Charlie Kirk Show and subscribing to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Also, just some personal news this weekend. If you are up at 6 a.m. Eastern, that is 3 a.m. Phoenix time, I will be hosting Fox and Friends Weekend with my great friend Charlie Hurt and Rachel Campos Duffy. We have a lot of fun in store. I'll be doing that both Saturday and Sunday because I love waking up at 4:45 in the morning. Oh, it's going to be incredible. It's a great honor, actually, and I'm super excited about it. And from a guest to a guest host is pretty awesome. Only in America is a story like that possible, and thank you to the Fox and Friends crew. They've been so welcoming and so good and so gracious, and so we're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to have some special guests and some surprises in store. So DVR it or record it, or if you get up in time and you want to start your weekend with a little bit of fun, check out Fox and Friends Weekend this Saturday and Sunday. I will be guest hosting from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. in beautiful New York City. So check it out. I'll be hosting this weekend. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. All right, we have to get to 2 in the last segment, I'm told by Daisy. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony, thank you so much for being a member. What's on your mind?
Hey, Charlie. Quick question, because I just saw this come out today. Regarding Obama and everything that Tulsi Gabbard has come out with, people are saying, okay, he needs to be arrested, whole 9 yards. But with Trump's legal case that he won a couple of years ago for presidential immunity, doesn't that apply to this too?
Yes, I think you're right. It does. Blake has some thoughts on that. So that is the question, is that if it applies to presidential immunity, I imagine it would be while Obama was president. Almost certainly. We don't know for certain. We don't know 100%. Assuredly, I should say. We know almost certainly. I would say, though, that did any of this happen while he was outside of the president? Was Obama conducting the intel agencies while he was out of office? But we also have to find out more about what the charges potentially would be and what the criminal referral is. We do not know. And so I'm going to the ball is in the hands of the DOJ now. And I think Tulsi Gabbard has done a phenomenal job of exposing it. They're using the words criminal conspiracy, or seditious conspiracy, and it's going to be up for them to make that case and to prove it. Sorry, Anthony, one other thought really quick.
No, I agree with you on that. That's why I was just kind of confused, because Obama could argue that, well, Trump got it, why can't I get it type case.
Yep. No, that's right. That's right. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Anthony, really quick, yes or no, Major League Baseball salary cap?
Check your email. I already answered your question, and I tweeted to you, too.
I know. I want you to say it on air.
I sit on the fence. Reason being, I always was with the
no
salary
fence
cap.
Sitting, Anthony. We know each other too well.
No. This is no. And the reason I sit on the fence now is, if you put a salary cap in, it actually favors MLB and owners to not invest in the team and keep more in their back pocket for themselves.
Interesting.
I saw the article or video. I have to try to find it, because I'll send it to you, and if I can get it, I'll get it over to you, because I work in the industry, so I understand where both sides are coming from. But when I saw this, I'm like, okay.
All I know is the NFL, they pour money into their team. The NFL pours their money into the team. So
yes, they do. But Manfred's a little bit different. Manfred's a little bit different of a commissioner. And your next commissioner, I bet money on it, will be Theo Epstein.
So, you want a World Series?
And the reason being is,
I'll be okay with that.
The reason being, real quick, he is the one with the rule changes, and they need someone young, and he has all the ties to the owners, and the owners like him. That'll be very smart. Money on it.
Anthony, have a great weekend. God bless you guys. Go Cubs.
You too. Bye.
Last question of the week. Matthew, what is on your mind? Members.charliekirk.com. Last question of the week.
Hi, Charlie. And can I just say thank you to you and your team for a brilliant Student Action Summit. I came over from the UK to Florida for that, and it was
amazing.
Brilliant. I came away with some brilliant friendships as well. Here in the UK, I regularly speak out about my conservative beliefs through social media and to friends and different debates, even in the face of relentless backlash that I get, including death threats from the so-called tolerant left, especially when I voice my opinions on issues such as like the trans agenda and stuff here in the UK. Sadly, many of my friends who are conservative are afraid to speak up. They're worried that they'll be targeted the same way I have. They've seen the abuse that I've received. What advice would you give to them to stand their ground and speak the truth?
Look, the UK is a very difficult situation right now. The best advice I can have is you need to hold your ground and try to create a overwhelming grassroots majority of a free speech culture. As you know, police can knock on your door if you have bad posting. The UK needs a lot more bravery. You are not free. And right now, the thing that is lacking the most in the United Kingdom is courage and bravery. It is not intelligence. There are so many smart young conservatives I met, and Blake and I met while we were in Cambridge and Oxford. So many smart young ladies and young men. And they have wisdom and they get it. But what is lacking is bravery. And that is why courage, I think, is the ultimate virtue. Without it, you don't have any other virtues. You can't be free if you are not brave. And so what is needed is a group of young people, especially young men, need to be willing to say the unpopular thing even when there is a great social cost attached. I don't want to kind of crap too much on your country, but your country's in trouble. You know that. And I hope that your country can start to wake up. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not here to insult your homeland. I don't like doing that, but you guys are in a real rough spot. It's not totally lost. If you guys wake up with bravery and with conviction, and you are our friend across the pond, and we're going to keep on advocating for you any way we can. And in some ways, it's a little bit of a warning sign of where America could go if we are not vigilant. Hang in there. We have your back. And thank you for coming across the pond to the Student Action Summit. I hope to meet you next time. God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless you guys. I'll be hosting Fox and Friends Weekend this Saturday and Sunday. Shabbat Shalom. Have a wonderful weekend of rest, and we'll see you guys on Monday.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new pocket pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is. So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
Tensions rising between Thailand and Cambodia, with deadly clashes breaking out along the country's disputed border. And a warning that some of you may find these images that we are about to show you disturbing. Fighting erupted early in the morning near an ancient temple. Both sides have accused the other of firing first. Hours later, Thailand's military said it deployed fighter jets to target Cambodian military targets.
A legal blow for President Trump as a federal appeals court found that his efforts to end birthright citizenship are unconstitutional. The 3-judge panel ruled 2-1 that Trump's executive order banning birthright citizenship violates the Constitution's 14th Amendment. It grants citizenship to all people born or naturalized in the U.S. The president is looking to use the ban to deny automatic citizenship to the U.S.-born children of undocumented immigrants.
Many of our largest tech companies have reaped the blessings of American freedom while building their factories in China, hiring workers in India, and slashing profits in Ireland. You know that? All the while dismissing and even censoring their fellow citizens right here at home. Under President Trump, those days are over. We need U.S. technology companies to be all in for America. We want you to put America first. You have to do that. That's all we ask.
Todd Blanche is a great gentleman. He's a great man. He's a great lawyer. He's got a great heart. But he's over there now. I don't know exactly what's happening, but I certainly can't talk about pardons.
Can you trust what she's telling him? She's a convicted trafficker who's eager to get out of prison.
Well, you know, he's a professional lawyer. I think he's been through things like this before. But, you know, you should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't. Thank you very much.
All right, Jack Posobiec, Career on Live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Today is July 25th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, President Trump there on the lawn of the White House, and he's giving this speech and answering these questions regarding Jeffrey Epstein, the list, the Epstein list itself. President Trump saying that he could give the list. I certainly hope that he does. I absolutely agree with President Trump on this. He says, let's talk about the island. I also couldn't agree more. We want to talk about that island. We want more on this island. We want more on the specifics of where the island, what was going on the island, who was there on the island. We need an absolute meticulous piece of information and investigation going through. It's Todd Blanche going down. And President Trump asked the same question that I was talking about with General Flynn yesterday. How do you corroborate something that a prisoner tells you? Well, maybe you want to talk to someone who served at Guantanamo Bay and worked in interrogations down there. Hi. So the way that works is what you do is it's called corroboration. You have to have the corroborating documents. And what she's holding there, in prison, in federal prison, they call this your lawyer box or your evidence box. That is taken with you with your lawyer. It's information regarding your case. Each prisoner is allowed to have that. They then bring it to when they meet with their lawyer. In this case, they're meeting with their lawyer and an official from the government. So obviously the federal government, the Deputy Attorney General, the meeting that took place yesterday, the meeting that took place today. But going back to what was said, how can you trust what she says? You shouldn't. You shouldn't trust anything that anyone just says without following up and conducting further corroboration. It's so simple as that. That's what we did at Guantanamo Bay. That's a huge part of what our work was down there. You can't just take something that someone says and turn it into and say, oh, there it is. No, what you would do is you would then go and you would corroborate. You would say, all right, well, this person says they were over here on this time. Can you track their cell phone? Do they have any corroborating evidence? Can you see if it was there? You use the power of the federal government. You use the investigatory powers that are to you, and you go through with that. Maybe she says something that corroborates something that one of the victims says. You go and check that out there. Can you get further witnesses? Can you get other people that provide corroborating testimony? Again, these are time-honored traditions in our legal system. And just having a little bit of the background that I did at Guantanamo Bay, I could tell you that's what we did every single day of the week. And of course, you know, at my level, we weren't the ones that saying, you know, yes, sir, this is 100% true, but we would put together our investigation and that would get briefed up the chain. That's exactly how it works here. I even had the opportunity to brief White House officials when I was at Guantanamo Bay regarding some of the investigative packages that I put together, as well as members of the United States Senate, one of which, of course, being John McCain. I've told the story many times. So what we're seeing here is a situation where you have someone who has a motive, but you also have the leverage that President Trump has talking about this. I know MSNBC was saying, oh, Jack Posobiec's calling for a pardon. I never called for a pardon. What I said was you have to understand her motivations and you have to understand what she wants, what potential leverage or information she has, and the leverage, motivations, and interests, not just of the presidency and the White House, but the American people. Okay? Pedophiles and pedophile enablers belong behind bars, and there's no question about that. Jack Posobiec, quick break, right back.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this. Did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Ordered now.
In our wave and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Folks, I got a question, and actually I have some information too. Did you know that in the last 6 weeks, 86 million AT&T users had their name, address, and social security numbers leaked? Or that the CCP is harvesting massive volumes of Americans' personal data to train DeepSeek and other AI systems? When you're online doing work like I am, you need that digital camouflage. And that's why I've partnered with our newest show sponsor, Patriot Protect. Patriot Protect removes your personal data from the internet. And whether it's Google, Amazon, or Apple, your personal data will be wiped so that scammers and cyber criminals and swatters, like the ones that came after the Poso family, will not and cannot find your data. And you can take back your security and your privacy. Once Patriot Protect scans and scrubs your personal information, they'll continuously monitor your info to make sure every new instance of a possible data breach is eliminated immediately. I'm talking 24/7 protection for the cost of keeping the porch lights on. The only thing worse than getting hacked is knowing you could have stopped it and didn't take action when you could have. So go to patriot-protect.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. That's patriot-protect.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. patriot-protect.com/POSO. Very excited for our next guest because we talk about history a lot here, and we talk about the situation, we talk about the deep state, we talk about the FBI and so many things. One of the stories that we talk about every once in a while, it comes up, but we never really have chance or take the time to step back and say, you know what? What's a good deep dive on this story? And that is that story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City bombing. Well, I'm excited to announce that we've got an author joining us now who's written an entire book about it. This is going to be if you're a fan of this show, I know you like serious investigative reports. This is your next summer read. It's called Blowback: The Untold Story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City Bombing. We have the author, Margaret Roberts, joining us now. Margaret, how are you?
Great to be with you, Jack. Thank you.
So tell me, what drove you to write this book and why put it out now?
Well, it was a calling, originally from a victim, a survivor of the bombing, but I had been the news director of America's Most Wanted until about 3 years before the bombing. So I lived and breathed manhunt stories, Jack. And while I had moved on to Los Angeles on April 19, 1995, when that bomb went off, I was in Los Angeles. And like millions of other Americans, I witnessed very quickly on live television the apocalypse, the destruction, the injury, the horror of that moment. And I had two perspectives. One, just like everyone else, just horrified and wondering who could have done this. But the other was I had lived and breathed manhunts for 3 years at America's Most Wanted, working hand in glove with the FBI, closer than a journalist would ever probably get. So I looked at the early reporting on the bombing as a manhunt story and felt even a little bit like, oh, I wish I could be back in the newsroom and tap my best sources and find out what was going on here. Because as you remember, or no, some of us remember, others learned.
I remember. By the way, was a huge fan, even as a youngster, huge fan of America's Most Wanted. Definitely something that I would say led me on the path to becoming an intelligence officer in my own life, because I've just always been interested in these things.
Oh, that's so great to know. Not too many television shows last for 20 years. And so you can imagine in my path going forward, I have met so many people who were touched by that, by that program. And John Walsh and his work it abides to this day. It was a manhunt story, and that, particularly to your interest in intelligence, Jack, it was incredible that it was a manhunt story that quickly melted. But if you go back to April 19, the eyewitnesses, 24 of them, just ordinary people in Oklahoma City who saw the bombing run or moments of it, they saw two men in the Ryder truck, Timothy McVeigh and his never identified accomplice, known only as John Doe 2, 24 eyewitnesses. And they described him as stocky, muscular, well-built. That is the big clue to one of the biggest, greatest American, crime mysteries. Who was John Doe 2? And that leaves, I don't get to answer your question how I got into it. Mostly that sat in my head. I was producing other television shows. But 10 years later, I did get a call from a survivor who knew I was prowling around like you. It was a story. It keeps coming up because anybody who looked at the story knew there were so many loose ends. I mean, just to mention a couple more that told the tale that we were not receiving the truth about that story. Quickly, top journalists were reporting that the FBI had collected surveillance videotape of the bombing run of McVeigh and John Doe 2 getting out of the truck, and even the building exploding. And when you consider that this is the biggest, it remains to this day the deadliest domestic terror attack on American soil, it's amazing that the American public was never allowed to see those videotapes. And lastly, as evidence that the story was not being told, a grand juror inside the McVeigh grand jury was so disturbed by what was going on that he went rogue and began leaking to the Daily Oklahoman. After the indictments came down, he wrote a long letter to the judge and said the federal prosecutors running that grand jury were rigging the jury, and in particular, hiding the identity of John Doe 2. So that all stayed with me. And 10 years later, when I learned, doing a little prowl around research the way we do on anniversaries, this year is the 30th, but that was the 10th, I was stunned to discover that the FBI, after all the prosecutions were over, after there was no reason to keep secrets, the FBI had still never allowed the American public to see that videotape. And that told me there's a story here. So when I got the call from a survivor, a grandmother who had lost 2 babies in that blast, she didn't even really identify herself. She just said, "We need your help out here." And now, Margaret, the way you're sometimes called to a story.
Just in the few minutes that we have left with you, I got on a plane and went to Oklahoma
City.
Are you able to tell us just in a few minutes, and this is definitely a teaser so for the book, I want people to get it. The book is called Blowback, and it's really the untold story of the Oklahoma City bombing and the FBI. What tidbits are you able to leave us with before you have to run?
You bet. I'm the only journalist to connect back to what you were talking about, Ghislaine Maxwell. I interviewed Terry Nichols in Supermax prison in Colorado. And Terry Nichols, his claim was that Timothy McVeigh had let slip that he operated in the bomb plot not as a terrorist, but as an undercover government operative. Obviously something that needs to be corroborated, as you were pointing out before. But there is some outside corroboration. McVeigh told his original attorneys, the public defenders who quickly exited the case, the same story. And he wrote a letter to his sister telling the same story. The other major cutting edge of my investigation is that an FBI whistleblower came out of the shadows in 2011 to tell my main source in this book that he had been an FBI top spy for 8 years in the 1990s, and that he knew for a fact that the FBI had set up this neo-Nazi terror group, which is at the center of my book. And they were associates of Timothy McVeigh as well, that the FBI had actually set up that group as a front group to incite right-wing violence.
Margaret, you sold me. I'm downloading the book right now. I'm getting it. I've got to read this thing cover to cover. I wish we had more time. I'm instructing my producers. We are going to get you on for a full episode. Just clear the schedule for this one. This is huge. Her name is Margaret Roberts. The book is Blowback, the untold story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City bombing. This thing is white hot, and it goes straight to the heart of the FBI. I'll be right back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sovic. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Pacific, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Folks, did you know that this year gold hit an all-time high at $3,500, and silver is trading near $40 an ounce? And with the uncertainty of war, inflation, and interest rates and all the tariff news, the sky is literally the limit when it comes to precious metals. People always ask me, how do I get involved? And the answer is simple, with Allegiance Gold. Whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in precious metals space, or you're looking to protect your future, it doesn't matter if it's $5,000 or $5 million. Now is the time to act. Just go to protectwithposo.com to get started. Allegiance Gold has the top ratings in the industry, and I've been partnered with them for years. When you go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO, you can move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver. And you may qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. And with the way the market is looking, that free silver could be worth a lot more by the time it arrives securely at your doorstep. Call 844-577-POSO or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It's smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. All right, very excited to have on our next guest. Congressman Keith Self joins us here on Human Events Daily. He's via phone out of the 3rd District of Texas. Congressman, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
We're excited to have you on this Friday, and you're joining us for this couple of minutes here. You've got a new slate of bills that you're putting together. Walk us through some of these really big name projects.
We are, and frankly, I am joining the effort. The speaker just said that we have voted on like 50 of President Trump's executive orders. So this is something that the Congress needs to do, because President Trump will not be president forever, and we don't know who's going to be the next president. So we need to codify into law his executive orders so that they are much harder to overturn, so that you can't overturn them with a stroke of a pen. So I've got 4 that I've introduced. One is basically school discipline. One is the safety of our biological weapon research. One is the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, and one is American history. So we've got a good slate of bills that I'm looking forward to advocating for on the floor of the House.
When it comes to the restoring truth in American history, I think that's very interesting because that lines up with what President Trump signed yesterday as an executive order regarding artificial intelligence, and saying, Congressman, that he doesn't want any AI use in the government where the AI is teaching a non-factual or counterfactual approach to U.S. history instruction, and with this, as your bill says, with a focus on foundational principles, civic virtue, and the unifying aspects of the American experience. Congressman, why is this so important that we codify this into law?
Well, not only is it an executive order, but we don't teach civics in school anymore. So our students are getting very little truth about American history. So that's why we need to do this. We need to get the DEI, the wokeism out of the schools. We need to restore to the local level, the state and local level, the management of our schools so they can determine what the students are going to learn. We did so much damage during the COVID years. We're still behind. So we need to restore this to the schools and make sure that they're teaching factual history. The AIEO that he just signed only solidifies that thought.
And it's so key because what's happening, and particularly when we live in the country now, you have people coming in, and as they're growing up, they're taught all these ills of America. They're taught that America, and even when you go to national historical landmarks around the country, you have these placards that tell you about all these terrible things. They make it out like America is this awful country, and I'm waiting for them to go to the Alamo and take the side of the Mexicans.
Well, absolutely. There are three things that the left, the progressive left, has to tear down in order for the United States federal government to be autonomous and sovereign. They have to tear down our history is first. They have to tear down our faith, and they have to tear down the very building block of society, our families. So history is one of the big three that they have got to destroy in order to make the government absolutely sovereign.
This is so key because what you're talking about to make the government sovereign, it only works if you have a population that has already removed God from the sovereign core of their identity. And this is exactly what we saw with the you could call them the cultural revolutionaries in the 1960s. What was the very first thing they targeted? It was God in the public square.
Yeah, there's a great movement, has been for 30, 40 years, to take God out of the public square, that you're free to worship inside the walls of your church or your synagogue. Just don't bring it into the public square. Look, that is wrong. That is a misreading of the separation of church and state. Government stays out of your matters of conscience. Government stays out of your expression of your faith, your religious beliefs.
It couldn't be more simple. Well, we've got you for just another minute. We talked about this public loan forgiveness, the public service loan forgiveness. Can you walk us through how that would work?
Well, yeah, I will tell you. We want public loan forgiveness to be for people who are actually working in the public sector. Under President Biden, we went from 7,000 to 1 million people that might have been eligible for this program, and some of them were supporting terrorism, supporting violence. They were not supporting the public sector in what we normally think of. So these are NGOs, non-government organizations, that got these grants and then forgiveness, and they were supporting anti-American ideas and actions. That is not right. This bill will try to codify the EO that says public sector loan forgiveness is meant for exactly that. People that are working on behalf of the interest of the United States in the public sector.
And it's really as simple as that. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. I know you have to run. We're just about out of time in the segment. God bless you, and hope you're having a great summer.
Thank you so much.
All right, God bless, folks. That's Congressman Keith Self joining us in via phoner. It's very important. Codifying President Trump's executive orders into legislation, because we know President Trump, he's only in this one more term. Steve Bannon's got some other ideas about that. We'll see. But in order to stick the landing and make sure all of the things that we're putting up on the board, the W's are up, they need to be codified into law. Right back Human Events Daily continues on Real America's Voice.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Jack. Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Sobek back here, Human Events Daily. Folks, according to the Department of Energy, blackouts, yeah, we're talking blackouts, they could increase by 10,000% over the next few years. That's because of massive energy demands from AI data centers and an aging, fragile power grid that just can't keep up. I don't know about you, but I don't like the idea of being without power, even for a day. That's why I got the Grid Doctor 3300 from My Patriot Supply. It's a powerful solar generator that runs refrigerators, AC units, medical devices, power tools, and anything you need to ride out a blackout. And right now, for their Christmas in July event, I love Christmas in July, by the way, they're including over $1,000 in free survival gear with your generator, including an emergency food supply, water filtration, survival tools, and so much more. You heard that right. Over $1,000 in free gear for a limited time. So head over to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack and grab the Christmas in July bundle before it's gone. Blackouts are coming, so go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack and get prepared today. I always love Christmas in July. We're doing an arts and crafts thing with the kids this weekend about it. It's just one of those fun, hey, it's always a good time to talk about Christmas, and it's always a good time to understand what's going on in our world. And so for the Catholics and even the non-Catholic Christians in our audience, many people are asking questions about the new Pope, the first American Pope. Of course, followers know and listeners know that we were over there for coverage with Real America's Voice. We're so happy that the SIGs were able to send us over and to support that coverage while we were there, covering down on this show and the War Room. One of the first books that's been written about Pope Leo and, of course, about his background is by Dr. Matthew Bunson. He is the author of this It's Leo XIV, Portrait of the First American Pope, and he joins us from EWTN. Dr. Bunson, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, great to be with you.
Now, I wish I had a chance to see you while we were in Rome together for the conclave, but I don't think I could see anyone. There were just so many people packed into St. Peter's Square.
Well, especially that day, my wife was able to come.
Oh, my gosh.
She was in a coffee shop when the habim was popping and the white smoke came out. And it is something of a great time-honored custom in Rome for all the Romans to make their way as quickly as possible to St. Peter's Square for the white smoke and then the unveiling of the new pontiff. This one, I think, was especially interesting because of the global interest. At any given time, there were about 4,000 accredited journalists in Rome for this. So you can imagine the intensity. It was a genuine privilege to be there, but I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to meet up.
No, as well, and I've kept my credential as well as the rest of the team. I said, guys, keep a hold of this one. You might have to be handing it to St. Peter one day.
A ticket to heaven
so
of
tell
some
us,
kind. Yeah, it's funny because I
exactly.
also have I have credentials from various events over the years, but this one's very special. It is very rare.
It only comes up so
wave, especially with a front row seat.
Precisely. So tell us about the book. What should we know? What should we be concerned with? What should we be interested to find about the first American Pope?
Yeah, well, it starts with the remarkable, unprecedented event that we have the first U.S.-born Pope. We call him the first American Pope, in part because he is, as the name Pontifex, one of the traditional titles given to the Pope, he's a bridge builder, and he's a remarkable builder of bridges between North America and South America. Born just outside of Chicago, grew up in what would be a seemingly very ordinary family environment, and yet the Catholic faith of that family created the first American Pope, then served for many, many years in South America, in Peru. Was a bishop there, was a missionary. So he really is that person who understands both worlds, and he's bringing all of that perspective to Rome. The other key thing to understand about him is that he is a member of what's called the Augustinian Order. That's an order named after and sort of inspired by St. Augustine of Hippo, one of the greatest theologians and philosophers in the history of the church. So he brings that missionary zeal, but also that love of reason. And you're seeing that already in many of the things that he said, and what we can anticipate, I think, will be some of his writings coming in the future.
Well, and you mentioned the bridge building, and this is something that we heard going in. And I said, I remember CNN played my comments and all this, and I said, look, he's not one of these, hardcore conservative types, but at the same time, he is someone who I think understands where this new wave of energy into the church is coming from, understands where young people, and you see, of course, on Twitter, on X, he's clearly interacting with this, because when I go, for example, to the traditional Latin Mass, you see kids, I mean that kids, you see teenagers, you see young couples, they're getting married young, they're getting married in their 20s, their early 20s, and this is a totally different shift that I've seen just even in my brief lifetime as a Catholic.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the centers of gravity in some ways, where the church is growing fastest, is in the youngest parts of the world, in Africa, in parts of Latin America. So he brings that experience as a very seasoned missionary. But he's also something of a real thinker. We have seen from almost the first day of his election, his focus on these new technologies. He took the name Leo XIV in honor of a pope who was grappling with the effects of the Industrial Revolution at the end of the 19th century, and that's Pope Leo XIII. And he ushered in the church's real concern, the Catholic Church's focus on the impacts of the Industrial Revolution and new technologies. And that's exactly what Leo XIV is doing. He's especially focused on artificial intelligence and the impact of AI, not just on culture and economics, but on the individual human person, which rests at the heart, I think, of one of his big concerns is what is the impact of AI on families, but on the individual, on the dignity of the human person. So I think that's something that really connects him very directly with the younger generations, the Gen Zs, who have now essentially spent a good part of their lives recognizing the importance of social media, that digital world, but also now the impact of things like artificial intelligence and software that's in development and new technologies that are in development.
Well, I think it's exactly right. And every single day we're seeing headlines about more and more Gen Zers. Even, by the way, in Washington, D.C., where I'm based out of, I just saw a headline the other day that said Washington, D.C., particularly among men, is one of the top cities for Gen Z to have form romantic relationships with AI chatbots and to feel that emotional fulfillment there. And Washington, D.C. is a huge hub of this. And you look at that and you say, oh my gosh, we're going so far. What is the response? And I would argue, and certainly I think Pope Leo here is focusing on this, that the response to that is the 2,000 years of history and tradition of the church and being connected directly with our Creator.
Yeah, I'm based in D.C. also, so I see it very up close myself.
Oh, so you know.
Within communities,
right.
Within families, this is a very transient society here in D.C., but it goes beyond even D.C. And I think one of the things that Pope Leo has even commented on is the social fragmentation, the divisions that exist, and the loss of family life, the loss of close personal relationships. And so much of it has to start, of course, with our relationship with God. As Catholics, we embrace that relationship with Jesus Christ. But we're also seeing how that plays out, that lack of relationships and that fear of commitment that we can see that's really generational. We can see that in Gen X, we can see that in millennials, we can see that with Gen Zs, but it's especially potent now with young people like Gen Zs who have lived with this digital reality for so long and in many ways prefer that in their lives, in part because they've never had a real image of a nuclear family. So I think this is one of the aspects that we're seeing, and I think we'll hear from Pope Leo over the next few days because there's a big Jubilee event in Rome for youth. And I look forward to seeing what he has to say directly to young people, because that's a real opportunity for him to speak, not just to this 500, 600,000 young people who are going to be gathering in Rome over the next few days, but that global audience that is very interested in what he has to say.
I think it's exactly right. We've only got about a minute left in the segment, so I've got to ask, and by the way, I'll throw it out again, folks. The book is Leo XIV, Portrait of the First American Pope. If you're Catholic, you want to learn more about the Pope. If you're not Catholic and you still want to learn more about the Pope, this is a great primer for you. It's certainly one of the first books that I've seen on the subject. But Dr. Bunson, I have to ask you, when are we getting a papal visit to the country of his birth?
Well, right after his election, he was asked by a reporter at a meeting with the media about when he might come to the U.S. He said, not soon. Now, obviously, next year, we're looking at the 250th anniversary, I think, for the U.S., the birth of the nation. That's a perfect opportunity. So possibly next year. I can guarantee that it will happen. But when it does, if you're living in Chicago, there's going to be quite the frenzy. But I think also here in Washington, D.C., and places like New York, I think this is going to be on his agenda. We anticipate probably in the fall he'll go to Turkey for the big anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, which is a big event in Christian history. He may go to Peru, but I agree. I think that a trip here to the United States, come
to D.C. We'll bring our Catholic convert vice president over to the National Basilica. It'll be much better than that thing that we went to at the other church.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. It Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we're back live. And look, something happened. We shot that interview with General Flynn yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to address this on air. But we lost an American icon yesterday, and his name is Hulk Hogan. And I'm just going to say it right now. Hulkamania will never die as long as the Hulkamaniacs keep it alive forever. Hulkamania forever. And last year had the opportunity and just one of the top 10 moments of my entire life to be there with my family at Hulk Hogan's final gift to America, the birth of Trumpamania. And we've got a huge obituary up for him on humanevents.com that I want everyone to go read. It was written by the Raw Egg Nationalist. Hulk Hogan's last great gift to the American people was to turn Hulkamania into Trumpamania last year at the RNC. Hogan was a patriot. You want to ask what an American is? That's an American. That's a real American. We got Kevin Posobiec here riding side saddle because, Kevin, you were right there with me when he walked out.
I sure was, Jack. And we were also there at Madison Square Garden when he gave his final send-off for there, too, as well. And listen, people talk about, your last guest having like a Catholic spiritual father or patron saint, this and that. Like, Hogan was my American father. He was my American spiritual father, brother. He was my hero from growing up way back when we used to wrestle in the hay barn. And I
was kicked out. Kevin could never get me down for the 1, 2, 3. Never ever.
That's right. And we were jumping. I do remember the one time when we're talking.
I do remember the one time where I put you in the razor's edge off of the top of the hay bales, and then you went down so far that we couldn't find you because we were calling you and you weren't answering for like a minute. Mom, if you're watching, that didn't happen. That we made that up. That was in Minecraft only.
Only in the pool, and I couldn't come back. All I had was the leg drop. I was like, how could you? I had the leg drop, but man, couldn't beat the razor's edge.
No. But anyway, we've got that video of, it was almost exactly 1 year ago, guys. Let's play that video from us at the RNC when the immortal Hulk Hogan came out. This was, I can't even begin to describe the physical energy that you could feel when you were in that room when he walked out. No, I've never seen any of the videos. And there's Jack.
Yep. There's me next to you. You won't say it, but man, I sure got choked up. Like, I never thought it would happen. And I remember telling you, like, during the campaign, like, man, like, we got to get Hogan, like, because I've been living down here near Clearwater for about 3 years, and I seen his Make Wrestling Great Again shirts, like, in his shop, and I was like, Jack, you got to get a hold of him. Like, we need, like, the extra power. And sure enough, I don't know, like, maybe you did make a couple
all I can say
there.
is there was a concerted effort behind the scenes to make this happen, but at the end of the day, it was all Hogan. It was all the Hulkster. He came in, and
That's true.
So,
it was 5 days after Butler. 5 days after Butler.
It was just after Butler, and and he said yes, and we heard he was coming in, and we were all like, "Is this confirmed?" It's confirmed, and you and I, the last time you were on the show, we mentioned it as kind of a brief aside. That a couple of days ago when we were at SAS, we mentioned that he was having health issues, and we kind of heard some stuff about that from around the way, and I thought he was going to kick out, and it didn't work out that way, but he came back. He came back to put the flag up one last time to save America, joining with President Trump. And in so many ways, Trumpomania, the MAGA movement, it really is the spiritual successor to Hulkamania, because it was about the little people. It was about going to all those little towns all over the country that, they get the carnival, they get the Harlem Globetrotters, and they got the World Wrestling Federation, and they got Hulk Hogan coming in with the Hogan leg drop. That's who the Hulkamaniacs were. That's who the people were that supported him. And guess what? That's the exact same people that Donald Trump fights for. J.D. Vance is one of those people, right? It's about all those forgotten Americans. That's who Hulk always stood for. And it was simple as that. And America was, I'm just going to say, it was a better place when you could turn on TV and see real heroes that were larger than life be up on stage and up on top in front of a TV screen saying, train, pray, eat your vitamins, body slamming giants, holding up the American flag, choking out the Iron Sheik, blowing up the USSR. There you go.
That's great.
There you go. And
listen,
it's something
he
that
never
we've
gave
lost.
up. He always kept promoting. He always kept promoting his business. He would always cut promos. His son got involved. His son's a DJ now. He runs karaoke at Hogan's Hangout. And I want to give a shout out to the Tampa Bay Young Republicans. We're having a good old American meet up there later today. If you're in Clearwater, we're going to have an impromptu memorial for him. Everybody's going to come out with their MAGA hats,
that's
show
today.
support and love. Yes, sir, today.
So that's today at Hogan's Hangout. Say that again for everyone who's in Clearwater, Tampa Bay, if you're in driving distance, if you're in flying distance. Tell people, obviously everyone knows it's Hogan's Hangout. When does it start?
Starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's being put on by Pinellas County Young Republicans and also Tampa Bay Young Republicans. So it'll be a good group of us out there. There were some people already yesterday laying roses, and it's going to be a great time. Starts at 4 p.m. till late. Hey, there might even be some karaoke. We'll see. We'll see who grabs the mic.
Please go down. Get us footage of that. Get us, if the memorials, the people, interviews. We were just there. We were just there last week. We went there last week, brought the kids.
We were literally on the beach of the Gulf of America. Yep.
Well, and at the Gulf, right? But we went to the store. We went to the beach shop. We went to we had lunch. We had lunch at the restaurant, and even my kids, Jack and AJ, 7 years old, 4 years old, the next generation of the Poso Bros, they love Hulk Hogan because it speaks to something that's bigger than all of us, that's super powerful, that's metaphysical, that loves America, and they got to be there to see him. And I'm just so happy that they got there. It was the first time we saw him too, but that they got to see him. And I said to, actually, Kev, I have to tell you, I told Jack yesterday, I haven't AJ's with his grandma and grandpa. I haven't even told him yet. I haven't even told AJ. I don't know how to break it to him. I hope he's not watching, but that's his hero, and it's he wears a Hogan shirt every day. He always asked me to watch him because it speaks to something that's larger than life. And it's a better world to live in when you have people like Hulk Hogan there and presented the way they did. So thank God he came out for Trump. Thank God that Trump was willing to give him that chance to do that. And we had the video because my buddy Sarabian had the video from backstage. He was there with like Cliff Sims and Stephen Chung and those guys. That Hogan wrote that whole promo at the RNC. He wrote, that was all him. That was, and I'll tell you, all right, Andy, I wasn't supposed to say this publicly. They handed him the script and he looked at it and he goes, that doesn't work for me, brother.
Let's go. That's what it is, Jack. That's what it is. It's impromptu. I mean, he's a Christian. He's muscular. He tells you to take your vitamins. Like, that is a fantastic role model. And I'm tired of all these Zoomers saying like, oh, don't wave the flag. Like, it's so cringe. Like, look at you. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, this is what we need. This is one of the best patriotic things you could do. Just be happy to be an American. Like,
where can people follow you, man?
Yeah. Oh, you can follow me at Instagram and on X at Kevin Posobiec, and follow me to Hogan's Hangout tonight. I'll be there.
Hogan's Hangout tonight.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.